We have made it to the final day of the Western European qualifiers for the TI13. I don't know, I say the TI13. There's only one, of course. Suns fan here with Cinderin. We are in the lower bracket right now, Cinderman. Are you excited
I'm
to see
excited
how this
for
shapes
one.
up?
I actually think, so this will be the last game we cover in this qualifier. There's only 2 series left, and this is the one we're doing today. I think this is the series I'm most excited for, actually, out of all of them. So yeah, I'm definitely excited because this is a cool story no matter what happens, right? Either PSG Quest have done a lower bracket run where they reach the finals, or Navi Junior come in as a total underdog that nobody even has on their radar, and they make top 3. And obviously, what awaits in the finals, we should say. 2 teams are going to qualify for TI. You can see on your screens right now. Entity made it yesterday after 2-1ing Tundra, and now Tundra awaits in the lower bracket final. Before this qualifier started, I picked Entity and Tundra as my winners, and I still think I'll stick by that, but this is not the final day I was expecting, right? There's no OG, there's no secret. Quest was definitely in the list of teams that could make it here, and
I noticed you didn't. You did not mention Nigma on that short list.
They were definitely a darker horse for me than some of the other teams were, but yeah, they fall in that category, and it's a shame. I would have been super happy to sit here and be like, hell yeah, they're back, but they weren't. So,
right. So yeah, we will get the pleasure of casting. We've cast, I think, all of Navi Junior's game. We've seen. Well, is that true? So upper bracket, it was Tundra, Navi Junior. Then we cast Navi Junior Twisted Minds for sure. Navi Junior Dandelions. Did we cast that one? I don't think so. Actually.
Oh, maybe we didn't get that one. Yeah, you're right.
So we missed one. That was a 2-1. And then of course, the biggest upset of the tournament, not even close, Navi Junior versus OG. And they made it look pretty easy for the most part.
Yeah, that's the thing for Quest that's a little concerning, right? Is that Navi Junior weren't fighting that hard to beat OG. So how good are they?
Right. It's a bit of an unknown. Of course, we did harp on it a lot. There were some major OG mistakes consistently, but considering, we've seen them make mistakes like that, or many tier 1 teams make mistakes like that and still win because they're just better, right?
Yep.
Like you can be sloppy and still be better. But Navi Junior, a lot of players we've never even heard of coming to this tournament, but we know it now. I mean, got the juice that's ingrained in my head, Cinderin. Niku, the 15-year-old prodigy, man. It's like the donk of Dota 2. Will he make it to TI? I'm rooting for them. I'm not supposed to because I'm a caster, but screw it.
You can always root for a good story, right?
Yes.
I always love when stuff like this happens. And the reason, it's so rare, right? It's not that upsets don't happen, but qualifying to TI in this bracket is like the amount of opponents you need to claw your way through. Both of these teams have run the gauntlet, right? They've run the lower bracket the whole way to here. So they lost their first match in upper, right? And then they've had to go lower.
Yep.
So fighting for survival every day, basically. And that's cool. So surely Tundra are watching very carefully here. And I guess as we are about to enter this game very soon, I think one thing to talk about here is probably a little bit about drafts, because we saw in the previous series from both teams, PSG Quest, they're sticking to their guns. They have specific heroes that they play very well that other teams don't touch. So I think the draft is going to be really different for both teams. Navi Junior are playing more like, I would say more standard meta stuff that they share with other teams, but their hero pools, considering how young they are actually pretty wide. So they have plenty of options. I don't think either team can get banned out, but I will give Quest the edge just because I think they go a little bit deeper since they have those extra heroes, right? We've seen them play Pango on 2 roles. We've seen them play Death Prophet. We've seen them play Carry Venge. That's just 3 that Navi Junior haven't touched in any of the games we've covered. So very curious to see what they consider the biggest threat today in the strategy phase.
Yeah, that will be fascinating for sure. And if somehow Navi Junior wins, they will have to face the team that beat them 2-0, which was Tundra, and they'd have to do it in the same day, right?
Yep.
So that's one big difference is Navi Junior, I believe, every day they've played, they've had the full night to at least prep. And this will just be a back-to-back grind.
That's true.
Which for a young team, who knows how they react to that.
I'm sure they have the energy for it. I remember when I was 15, I was playing a lot of Dota. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that part of it. The question is, have they done the correct prep for both matchups from yesterday? Because as you said, there's so little time in between that you don't really get to prep more. So I hope they spread their prep time correctly and didn't only prepare for the first match, but had had their eyes on, okay, what do we do if we win? And not just be happy with the first series, right? So surely they have some prep for Tundra as well. But let's see. PSG Quest enter the game with standard bans from them, Witch Doctor and TA. Standard second pick team bans. And Navi Junior get rid of the Elder Titan first for Ducalis. So that was their number 1 choice. I feel like they might also get rid of that Pango, but they only have 1 ban left. So there's Pango Venge.
I mean, something's getting through, so you can't really avoid that, unfortunately.
Darkseer and Tiny removed from Quest.
10 seconds remaining.
I would really like to see the Pango ban. I think it's the best ban against Quest because, first of all, Noob is probably the best player on it that we've seen in this tournament on mid, and secondly, they also flex it to offlane, so they aren't even scared of running it in a different position and get a lot of impact out of it from Malik as well. So it's just it makes for a really high-value targeted ban. What would you let through then? Then you'd give Weaver to TA2000 or to Omar. And what else is left that they really run?
Going into reserve time for this final ban, so
yeah,
certainly considering it.
They ban
It
Enigma.
will be Enigma, and then first pick Dark Willow, so will it be the Pango?
Yeah, I see zero reason for Quest to worry about picking their Pango here. The Willow matchup is fine. Both Omar and Malik, as said, can play it. And until they lose with it, I don't see any reason they wouldn't stick to their guns, right? There's like nothing concerning about this. This, if anything, I'm a little worried for Navi Junior because I don't think this was the first phase bans I was expecting today. But maybe they have a plan for the Pango. Let's see. Let's see what they're gonna run. Maybe they can solve it in both lanes at once, so they counterpick it hard mid and in the safe lane. By getting a good carry matchup as well. The number 1 mid hero against this should be Shadow Fiend, which was the hero that was picked yesterday by Secret and forced Quest to put the Pango in the off lane in that game. But then Malik still did very well. So,
and remember, last time they first picked Pango, they actually banned Bloodseeker. Yeah. That was in the first phase, but because they get they don't have to worry about the response until after the second banning phase, they will likely get rid of it unless they've changed their mind about that matchup.
There's a possibility to not need to ban it because you feel like the opposing team doesn't play it. Against Secret
Is it worth the risk, though?
That's the question. Against Secret in particular, it made a lot of sense as a ban because it's one of Crystallis's best heroes. So if you give him that hero and a key matchup, it's very tasty for Secret to grab it. For Navi Junior, I don't know. Like, we haven't seen Got the Juice play it a single time, so perhaps Quest are going to dare them here and value something else for this ban. Ent removed by Navi Junior, by the way. I'm happy to see that. That's been one of Ducalis' best. And they will ban the Lifestealer of Got the Juice instead. He was a beast on that yesterday. Very stable performance. A good carry against Pango because you have the Rage. So, don't mind that one.
Okay, Disruptor, which is definitely annoying for Pango, so it's a bit of a deny pick as well.
Riddy's played it very well against OG.
And yeah, from the support side of Navi Junior, other than the Dark Willow, which they've played on days, for Riddy's, like you said, the Disruptor, his Shadow Demon was exceptional. I don't see a reason to pick that quite yet, unless it's just
not
good
bad
no
against
matter what.
Disruptor.
And of course, he went the lion that cost you a full dinner.
Glad we get to reference that once more. It's lovely. All right, we have the SD. So this has been one of the go-tos for Niku. They picked this against BZM's Pango as well. When they beat OG in that 2-0 series, he gets level 3 on Primal, and then he starts cutting the mid-wave and pulling it into a side camp and getting extra farm, out-levels the Pango, and maybe finds a kill level 6. Pango can't really do anything about that. So it's just a given that that's going to happen every time. And there is that SD, so...
And honestly, Shadow Demon against Pango, the Demonic Purge is not that bad against the Rolling Thunder as well. Goes through, slows it considerably. Pretty damn annoying.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if they get Bloodseeker as well on top of all Maybe going a little bit too deep to try to counter one hero.
I think this is primarily for the Glimpse, if I had to guess. And of course a combo breaker for when Pango catches a hero really well in between some walls or whatever. But the Demonic Purge is like an extra little nice detail to have in your bag for the play. And of course it's comfort above all. This has been one of the heroes that they've really shown great promise on. So let's see what Quest think of as their solution. Their Weaver is still available in this phase.
I feel like the hero's fallen off a bit in terms of priority. Some of these teams.
Yeah, I don't know if PSG Quest should worry that much. I find the hero to be very good against Shadow Demon. The Willow matchup can be a little bit double-edged, and the Primal can as well. So it's like, do you want to look at this from the half empty or full half glass perspective? That's not how you say that. Half full or half empty glass perspective. There we go. Half glass.
Well, depending on where you're from, maybe half a glass is better.
Yeah, true. I think we're going to get a secondary support first, but they're definitely digging deep in their time. I don't know if they weren't expecting the Shadow Demon, but let's see what they come up with. Maybe they're worried that the Weaver has too many solutions, especially with an upcoming counter pick, so they don't really feel comfortable grabbing that now. But then the Carry Venge could be fine, I think. Right? They spent a minute and picked the same hero that they've done a lot, but I guess there were some discussions here. I would really not mind seeing the Carry Venge in this game. I think it's actually a very good approach to dealing with Navi Jr.'s lineup. Specifically, you're running a 4 Weaver that has minus armor. Pango has minus armor. And then you have a Carry Venge with the physical amp and minus armor. So you can really kill these heroes very fast. And Venge has the luxury of, if she gets pulverized, she has a second life. So I think there's a lot of good things to be said about it. They're going to go with the Brewmaster, though, and keep their options open. So now they can last pick overall in the draft the carry, which is also very valuable, of course.
They have played 3 games of Weaver, one of which on support only.
Yeah.
They did not win. Other 2, they did win as a position 1.
Yep.
5 seconds remaining.
I think this is arguably a better approach than the Venge I suggested, just because you keep the Weaver flex open. I guess my concern is now they don't get their Venge, if they really wanted that for the strategy. But there's obviously plenty of carries. TI13 plays a wide variety of heroes. I think he has a very, very big hero pool. So they're never going to run out of picks for him, and they already have one in the draft if they want to choose that one in the end. And it puts the pressure on Navi Jr. now to find a carry that fares well against a potential Weaver carry and can lane against Brew, which there's not many of that are good, right? One of the classic Weaver counters would be Faceless Void, but his team is not good except Willow for him. You can't play Primal Beast in the Chrono. It's very anti-synergetic. You don't have a good lane against Brewmaster, so probably not going to be the choice. And any sort of illusion carry will struggle a bit against Pango. It's going to be tough to find the pick here, I think, for Got the Juice. I think CK would have been nice, but they found out.
They go for support.
Whoa. That's a new pick.
Can't be support, actually, can it?
I think it's
Dark Willow.
Okay, Wait.
Mid Dazzle?
Okay, so there's two options here. This Dazzle could be mid, and this is their pseudo Shadow Fiend to beat the Pango, but maybe they just don't play Shadow Fiend. Dazzle also destroys melee heroes mid. It's one of his biggest assets, is his one-on-one against melee mids. And then you could put Primal offlane onto PMA, or it's a Dazzle offlane, and you're playing some sort of tempo carry last that uses Shadow Wave. Very interesting choice. Of course, if this Dazzle, it is core, for sure. When he gets Ags, he's very strong against Brewmaster Split, because then the Shadow Wave bounces on enemies, right? And there's always going to be multiple targets with that. So an interesting idea. Traditionally speaking, Dazzle hates the Brewmaster matchup because you're a save support in Dota history, and you just get cycloned, and then you kill the core. But when he's core, and they have double save with the Shadow Demon as well, it's probably not that big of a concern. So I like it. It's bold. Let's see if they can make it work in the end.
Very cool.
Well,
Definitely pulling something out of their sleeve here, and I'm sure that came as a surprise.
oh yeah, Quest are not
Quest.
expecting this pick. It's the first pick of the tournament, I think, for the hero, if I'm not mistaken. At least we haven't cast it. That's I'm positive of. So
I can, let me refresh my stats here and I'll let you know. So for picks,
5 seconds remaining.
Dazzle has been picked 4 times. I don't know what regions though. 25% win rate.
yeah,
Almost certainly been support though in those 4, I would guess.
I think it's more likely to have been core in the majority of them, to be honest. But
You think so?
yeah, because if you're picking save supports, I think you're more likely to lean toward the Shadow Demon. He just seems like a more appealing
10 seconds
choice most of the time.
He's more likely to be banned.
That's
on
true.
those games.
If you absolutely want to save support, an SDS band, Dazzle is definitely a choice together with Oracle, who we haven't seen at all, I think. Guess Liquid has to play in a tournament for that hero to be picked.
Okay, so Quest is looking for a support, unless, well, I guess position 1, unless they do want Weaver as their carry. So
Yeah.
slight flex there.
Banning the anti-mage here. What have you got planned?
Windrunner.
Okay, Wind Ranger carry. Or is it a Dazzle position 1? No, let's not get
Dazzle
too crazy.
1, Windrunner mid, Primal offlane. Let's go.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a Dark Willow carry, you know? They're bringing that back.
10 seconds remaining.
Easy.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Weaver support looks good here instead of carry. The Wind Ranger matchup shouldn't be the best for you as a carry. You have to buy MKB. For the first decent chunk of the game, Wind Ranger deals with you quite well. She can stick on you in fights as you're trying to navigate. You can just get focus fired and caught by anything and die. So let's see. Nope, they keep it on carry. Rubik 4. Okay. TI13 will rock his Weaver. He's 2-0 in the tournament, as you said. So sticking to their guns pretty much here for PSG Quest. Zero surprising picks for them. For Navi Jr., I think this is their first Dazzle and maybe their first Wind Ranger.
I can check on that. I don't remember casting, unless it was the one game that we didn't cast. Got the Juice, has not played Windrunner, and she has not been picked in general for Navi Jr. at all.
All right. So 2 first picks for them in this one. And it is the Niku mid Dazzle. So that's my lane to watch. Can the Dazzle shut down the Pango as much as they plan it to? Because this is specifically the reason they chose this hero, is to beat Pango in lane and really slow him down. This has to be a player preference thing where Nico just doesn't like Shadow Fiend, because I think almost every other tournament or every other team in this tournament would have picked Shadow Fiend in this slot to do this, perform this task. Dazzle doesn't have any like clear secondary benefits against the other heroes you saw at the time, where Shadow Fiend actually did, because he can one-shot combo Weaver.
Cinnamon, Niku is 15 years old. He can play Shadow Fiend. Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's no excuse for not playing Shadow Fiend. It's like everybody loves Shadow Fiend when they're in their teenage years, you know.
Exactly. Yeah. So
I don't know. I mean, maybe there's something I'm overlooking here, but we'll see.
We will see as we get into the game. So again, best of 3 in this lower bracket. Loser stays home / goes home. And winner goes on to play Tundra to find out who the second slot will go to in the Western European qualifiers for TI13. So let's look at the facets. My favorite thing to do. No surprise, Windrunner takes the non-crappy facet. The focus
shocker.
fire is indeed still single target. Dazzle. Poison Bloom. Dazzle can refresh and spread his poison touch when attacking enemies, so that's what makes him so good against the melee type heroes. And then past that, Daze takes the non-bramble facet, as smokes will break here, so they have an idea that they are up in this area. Oh, this is a new one for Shadow Demon, I think, right? Promulgate. Disseminate instantly removes a percentage of the opponent's health for its duration. So the other one is it creates, unless that's his innate, creates an illusion with the closest enemy that dies.
No, that's
that's the other facet.
That's a facet, yeah. His innate is that he puts an amplified damage debuff on enemies that he attacks. So quite
Okay,
interesting.
so we are seeing
for
some
lane
different
action.
ones.
Yeah. The Wind Ranger one might become really useful in this game. You kind of glanced over it because, you never really see the other one taken in Pro Dota. But what this one does is it gives you and allies within 700 radius 15% additional move speed when you use Wind Run. So this has some uses in this game at potentially disengaging from the Weaver and Pango, who have really good chase potential. See if it's going to play a role later on. 15% is a lot to give your team. Just by pressing an ability you want to use anyway.
Yeah.
So a nice little freebie there. Niku has skilled Shadow Wave level 1, not Poison Touch, against Noob. Hoping to get a little bit of a bomb when he goes for CS.
And Noob playing very passively, as you would expect. This is not an easy matchup at all. I mean, to be honest, Pango, there's a lot of heroes that are really hard to play against because there's a lot of ranged heroes that just dumps their melee, but I feel like Noob just gets away with it most of the time. But not sure when the last time he played against Dazzle was, so this should be pretty cool to see.
Dazzle's innate now, of course, is Weave, so whenever he casts spells, he gives armor or removes armor based on whether it hits allies or enemies. And this is actually causing a little bit of trouble for Noob with last hitting in mid, because you're not really that experienced with playing against melee creeps minute 1 that have bonus armor. When Dazzle is healing this wave, he's missing a couple so far on not really knowing the exact limit for how hard he's hitting. So that...
And there's the Poison Touch. This is where it gets really difficult. Level 2 as well. And we'll see how many last hits he can even get here under his own tower. Has to use Swashbuckle to secure some as Ducalis getting pressured in the top lane. And actually PMA... No, he's going to be fine. TA2000, not going to go any deeper. But Nico right now, 9-2 versus Noob's 5-0. Very early on, of course, but this doesn't get any easier for Pango, I feel like. But
Noob's played it quite well so far, though. He's got enough in the first few waves that he can at least get his bottle plus maybe a stick if he wants. I think buying early stick in this lane is really valuable. Dazzle spams spells quite a lot. So I would like to see him take that over the bracer he currently has queued up. But doesn't seem to be the case so far. Yeah, now he put it in his quick buy. Let's see if he likes to take that. Actually bringing the fight to Niku here.
Yeah, Niku, pretty low. Does have bottle charges now.
Okay.
And Noob just has to kind of do the poke and prod and keep his distance most of the time, or else he could get caught off guard. And what kind of... what do you think of their supports in terms of the rotations to the mid lane?
Both teams have plays, right? The Rubik or the Disruptor can both come in with repositioning spells. And for the other side, Shadow Demon as well as Willow. So it's mainly about who can be left alone. I think it's more likely that Brew will be fine for a little bit in a 1v2 than the Primal. Playing against Weaver plus support is really tough. Daze here has to back off, by the way. He's actually in serious trouble. He might just die to a glimpse.
Glimpse back. TA2000's waiting for him as PMA gets a courier. Very important. Daze
they didn't get
barely
him.
going to survive. I thought TA2000 had him for sure, but started hitting creeps.
I think he got outranged.
Yeah, quite possibly.
For the
Malik in the
attacks.
bot lane, though. 4 Shadow Poison stacks. Not enough to take him out. Still no first blood in this game.
There's a lot of aggression in these lanes. Both teams are really playing to the advantage of their respective side lanes. This is a lane that Weaver Disruptor are supposed to pressure in early on. And they almost find the kill, but so do the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger Shadow Demon is actually a nasty safe lane when you think about it. Double range, tons of poke. If you ever get caught by 2 Shadow Poison stacks and then you get disrupted, you can follow through with a power shot that's guaranteed to land into multiple additional poison stacks you probably just kill. So
Dukalis
needs to be careful.
He comes to the mid lane to take the other water rune to deny Niku, which forces Daze to TP, refill the bottle, to be able to continue this spam onto Noob. It's been several times now that both of these players have been on very low HP. But really, it's the mana regen that is the issue.
Oh, Noob went for that CS. It's going to cost him, but he's not going to die. But now needs to be very, very careful sitting here, floating on 100 health with no rune to take.
Yeah, this is impressive, though. 21-1 for Noob versus the 24-5.
He has done well enough at this point. Oh, he's trying to find a rune that isn't there.
That's a waste of time.
Real bad. But it's
not sure how many
desperation
creeps
time,
he
right?
missed.
He can't lane anyway, so he's just trying. At least he'll find a D ward here. That'll give some experience. And, well, Nico isn't going to push him. He's just holding the lane at his tower.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing gained here on this wave for the Pango, who will head back to base, start doing the long walk of shame. So he will arrive to meet a level 6 Dazzle. I don't think the bad Juju plays that big of a role in the kill. Probably.
Riddy's on this Shadow Demon was scanned out, so Quest will have an idea that the Windrunner is alone right now, but can't really capitalize as Omar making his way over, getting ready for this 6-minute power run, which feels like it might end up being the first blood, which I'm shocked that we haven't seen it yet. As we see action top, PMA. He swarmed, will be using his onslaught, does hit Noob, but now we see the double shield crash. This should be first blood, and it is for the Pango. Meanwhile, Omar getting gone on. It's a nice telekinesis shadow run with the poison touch. Will lead to the kill for Na'Vi Jr. Definitely lower priority kill, but the fact that we waited this long for first blood is pretty crazy.
It's really big that Omar gets the kill, or sorry, that Noob gets the first blood though. With this lane, I mean, as I was saying, he was doing quite well in the lane, but it was starting to get really difficult. This is such a massive band-aid on the problem. Getting that kill and now getting level 6. A big part of what Dazzle does to ruin your game has effectively been... He's survived it now. Still behind by a few hundred net worth, but, you know, Pango's general impact in the mid-game compared to Dazzle's is usually quite lopsided if he has a good game. So, this will do.
I think the biggest discrepancy right now is the offlaners in terms of the farm. PMA on this Primal Beast not doing super hot versus
tough matchup.
the Brew. 600 behind right now. But it does feel like you need a little less farm on the Primal to get... I mean, you typically just go BKB right away and you just start fighting. As opposed to Brewmaster needing a full Radiance.
Yeah, this feels like a bad Blade Mail game on Primal. I don't think there's any point in buying it. It doesn't do anything against the Brew. It's not that great against Pango. Weaver can deal with it quite well as well. So I think it's better to just focus your attention on getting... Yeah, probably phase straight BKB sounds a little bit weird, but maybe it's fine. In this game, maybe they really want to get it early. He obviously has to navigate the Rubik the whole game, who can steal Pulverize. And he cannot protect himself from that in any way, as long as Rubik has spells available. Dukalis will get the glimpse.
Yeah, onto Niku inside that kinetic field. Rotation has come even from the Weaver himself. Niku does not have Grave, so he is certainly dead. Dukalis, in the meantime,
Nice deny.
is going to get denied. That is a new addition to Dazzle as of however long ago. As Day's getting pursued, Pango finishes the job, and PMA trying to at least get a Rubik. But this might lead to his own death as TA2000 trying to block, but won't do so fully successfully. But the shield crash will slow PMA down enough That will lead to yet another kill. So 2 core kills
Really
for Quest
nice
there,
from
3 for
Quest,
1.
Yeah. And Omar clutch gets the stick off and the telekinesis to get some distance to the
Brew
Bramble.
split in the bot lane as well. Got the juice. Looks like he might survive as Niku doesn't have Shadow Wave for another 5 seconds, but they're trying to find that Earth Panda because that's where Malik will end up. Shackler shot into the power. And only question is who gets the kill. It is Got the Juice, who is about 800 away from the Maelstrom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
More pressure being put on mid immediately by Quest. They'll get disrupted,
Yeah.
but that's going to show Riddy's position, and they're not hesitating at all to dive this guy.
Yep, they know that at least one TP went to the bot lane, so there's not going to be much support. Although Riddy's doing a pretty good job of juking. Feels like just a matter of time, though. Noob takes that for himself. 4-0-1.
Yeah, well,
I don't know how this game is going to go. Yeah, I don't know how this game is going to go, but it's getting banned next game, 100%.
So they
Either
lane
way.
countered it with Dazzle, but Quest solved the problem through really good teamwork and rotations. They've brought so many kills to him in that mid lane, and now they might even bring another one. Niku is farming this stack
Oh, dear.
of 2 different camps.
Yeah,
He does
glimpse
not
back.
have Shallow
TP's
Grave.
coming. Shadow Demon. Even if he gets that off, it's certainly not going to be enough. PMA just hits level 6 recently, by the way, so finally they have Pulverize at their disposal. Disruption onto Noob. Days making his way over. These are just supports, though. And Omar keeping them at bay as Noob's ult not going to do too much to Riddy's, but he finds Days instead. And that'll lead to yet another kill for Quest, and this is starting to snowball a bit. PMA wanting to do something, but again, he's had, in terms of the cores, the worst game to this point.
Yeah.
Not a tier 1 tower for Quest.
And Noob is going to get himself an Echo Saber minute 10 after leading against Dazzle. This is, I mean, it's been the #1 story of the game, but there's a reason for it. You see both teams are completely playing around the same matchup as well. Just really understanding that the Pango versus Dazzle is what's going to make or break this game, and Quest have just done a better job. The fight that they took mid around the river was extremely valuable for them. The fact he found the first blood on the top rune, everything has just been really, really stellar from them. And they get to reap the rewards now, which is honestly, take a breather. Like, now you don't have to stress anymore about solving this. Now, all of your heroes are in a good position. Both your supports are level 6, minute 11. Your Pango has a great game, as we said, and Weaver has rotated a couple of times to help out. Now he can just farm. He's not needed for a while. He can join if he wants to, but there's no need for him for the next probably 5 to 10 minutes. He's kind of free to do whatever.
I should mention the Navi Junior supports, both still level 5 right now, and does not bode well as Days, I believe, about to get ganked. There's a smoke.
Yeah.
Obviously, they'd rather get the Windrunner, but Got the Juice maneuvers his way out of there. Days actually going through the gate, so a good read.
Yeah.
The smoke will not result in much.
Will lead to tower pressure, though. TI13 was involved again, but this time it's for a secondary purpose. He kind of wants to swap down here anyway. So pushing this tower with the siege wave and then starting to farm down here is the natural move that we've seen a lot of teams make around this 11-minute mark when the siege reaches. But he is, as a matter of fact, diverting a little bit by going back up
Riddies.
top.
Forces out the Rolling Thunder. So that's on cooldown for
Potential
a bit. Brambles.
glimpse. Uh-oh.
Ducalis definitely in range. Days into the kinetic field he goes. PMA, was there anything you could do about it? Terrorize comes out, but he gets lifted
Stolen
up.
Brambles.
They take out Days. And TA2000, well, not going to go any further.
This is such a good spell on Rubik. When that hits higher levels, Bramble Maze on this guy is amazing. We should mention, as we figured out the other day, you steal spells with their facet. So Rubik does not get the Bramble facet this time around, since that was not the one Willow took. It will be the regular Brambles, but even they are really, really nice on Rubik with the amp and the cast range.
Well, if he steals Shadow Realm, then Fade Bolt does more damage, and whatever spell you steal, right?
Yep.
Not the best steal, though. I wonder if that is a consideration when you're playing against Rubik to take away the better facet. I don't know.
More than likely not, but it is... if it's very close between the two, maybe it's like a tiebreaker or whatever for you and your choice. But
Well, Malik on the brew, 2,800 gold right now, so not too far away from the Sacred Relic, which, of course, be turned into the eventual Radiance. Niku, 600 away from Ags, which is just brown boots Ags, essentially. And what kind of a build do you go for after that on this hero? Do you have any idea?
sorry, on which one?
Dazzle after Ags.
Probably BKB in this game. I think we've already seen how much he struggles when he gets jumped. And you can kind of count on Riddies to somewhat protect him, but with how bad his game is, he's not going to have many items to bring to the table. Nice escape from him there, by the way. Avoiding the glimpse by going into the corner. So yeah, I think BKB just has to be it. So you can stand your ground, at least block some of the damage of some of these heroes, the spells from Rubik and Disruptor, and get something done. But yeah, it's a little bit concerning looking at Navi Jr. right now, kind of running out of steam a bit. Ducalis, can he find a glimpse? Does not get vision of Days. That was very close with daytime.
Noob is invisible. There is a sentry, though. He's going to get shackled. Focus fire to follow, but swashes away. Days not able to get the terrorize off. Navi Jr. just a slight step behind right now against Quest as PMA. Continuing to try to get the ever-important BKB for him. That's when his game begins, it feels like.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to avoid fights now. As the Dazzle has the Ags now. So Shadow Wave bounces, or can target enemies.
Wow, that level 10 talent is really good.
For Dazzle.
He doesn't have it yet, the right one.
300 poison touch attack range. Huh.
So heroes that are affected by poison touch, you can hit from 300 additional range.
Pretty cool.
Gives you 875. That one has to be the choice.
Noob
really.
and company. That is a surprise smoke. As Riddy's easily going to be taken out, but a nice terrorize comes from Days, and you see it's a huge ultimate on top of them as well. The two supports for Quest are already dead, and now the pulverize to follow. They're going to get Noob. What an incredible turnaround for Navi Jr. as TA2000 might be left alone here, might be wanting to run away. We'll time lapse and do exactly that. Malik in a bit of trouble, though. About to exit. His Bruling form dodges the power shot, but there's the Bramble into the onslaught. PMA and got the juice. Will team up to take him out. 4 for 1. They don't get the Weaver, but this is what we're talking about with Navi Jr. Just insane play.
Yeah, their saving grace in the games where their lanes have not gone well has been just spell casting, and that was an amazing terrorize from Days. Good positioning, and the counterplay was instant too. It was like, you said it was a surprise smoke, but it didn't look like it. Considering how quick they were to respond there. Oh, got the juice though. Might be on the receiving end here.
They've already used Glimpse.
Shackle? No.
Shackle not going to hit. Niku's there. He has Grave.
Not in range.
But they take out the Windrunner. But in the meantime, TA2000 getting gone on. The Curse Crown will hit. Do they have the vision to finish him off? It's going to be close. Yes. So big trade coming out from Navi Jr. as Riddies glimpse back into the Rolling Thunder. Days and Niku completely depleted on mana. So this is likely to be a kill onto the Shadow Demon. Another Curse Crown comes out, but no follow-up after the fact.
Damn, we have ourselves a game. I thought this was going to turn into quite one-sided affair, but that top fight really opened things up a bit now for Navi Jr. Make no mistake, they're still trailing, and the Pango is still having a wonderful game, but a little bit of a comeback in that one. And of course, very valuable for PMA that he's the one to break the Pango kill streak. He got so much gold out of that his BKB almost completed. I think he got about 700 from that one. So good news for Navi Jr. fans out there. Despite the Dazzle not working it out in the intended way, plan B of just being good is working. It's a pretty good strength to have as a team.
Malik with the Radiance, PMA, a couple hundred away from BKB, so he'll have that for the next fight. And for the other cores, we haven't really talked about TA2000. He has the Maelstrom, Dragonlance, and Is it going to be the Gleipnir, I would assume? Yeah,
Yeah.
looks like it.
And then probably BKB, so he can navigate the Willow Brambles, so he can deal with the Wind Ranger Shackle Shot and just really stick on his target. I think Gleipnir BKB MKB is probably the best build here most of the time. So let's see if he takes that exact path. Don't really see any much reason to deviate from those items.
Got the juice pretty close to BKB as well, so that's going to be... And even Niku not too far away, about a recipe from that. So they're about to have a triple BKB power spike.
That's big. That's the first one.
I don't know what I was expecting.
And Ducalis was eyeing up Dagger, but he just switched it over to Ags, so wants to get the big one. Now, the difference between this Ags and the one we saw when Navi Jr. were playing Disruptor against OG is that I think Quest have way less reliable catch to land that Static Storm. The only instant stun they have is Telekinesis, which is good. That's absolutely good enough if you have the vision, but it's one hero that is a support that can do it. I think in the game that Navi Jr. had, they had 2 or 3 different ways of setting up the Disruptor for success, so has to play tight with Omar to land that, but needs to get there first. Another 3,000 gold to go could take a while.
Noob, on the other hand, about to finish his Aghanim Scepter after he picked up the Blink and Echo Saber. And I think they're in fighting shape once that gets delivered. I guess he's taking apart the Echo Saber to finish it.
Split the Echo, so he has it for this fight.
4 members smoked for Quest right now. I'm not
This
sure
one
if PMA
hurts,
has shown
but
off his
they get it.
BKB, but they should know that he'll have it.
You're not going anywhere.
He's going to be spotted. We'll probably be forced to use it in retreat. Oh, he already used Onslaught, though. Okay, BKB TP.
Yeah.
And no way to cancel that. Until Basher comes for Noob.
Probably his next item after the Echo reassembly. Although we have seen Noob prioritize the AC in his build to really take advantage of the minus armor from Lucky Shot and amplify that further. It would be very nice for the Weaver as well to have that in his team. But, yeah. It will be the Echo first, of course, so we'll see what he queues up after that.
Feels like
Tier 2000 has decided BKB plus MKB as well, as it looks.
Right.
So, no surprise.
Oh, I think Roche is on the menu for Quest.
Yep, very good lineup for it. Brewmaster tanks it very well. You've got the Swarm. You've got Lucky Shot. This will be very quick, and Navi Jr. are nowhere to be seen. So this is free. Maybe try to trade it for the top tier 1. I feel like Navi Jr., I mean, they scanned them, so they know what's happening here. But Omar is already set up. They're actually greedily trying to also defend the top tower simultaneously with the Rubik, pulverizing into the wave and then nuking it out, blinking away. And job's done. Navi actually don't get anything in trade. Very nice.
Yeah, so 4K lead for Quest as the Aegis is on TA2000. Gleipnir finished. BKB next for him. It's funny, they changed BKB big time, and at first people were buying it less, and now it just feels like it's every game again.
Well,
As Days will be sniped out.
I'm still... Dazzled has not taken a level 10 talent. I'm kind of surprised by this. Maybe when you go Ags, you don't really care about the Poison Touch attack range because you're just going to use Shadow Wave to spread the Poison Touch. So then it's kind of irrelevant at that point. And he feels like, okay, if you're bridging the gap between not having Ags and having Ags with that level 10 talent, how long is that relevant? Maybe like 2 minutes. So maybe it's fair. You just don't get it at all. Let's see what he does level 16. This will be the telling sign. If he takes stats, then he thinks it's really bad. He's universal, so all stats is very good, but
True.
you know, there surely has to be some sweet spot in between, or the mono region talent at least. Then,
The fact that he has an 80 attack speed talent, I didn't even know that.
yeah.
And they're not taking it as core Dazzle.
And the other one is just insane.
Yeah, it's
The
definitely,
Shadow Wave
especially
one when
with
you have
Ags.
Ags is just too good.
That's the thing, like, even if you're playing carry, let's call it, you're probably going to get an Ags, because it applies an auto attack. So, makes the question,
Yeah.
when would you take the other one? There's a
But the
lot
juice
of
going
attack
to
speed,
work.
though.
He will get caught.
Focus fire, but Omar is there. Disruption. Okay, the BKB TP again, and they don't have the damage. Riddies. Oh, Gleipnir cancels the TP. So Quest gets something in this defense. As PMA now has the initiation possibility with the Blink Dagger. I mean, they're definitely maintaining, or they're not letting this lead grow for Quest.
Got a little bit of a
Around
disconnect.
the 4 to 5K lead right now. Has got the juice, needs to get the juice.
Just this pause just made me realize we've had like almost no pauses this entire qualifier in our games, which has been very enjoyable. I think this is the second pause that we've cast.
Remember the Calais days?
Oh yeah,
DAC.
There were pauses multiple times every game.
You know, I think that like people having just dog shit internet helped my career. Like you and I probably helped you a little bit too. Like we would just go off on tangents and people love that stuff. You know,
I thought you were going to say, well, we didn't disconnect, so we could still, you know.
That's true. We had better internet than other people.
What can I say? It's a competitive field. Everything matters. Quests TA2000 going to work on bottom tier 2. Days has shown up, so maybe Navi Jr. trying something here, but this is an Aegis push. You don't really burn it. They have a good ward overseeing Omar, actually, so maybe if they can find him first and begin the fight that way.
Well, they're going to try for a Bramble, not going to hit anyone. Swarm comes out. That'll likely break things up. Scan.
Now, if Brambles were instant like you thought, Shannon, they would have caught him. But they aren't.
I don't know if they were on target. That's not necessarily
No, but he would have cast them on target if they were instant.
Okay, thanks, Cinder.
Yep, you're very welcome. All right, smoke up.
That was in fog, to be fair. He didn't actually...
They had a ward.
Oh, they do have a ward. You're right. It's in the fog of my brain. As both sides smoke up, like you said, the Aegis is still there, and TA2000 is going to show himself like a juicy bait that he is. Can you squash the bug? The tier 2 tower looks like it's just going to get taken out. Fortification, though, prevents it temporarily.
Navi Jr. really want this fight, but they're not getting it because the Quests are offering them 0 targets. All right, now they're actually just going to get
Rolling Thunder coming in. Already at half HP is the Primal Beast. He can't get anything off. He's just dead. Will the fight continue? Got the juice pops his BKB and focus firing Noob down. We'll be able to find him in the corner, but more members of Quest are surrounding him. He's going to get the kill, but Ducalis gets off his ult and they get the trade at the very least. It's a 2 for 2 right now. It's TA2000 going 1v1. We'll pop the time lapse as Niku, his BKB is dissipating, still has his grave. Finally, the primal split comes out. Very late cast. Aegis finally consumed, and Niku eventually will drop to the hands of the Brewmaster. 3 for 2 on the run. Riddies being chased by these cute little pandas.
They're cute,
Don't think this is going to get any kills here. Push him back. Just being an annoyance.
That's pretty funny. That was the first showcase in this game of Windranger's matchup against Pango, which is... This has been a classic counterpick on mid that I kind of forgot about, and we haven't seen teams really use it to solve Noob there, but from the carry position, Pango getting focus fired is really bad, and he just got run down, 100-0 by Got the Juice, but it took him so long that the BKB expired and they got the counterplay. Ducalis will get caught.
Yes, indeed.
And TA2000 is out of there. So, relatively even exchange, all things considered. The Aegis is now gone, so next time the Weaver could be a possible target for the side of Navi Jr. Top 3 net worths now. We're sitting on Quest for just a second before Windranger used Power Shot. Very powerful ability, gets you to 3rd net worth when you cast it.
Very strong.
On his tail. All right, instant move again. 5-on-4 situation. A little bit of a power play here, as we call it in ice hockey. Yeah. Specifically Trent only.
Yeah, I was going to say. Can't see you playing any physical sport. It's a tier 1 tower taking out mid.
He calls it power play.
That sounds like a southern accent.
Yeah, he's from South Canada.
True. So just the tier 1 tower. You can see Navi Jr. still smoked. Approaching Omar's vicinity. Daze might run into him. Indeed, that is the case. Blinks right on top. Omar does not react. He's dumbfounded by this. It'll be a free kill for Na'Vi Jr. But they're down
Ignoring
8K
Willow
after that
jumping on
last
you is
fight.
kind of a Giga Chad move. But
Like, is this it? Come on now.
they
Show
eventually
some
had to do
respect.
something. All right, Quest immediately trying to look for... I mean, they do have the buyback, so this could be a full 5-on-5. Let's see if they find the flank.
Yep,
Looking
Ducal,
for it.
our PMA. He's spotted,
Oh,
but
he didn't
the
beat
Weaver
KP
actually
on
getting
the win.
gone
Good
on.
save.
Pulverize on top. Is it enough damage? No. Trample as well, but the time lapse finally comes out from TI13. Still being pursued, though. Does he have the vision? The focus fire continue to go. This is a crazy 1v1 battle as TI2000 and Got the Juice have to separate now, but Noob finishes it for him, intervenes in the duel, as now we have a 2-for-1 in favor of Quest, and I believe Na'Vi Jr. just have to run now. Niku gets shackled by the Rubik and beat down by the Bear. PMA is next.
Oh, TA2000.
And
Nice kill from
Daze.
Daze. All right.
Okay, a good snipe for sure. Salvages the fight a bit, but definitely still in favor of Quest in the end.
This game is really down to who gets the first jump. Like, the problem in this instance for Na'Vi Jr. is the wind ranger gets dropped to like 35% before she gets disrupted. As the bursts on the side of Quest is massive. When Pango just blinks on top of you and bursts you with all his physical damage, you kind of have to respond with that save immediately. And yeah, Got the Juice comes out of the disruption, BKBs, but he's so low that in that exchange against the Weaver, he ultimately has to yield, gets run down, killed, and then you know what Brewmaster does best. Chaotic fights, he's going to thrive in those, just splitting people apart, creating tons of space, and ultimately Quest do get it done. But still, a commendable fight for Na'Vi Jr. with how that started. That could have been way worse.
It looks like Quest want to try to find the avenue for the next Roche.
Yep,
Because
they're
that
waiting
is
for him
up.
to head bottom. Already setting up.
Only 20 seconds away from daytime as the smoke comes out from Na'Vi Jr. This is one of the benefits of having a lineup with pretty low cooldowns. The Brew ult still another 15 seconds till that is back up.
I can't believe they still have another smoke in their inventory. I feel like they've smoked
they ping
4
out.
times in the last 5 minutes.
If you're smoked and you blink, they still see the effect of the blink, right?
I think
that's
they
what they
don't.
spotted there.
But maybe.
Well,
maybe
right
you're
when it happened, they started pinging that area.
Okay. I think they're
Unless
not
that was
supposed to. Let's say that.
It could have been Na'Vi Jr. pinging themselves, I guess. Hard to tell.
Successful
Either way,
scan.
smoke doesn't really turn into much other than a bit of a warding expedition. And yeah, Roche is on the bottom side of the map.
Interesting to see Quest decide to leave the area. I think, considering they had Ob Sentry down there and the Roche is spawning, I think most teams would just stay there, set up shop, and wait for the enemy team to run into them. But they split out and looked for farm. They are very close, in fairness, to some very big item. Ducalis needs another 100 gold for his Ags, so that would be massive. The Brewmaster is finishing his AC now. Yeah, they're hitting a serious stride here. All right, Malik, you might want to let Ducalis get these last hits. All right, he will. And there is that Ags coming now. Oh, baby. This is a moment Na'Vi Jr. might not expect. It's about to arrive, the Ags. For Ducalis.
Yeah,
There it
arguably
is,
one of the
and he
most powerful Ags in the game.
Could just jump together with Omar, as we talked about. You can just blink lift someone into this Disruptor combo. As long as Disruptor is in range.
Well, they, meaning Quest did scan this, so
That's another Na'Vi smoke out the window. They have another one? Dude, how? I feel like I've seen so countless amount of smokes in this game, and they still have one left. That's crazy.
they're just that good.
Yep. Well, they're gonna lose the Roche, so...
Yeah, Roche number 2, Aegis, and Banner. So Weaver, Aegis, and who cares, Banner.
Yeah.
Anyone can place it.
Well, I would advise not having it on specifically Brewmaster, because he's the one hero that can stun himself for 20 seconds, and therefore not place the banner. But,
True.
you know...
Na'Vi Jr. gonna need to get a little bit more magic to get back in this game. Down 12k, certainly starting to snowball in Quest's favor. And We're going to see the Tormentor. I feel like they really need this shard on the Willow, but it's going to go to PMA, so Rock Throw. I feel like Cursed Crown Bramble against like Weaver specifically. I mean, I know he's
Weaver and
BKB now,
Pango.
but
It is nice for
just
sure. And
very
even
good.
against the Brewmaster when he's split. Speaking of, just off the top of your head, how long do you think Primal Split lasts right now? If you had to guess.
Primal Split,
Yeah.
like before Ags.
No, just his ult now. He has the shard.
22 seconds,
32.
32.
It's crazy, isn't it? When you look at that number, you're like, I can't believe it. That's wild. Yeah, with the shard, you get that extra duration, and you allow it to cancel early if you want to do that, which we have seen sometimes have an effect. It's quite rare, though. But yeah, 32 seconds of brew ult. The amount of chaos and control you have with this hero is pretty unbelievable. And Quest are going to knock on the front door now. They have the banner. They're going to place it in a second here, you would imagine. Yeah, Lamar is going to put it down.
There it is. Primal Split
boy.
as well. Tier 3 tower is fortified just in time with 50 HP to spare. They lift up the Dazzle. The tower is dead. Can Navi Jr. do anything about this? Going to try to Sidewinder them here. You can see Noob is actually blocking the smoke. He's going to get pulverized. There's the Static Storm, but it's a little bit too late. The BKBs have already been used. The Pango extremely low. Omar steals the Pulverize, doing a nice job at Noob. Gets enough distance away to not have to worry about it anymore. They get the Disruptor, but he buys back in the game. Only gotten the range rack so far. His TA2000 pretty low, but still has that Aegis. Got the juice. Being pursued. Pops the Manta, trying to get back to the fountain. He'll do so thanks to the Ogre Seal Totem. And the Hex immediately onto Noob as he tries to retreat. Terrorize is coming for him. He's going to cancel that. Finally uses it onto the Bramble Maze. They do get the melee racks. So the full rack, only like a couple heroes have died. Finally, the first core is Pango. And PMA, another Pulverize coming. That's how long this freaking fight has been going on.
Stolen
Disruption
Bedlam.
is going to be a dieback as Malik and company trying to finish off the Primal Beast. A nice disruption from Riddies at the last moment. And got the juice, gets a beautiful shackle onto the Weaver. Do they have the damage? Absolutely, Cinderin. As he forced them into the Bramble. Yes, they do get him in the end. My goodness, Navi Jr. And Omar cancel TP. Another kill to Got the Juice's name.
Wow.
Good lord, this team is fun to watch. They do lose their full set of racks, but still, I would say that's a good defense for sure.
Absolutely. This felt like it was the only way to hold. They have to go for a flank move and find the heroes on the side, and the fact that Ducalis drops a completely useless Static Storm is a really good start to that fight. They both got the BKBs off in time on Windranger and the Primal Beast, so completely negated him, took him out of the fight, and built it from there. Just really good control and communication in that instance. Losing so little, I mean, honestly, I would consider this a win for them. Sure, you lose a lane of barracks, but that was an Aegis banner push that you repelled and you gained net worth. I don't think this barracks is that important anymore. So very, very much a possibility for Navi Jr. to get into a good position. Now with the Gleipnir on the Windranger, that's going to help a lot. Shiva's on Primal Beast. You get this like extra core item on seemingly every hero almost. Willow with the Hex. I think she might have had that in that fight. She actually did. She hexed the Willow on the final kill, or the Weaver on the final kill. So massive difference maker that Daze has got a couple of the kills he did in this game to afford that Hex.
Yeah, I was going to say they might need a Lincoln's on the Quest side, and that's exactly what TA2000 is building. I was thinking Noob might go for it as well, but he's opting for the Wind Waker.
Yeah, also a good solution.
And got the juice. I mean, it's all about the single target. I mean, it's all about the lockdown so that he can apply the single target damage to the Weaver. That's the hardest and most slippery hero for Quest.
Yeah. Interesting to see Malik eye up an Octarine here. I thought he was actually going to go Refresher. His split is never dying in this game. And the last fight lasted so long that it expired. He has the mana pool to do 2 splits back to back, but it will be the Octarine. This is going to make him able to use Manta a lot more to keep the waves pushed and put pressure that way, but I think maybe a second split would be preferable in this situation. Or even a Vlad's, if you think about it. The fights are really extended, everybody's grouped up, and you're missing that one aura. It could make a pretty big difference for the Weaver's ability to sustain. So TA2000 with no lifesteal in his build currently. he has backpacked his Paladin Sword in favor of Mindbreaker.
That is a good one. I mean, once he has this Lincoln's, it is going to be so much more difficult to get on top of him. PMA, the pulverizers have been really good so far.
Yep.
And the question is, can they avoid the static storm again? Because that was kind of the crucial part of the fight. If they get static storm before BKB, I think the fight just ends in all likelihood.
Yeah, if Ducalis, it's one of those situations that is easy to criticize afterwards, right? But if he had waited, then maybe he could have found a better one. But it looked promising, like they were barely going to clip the Primal before he BKB'd. So it's understandable he goes for it. But Navi Jr. were very ready. Oh, gonna hex the Rubik. Easy kill.
Okay, that's a fast one.
Trying to TP out, but
TP
there's the
support,
counterplay.
Ducalis. Days will be traded. So 1-for-1 to start and end.
Yeah, forced a lot of TPs though. This is going to open up the top side of the map. They trade supports, but the Gleipnir from TI13 will stop that Willow TP. Fortunately for Quest, they're like, oh, well, I guess there's a Tormentor here, so we didn't go here in vain. They'll clean that up.
What a tasty treat.
Disruptor gets his shard.
When is the next Tormentor for Navi Jr.? I wish there was a little timer here. That would be nice.
Yeah, that would indeed be nice. Okay, 1 second has passed, noob. You have to resume now.
That's right.
All right. Well, he overshot it by 3 seconds. We'll let him have it. That was a quick pause. I'll allow it.
Got the Juice has a Daedalus, by the way. No, he just spent all his money, so no buyback or anything of the sort. And we'll see what kind of tier 4 item he gets on top. But he is now packing an enormous punch. Mindbreaker, pretty damn good as well. In fact, that might be the best possible item for a Windrunner because it's adding 45 magic damage to each. Wait, does it get mitigated by the Focus Fire as well? How does that work?
Yeah, it should get mitigated,
Because
but it's
Swashbuckle does not get mitigated, for example. But I know it's not technically the same.
I think it gets mitigated, but the mitigation is quite low now. She has the level 20 talent, so her Focus Fire is an 18% reduction. So I do think it's still really valuable, of course. And yep. On the other side of things, Pango has changed his build from the Wind Waker. He's actually going Ghost Scepter potentially, and then the Harpoon. I wonder what the logic is here of going for that. That one is a little bit surprising for me compared to every other item that's purchased in this game. The Harpoon at this point is sticking out a little bit. Gleipnir.
Gleipnir finds the Dark Willow. Days has the Ghost Scepter, but don't think that's going to keep him alive. His team is not coming for him. It does feel like if he's spotted, and he doesn't really have a counter to the Glimpse or the Catch in general. And what can he even itemize? I mean, Sheepstick was really expensive, and it's really good if you can get it off with that. Like, it's more of an initiation type deal. Defensively, not so much.
They just have a couple of really good tools against Willow. That's just what it is. They have Gleipnir, which can catch her in Shadow Realm, and the bugs also apply. So you just can't get away when this stuff is on you. You're just completely locked down. And yeah, the best counter he has is stay behind. Don't be the target. But obviously this was not a fight setup for Navi Jr., so he wasn't in formation. He was just out on his own looking for info, and he got it. He got info.
It's still early. I know the game is not over. 10K lead. It doesn't feel like a 10K lead. Maybe like 5.
It's a quite close game overall.
But what have you thought of the Dazzle so far? I have not been feeling it, personally. Not yet.
It's one of those heroes where he's very polarizing, right? I feel like either he completely takes over the game for mid, or you wish you had another hero minute 15 until it's over. That's generally how it is.
Right.
I'll reserve my full judgment until we see the damage numbers, because Dazzle does a lot of like passive damage in fights that you might underestimate, and puts minus armor on them with weave, and it all stacks up. And over time, long fights, Dazzle will actually have had a pretty strong, almost invisible impact, where you need to kind of rewatch the fight to appreciate how much he did. But yeah, as far as the shallow graves go, there hasn't been like any game-changing shallow graves, and the Pango solution that he was meant to be did not happen. So I would agree it did not work out, but I really didn't mind the choice. I think they just got countered by Quest through play rather than draft early on.
Right. I think it would be totally different if he wins that lane by just, it doesn't have to be like a dumpstering or anything, but
if he convincingly wins that lane and Noob doesn't have 4 kills minute 10, then
Quest has been scanned out by Navi Jr. and Ducalis has been using his shard, the Thunder Strike, in the pit, so they don't really need to walk in to see when Roche
that's a nice little
actually
detail.
gets spawned.
You can keep casting it too.
Yeah, we don't really see it on the ground targeted very often, but that is a cool.
Now it's spawning.
And Roche will wake up. And now if there's any wards for Navi Jr., they'll see it too. If I knew the words to one of my favorite songs, that would just be a joy.
I don't think anybody knows the words to that song, including the singer. I think he was just phoning it in. All right, let's...
Roche already at half HP. This is a refresher shard.
It's dead.
Primal split
They're too
already
late.
used in defensive measure, and yeah, it's gone.
Uh-oh.
Navi Jr. running away, but look how fast the primal split is. They get the lift up. The Brambles, again, using the defensive measure. Here comes the Rolling Thunder as well. And a Static Storm on top of Primal Beast, but he's getting lifted back in. Can't get his BKB up quite yet as Niku, standing his ground, will finally use the Shallow Grave to try to take out the Panda Brewlings, but he pops right back, so Malik is perfectly fine. Pulverize onto the Weaver.
Grave.
Stolen Grave keeps him alive. He still has Aegis, of course, as the Shadow Demon doing a nice job of saving the Primal Beast just temporarily, but it looks like Navi Jr. are just getting run over, just too much damage. And they were there a little bit too late. 4 for nothing. Just incredible play and casting here from Quest.
And Suns fan.
And thank you very much. But that was very unfortunate. They just wanted to get away and couldn't.
Yeah. That Stolen Grave was actually really nice. I don't know if it was necessary for the fight to go the way it did, because Aegis was still available for TI13, but he just got 5 seconds, just stand and deliver. Full out, just pushing into these heroes without any fear. Yeah, they're going to force the buyback out of the Dazzle, but 2v5, surely this is mega creeps. TI2000 pushing really fast. Can't really mount a defense. Windranger did get the focus fire on the Pango in that fight, but couldn't chase him down the whole way.
They're going to try for it, but another Static Storm comes out. The Grave keeps him alive, but I don't think it's going to be for long, Cinderin. Well, he gets off another
Grave
one.
Again? Okay,
another
actually.
BKB, got the juice, going to get back to the base. Nico has to pop the BKB as well. They're trying to survive. He Graves himself.
Glimpse.
Primal split, Rolling Thunder on the way.
There's
no
the
more
limit.
Graves
Okay,
to work with
it.
there. Windrunner does fall, but look at the damage from this Bedlam. The Stolen Grave, again used onto the Pangolier, keeping him alive as Daze looks to be dead inside of this kinetic field. Although maybe not. They're not going to pursue any further. Don't want to take any chances. Perhaps they get the 2 sets of racks. A tier 4 is dead as well. And Niku continuing lowering these cooldowns. Can they get something out of this?
Nice kinetic field.
BKB pop from PMA finally has the Pulverize as well. The Rubik is dead. Malik popping his refresher to get off another Primal split. And with that, Navi Jr. need to retreat for the time being. He's going to get glimpsed back into the kinetic field. So much damage applied to him, but the Grave keeping him alive along with the Shadow Demon as well. But eventually, the big bad beast goes down. Daze wants to go in really deep. He's really wanting to kill off Weaver. This is a support Dark Willow. Still something to fear, though. As the Static Storm used in their getaway.
Malik exploring the enemy fountain.
Oh. All right.
And
Very cool.
You can also cancel the split early, dude, if you want.
No
Another
need.
Ruling, but style points, I suppose, for him.
And this is looking very grim for Navi Jr. in this game number 1. They put up a really good fight, but I think they've hit their limit for this specific game. Unless you think there's an item that's going to make a difference. Because, I mean, Windrunner has hit close to her cap. And it doesn't seem like it's enough. The Graves have been pretty dirty, but...
Yep, they have definitely kept the game alive. These last couple of fights, I feel like the Dazzle has done a lot more than in the rest of the game. Once he unlocked that Octarine core, things got a lot easier for him, but it's like you're delaying the deaths, but you're not overtaking the fight is the problem. Like you're not winning, you're just losing it slower. And they did successfully defend their third lane by specifically just keeping the Windranger alive for 15 seconds with the Dazzle, and then other heroes respawned. We didn't find any meaningful kills. TI1300 will get rid of the Tormentor. Nice free gold. Time-lapse off all the damage.
They don't know he doesn't have time-lapse, so there is a window to get that kill. I have to find a way to pop that Lincoln's reliably. The Poison Touch probably a good candidate. As Malik working on the racks, he's going to get the ranged. And they can just wait this out. So, wait, who had the... So, was that the Refresher Orb he used?
Yeah.
They had the Shard as well. Was it on him? Or maybe that was the... Why we saw the second Static Storm, actually. Earlier.
I think it was Disruptor.
Yeah.
We used it previously. But yeah, the Refresher Orb is ready again for Brewmaster, but he'd rather wait 50 seconds to have double split. And Quests are in no hurry. They have them completely contained in the base. They will try to stop that status quo, though, with a smoke here. And this is pretty much a YOLO smoke. This one has to work, or they're in big trouble. They might potentially find Noob over here. This is a quite strange path to take. Now, they will loop around and look to get a backstab onto the side of Quest, but they have to go back and defend their barracks, so information given already by Dazzle. And the play has officially ended. As Noob is going to TP into mid and reconnect with his team. So all 5 together in formation once more.
Playing against Rubik with all these low cooldown saves, really difficult.
Yeah. If he steals Disruption or Grave, he will hold it the entire fight, probably.
Primal split, and we see the banner come out. Do they have the damage to take this out several times over? Because that's what it's going to take. Rolling Thunder from Noob. Some good damage from Got the Juice. They do have to be careful. The melee rack's at about half HP.
Daze tried to go for the Disruptor. That did not work whatsoever.
Well, I like the high risk type of plays at this stage of the game. He does have his buyback as well as PMA. Onslaught some creeps. Cannot get to the banners. There's another Primal split as PMA. Gonna pop the Uproar. He has that Aghanim Scepter, which is doing good AoE damage to these Brewlings. Still able to take them out before the Rax goes down.
He's gonna end that early.
Malik. Okay, Static
nice
Storm onto 3 heroes.
Baby.
Holy banana hammock, Cinderin. TA2000 deletes Niku. PMA falls suit as well. And it looks like Got the Juice just barely gets back to Fountain. No, he ends up popping anyway, and GG is called. Game 1 to Quest. Really entertaining affair, I have to say.
What a nice Static Storm to end the game. Deserves that tip from Omar. Lovely game. One of the best of the tournament so far. I had high hopes for today. I feel like these two teams are a great match for each other, and this game did not disappoint. I guess in conclusion, I think both of us feel like Quest probably are the favorites for this, but not by a lot. And I think this game kind of illustrated that quite well. Unfortunately, for the side of Navi Jr., their attempted solution for Pango did not work, and I think that was a pretty major problem for them. But they still managed to float the game for quite a long time playing from behind. So if they, in game number 2, could get off to a little bit of a better early game, I do think they have what it takes to push this to a third. But the draft is going to be the issue. Quest have multiple really specific heroes that they run.
I mean, they selected multiple heroes to try to counter the Pango, and Noob goes 13-3. We saw the Focus Fire. It was relatively effective. Niku as the Dazzle, we can see it in theory, and he was winning the lane at a certain point, but like you said, the rotations early on kind of just brought that back to even, if not even favored for Noob. And for the most part, even though he almost died a bunch of times, only dying 3 times is incredible in a game like this for the Pangolier.
Yeah. He is exceptionally stable on it. You need to bring the solutions. This was an attempt. If this isn't enough, like, what are you gonna do, right? I think Noob has not lost the game on this hero, if I'm not mistaken. So isn't it just worthy of that first phase ban? Get it out of the way, force him onto something else, and then play.
I mean, they catered their whole draft around it, right? You have the Dazzle mid, the Windrunner Focus Fire in the Pulverize as well. They both go through the Rolling Thunder. Then you have the roots of Dark Will. Just ban it, please.
Yeah. But I can respect the choice, right? You're giving the enemy a hero you know they're gonna pick, and you're really trying to solve it. This was your attempt. It didn't work. I think game 2, just scrap it, you know? play against something else that's quote-unquote broken, and then you've showed as a team that you can beat a lot of the other really strong meta heroes. So I wouldn't worry for Navi Jr. about being able to beat, for example, this Weaver that they gave away anyway, right? Or a Clockwork, or a whatever that Quest could pull out, or an Enigma. I think the Pango is the hero that you can't give this team.
The thing that I mean, you kind of echoed it a bit, but I want to expand on it a little bit. The thing I really like about the way that they, even though they lost this game from Navi Jr.'s side, they knew they were going to take Pango, right? So ahead of time, they probably had so many different heroes lined up to be able to actually do something about it.
Yep.
I think that is a cool approach to it, but it's time to ban it.
Yeah,
That's 100% a ban incoming.
I feel that.
But yeah, Noob 13-3, pretty damn good. I mean, you could definitely give the MVP to any other person. Omar's steals in this game were incredible.
Yeah,
obviously the Ags disruptor played a huge role. Primal split as well, and obviously the Weaver carry with that scrunched up face in that picture. I love that thing. But yeah, Noob's got to be the one.
They all played a really, really solid game. I think my honorable mention probably overall is Omar. I think he had so many steals that made a big difference in the fights. There's just a ton of stuff going on, but you see a shackle shot that locks down a core at a key moment. You see him steal the shallow grave. It's not, and he had a couple of pulverized steals. You know, he found the abilities that were valuable at any given time and got them used, and played good positional play. So overall, just really, really impressive stuff. And this guy is very stable for me. I feel like he rarely has an off game on the side of Quest.
One game away for Quest to get to the lower bracket finals to face off against Tundra. Can they do it, or will Navi Jr. surprise again? Stay tuned with Game 2 coming up.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 2 between Navi Jr. and PSG Quest. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Sorry about the delay, everybody. I had to go to the bathroom, and they could not start the game without me. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. But we are in game now, and the draft has begun. And it's been a hot minute, Cinderin. Let's get acquainted with what happened in game number 1. PSG Quest definitely coming as the favorites, I would say. That's pretty clear. Navi Jr. are definitely the underdogs, but they certainly put up a fight.
Yeah, and just like similar to how Navi Jr. have played a lot of their games, their lanes can be so-so. Sometimes they go fine, sometimes they don't go as well. This game, the early portions of the game were quite rough, but then they bring it back through really immaculate team fighting and decision making and made it an exciting game. But Quest did have the lead pretty much start to finish, but it didn't feel like they were it was a given. So One of the heroes that we were talking about for the series that was going to be deciding was the Pango. And finally, Navi Jr. have had enough. So, Noob will be forced to play something else.
Mereska has arrived.
The first pick will be Dark Willow.
So looking at the bans, based on game 1, the Brood is new.
Yeah.
And obviously, the Pango is new.
Quest is
Darkseer was there. TA obviously there. Witch Doctor as well. The Rubik was in last game on the other side. So they kind of just flip-flopping drafts in a way.
Yep.
Clockwork is open. That's one of the ones left open. And Elder Titan was also there.
10
Right, he was
And-
banned last game, but Quest rated
wow.
Willow high.
Enigma was actually
seconds remaining.
unbanned, or not banned yet, and not picked in this game, which is crazy.
Yep.
Turn to ban.
I think PSG Quest are a little bit hesitant about picking Enigma first pick when Navi Jr. have their Rubik. We saw yesterday how Days absolutely styled on Whisper on the Rubik, so perhaps that's a bit of a concern. And I do want to correct myself from that yesterday, because something that's different about this matchup nowadays than it used to be is that Enigma actually can't counter Rubik with items. It's not really possible. Since the change to BKB where you can cast spells onto it, even if you have BKB and Linken's, Rubik can just Fade Bolt you from 1500 range and then steal it anyway. So you kind of, the only way Enigma can try to protect himself in the Black Hole is Shadow Blade, but then you need to Black Hole, Shadow Blade, and be somewhere there isn't detection. That's your only play against Rubik if you want the reliable Black Hole. Aside from, of course, Black Holing the Rubik, but Days has had very good positioning on the Rubik and obviously good awareness. So I think they're just going to let the Enigma be in the pool, honestly. I don't think they're going to be worried about it, Navi Jr., that is. For PSG Quest, they will ban 2 heavy strength offlaners here, Centaur as well as Timber. Well, Timber's universal, but Tanky Boy. I wonder if that tells something about what they're planning. I think PMA's best performance has been on the Centaur.
Remaining.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
5 seconds
And looking at the rest of Navi Jr.'s picks from earlier in the tournament, let's see. Yeah, PMA has had the smallest pool of heroes, actually. There's the Pango, Centaur, which are already banned. The Darkseer already banned. The only other hero is Beastmaster that he has played. So perhaps they're picking on him a bit, forcing him to play something that is yet to show to the world. In
The
this
Timbersaw ban is a little bit out of left field then, isn't it?
There's the Beast. I mean, I would think that they're maybe trying to pick something that just feels bad against Timbersaw.
Yeah,
Instead of- or they have more
just trying
info
to
that,
think what-
that PMA has played Timbersaw, just not in this tournament, right?
Yeah.
5
I know
seconds
that one is the only really surprising ban out of all of this for me, is that Timber. So
Turn to
okay, let's see. Okay, it's gonna be an IO combo, but which one?
Euro
IO Gyro. So Gyro, one of the carries that deals best with Beastmasters, Hawk and Boar in lane with Flak Cannon. I'm gonna combo him up with that IO for the empowerment the whole game. And some of Gyro's, at least one of Gyro's worst matchups in the Lifestealer has been banned already by Quest, so it makes it a little bit better. And of course, I think TA2000 was not interested in playing the Weaver into Beastmaster Rubik. Just 2 of the tougher matchups, so it's safer to take this angle to this game. And yeah, I like it so far from both teams, really. Let's see what Navi have in their plans here. Maybe a Disruptor against the IO and Dark Willow could be a thing. I've seen Riddies play that, and they're going to grab their Primal Beast for mid. It'll be the Grimstroke. Okay, double roar, double Fade Bolt. I think Pulverize can't
Pulverize?
double.
I know it was bugged when it first came out, but yeah, I'm not sure if they've
Maybe they
fixed
fixed that.
or not.
I actually don't know.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
you
this
have
is
a good
another
ink
hero
swell
against the
target.
IO. Yep.
The Primal Beast, and so they're just missing a carry now.
Soulbind IO together with Gyro and then Fade Bolt them both for massive damage. And double roar, of course, as we mentioned. Dragon.
I'm gonna take a guess that PSG Quest is gonna ban Ursa because I feel like it's very good.
Yeah. It's the obvious ban here. So don't think that should take them
But you
that
know what's
long
not
to-
obvious, Cinderin, is Pudka. I want to see Got the Juice on Pudge again.
5 seconds remaining.
It's time. I think he'll end up getting Troll, though.
Did he play Pudge
Yes.
in one of our games?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I remembered the Nande Pudge, but I didn't remember got the juice.
The juice.
All right.
Well, it's possible that it was the game that we didn't cast, actually.
I see. I don't know if I'm sold on Pudge. I know you want to see it, and I know the Grim combo is good, and that you can probably do quite fine in your lane, but I'm not sure if these matchups for Pudge are that good. The Gyro and the Gyro IO is hard to kill because of all the constant regen that IO provides, and then the Dragon Knight's very tanky. Doesn't mind just absorbing your damage, stunning you, and then fighting straight back. So I think there's better choices probably. I really like your Ursa suggestion. I think that's the single best one. They're going to ban Troll first.
5
I
seconds.
wonder if there's something else that I'm forgetting here. Because
It has to be Ursa.
Chaos Knight is also a concern.
Well, he's going to get one of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's played CK, Ursa. Apparently he's played Monkey King. Did we cast that one?
Yeah, we cast that one. He lost that game.
Okay.
Yeah. That was against Tundra, I believe.
Medusa. We're not going for the tanky type of deal.
I like the Ursa or CK best.
I like Ursa a lot right now. If they don't ban it, that means that Quest's last hero is going to be something that they feel very comfortable against that matchup, but I don't know.
Yeah.
That means it's not DK, it would be DK mid, right?
Yeah,
Instead of
I think that's
DK
what they
offlane.
usually do anyway, but yeah, they do have the flex potential, of course, onto Malik, but I think this is something that Noob has been doing a very good job on, the DK. And the matchup against Primal Beast is very simple. Primal can never really go on you if you have a point in your stun. If he starts using Trample and running on you and you stun him, he can use Onslaught after and try to get on you, but I don't think he has enough damage.
Primal
Well, ban
again.
the Medusa, so you were right about that.
Man, Ursa is amazing against Primal as well, isn't he?
Against Brew?
Well, maybe not amazing, but he can certainly kill the Brewlings fast, but I guess the issue is getting lifted in the air.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
This is kind of a catch-all solution from Quest, because this hero is also good against CK. The Ursa matchup is double-edged. I think you outlined it pretty simply there. Ursa's, in theory, quite good against you. The problem is Brewmaster can get really high evasion nowadays, and in teamfights, if Brew is free to do whatever he wants, he will Cyclone the Ursa. And it should be full duration even if he's enraged, I think. I can't remember this, like... Yule's does not get reduced by status resistance, but does the Brew Cyclone? There's like some weird
doubt it.
inconsistency
I
there.
highly doubt it. It should have the same rules as Yule's, but you'd know better than me, analyst.
Yeah, for some reason it comes to mind as not the same thing with status resist on the Brew Cyclone. Which is a pretty big deal if that is the case, because then Ursa... I mean, still, you're probably going to lose the majority of your enrage to being Cyclone for 2 seconds.
You mentioned CK, that's not going to get picked now that there's a Brew. So
Yeah, Brew and
what else
Gyro
is there?
doesn't feel likely.
Wow, okay. Weaver. Carry.
Well, Weaver Grim is very strong, and it's one of the single best lanes against Brewmaster you can possibly pick. So
Interesting.
it's good for that. You are playing into Dragon Knight Stun, which is considered one of the better solutions to Weaver, but you're going to have the Grimstroke Dispel. You're potentially going to have a Rubik Shard later to reposition you if you do get caught. I'm kind of down with this. I think it's good. The Weaver also has the ability as one of the few carries in the game to truly chase IO during fights and disrupt that IO Gyro combination. So can you believe we got a 10th pick Weaver? It wasn't even on my radar because like I'm mentally like this hero isn't in the game now. You
It was
know?
banned most of the time,
That's
or first pick, the
It's
other.
crazy. It got
set
all
of
the way to
times.
last pick. I think this is a better pick than Ursa.
Okay.
Actually, the
Ursa
more I look at
definitely
it, so-
kiteable. That's his one issue. Weaver, not so much.
I like both drafts. I am curious to see primarily how PSG Quest are going to manage their top lane, because I think there's a possibility of Weaver Grim just running rampant. The worst lanes I've seen from Brewmaster in Pro Dota are against this exact lane. It's Weaver Grim. So Omar and Malik have their work cut out for them. And I think the rest of Navi Jr.'s lane should be pretty stable. Rubik Beastmaster, it's a classic spam lane. You just nuke out the wave with Axis and Fade Bolt. Gyro is going to try to push it back the other way with Flat Cannon, and then you're both just pushing waves and clearing creeps, and that's fine. If you're drawing against Gyro's Beast, that's good. And the DK versus Primal, I imagine, will be pretty even as well. So pretty level playing field as far as I'm concerned, and this should be exciting. And good news for Navi Jr., right? Because if they get off to a good start, their games have generally been very good.
I mean, I'll say their laning stage in the second half of this qualifier have definitely been better than the first half.
Yeah, that's true.
They are improving very quickly. So here we are in game number 2. If Navi Jr. loses, they're out. Quest looking for a ticket to TI. And of course, if they win this, they'll have to match up against Tundra to find out who that second slot will go to, Entity being the first. And we have an early smoke being popped. Ducalis knows that they're up there now. In terms of the facets from Navi Jr.'s side, very standard ones, nothing to really write home about. And we got Thorny Thicket on Omar. Noob Dragon Knight goes for the Corrosive Dragon that has been nerfed several times now, it feels like. And I do want to talk about that for a moment, but first we'll end with Gyrocopter, Mr. TI13. It's the only one that seems to take the secondary strikes facet over the move speed one, which is interesting.
I guess if you're playing with IO, maybe it's less relevant to have the move speed because you're already fast. But on the flip side, if you get some sort of move speed with the Rocket Barrage facet, you're just even faster. And you keep IO in tow, obviously, so... You know, Ducalis will find the ward. Easy D ward for him.
So yeah, talk to me about Dragon Knight, the 3 facets, and it seems like most people still just go this one. Not that we're seeing a ton of DK right now, but it's the one that's been most severely nerfed as well.
You should have
Yeah, I think overall it's probably still just the best one on average, so... Goes to show why the nerfs were deserved. Even after nerfing it, it is still the choice. It's the highest damage output for the time of the game that Dragon Knight really wants to put pressure as a mid hero. The minus armor is really powerful. It's also going to be nice for Gyro the whole game that DK applies minus armor to the target. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take before pro players start taking the other ones in professional games. I think the fire facet is probably only really a safe lane Dragon Knight thing. So, yeah.
All right, we'll be a mid lane versus the Primal Beast, and I have no idea how this matchup goes anymore since the facets for DK are just so different. Would you say that this is... I mean, typically Primal Beast loves melee heroes, but DK can get very good CS in these lanes. And if you start to trample, he's just going to Dragon Tail you. So it might be DK favored.
Yeah, I would think this lane is kind of just a wash for the most part, but my expectation about Dragon Knights have really changed over time, right? It's like matchups that you thought historically were like, yeah, this is probably even, or oh, maybe Dragon Knight loses this slightly. It's just, this hero just seems to win every lane almost that I see, so I don't know. I feel like it's probably quite even, but so far that is not the case. Noob, of course, will just Dragon Tail the Primal if he tries to play offensively, but he can also use the Breathe Fire for pressure. Malik in trouble bottom. This is the lane that...
Ooh, sniped out. Riddies with the first blood with that stroke of fate. Nicely done. Well, you talked about that lane being miserable. As top lane, there's going to be a TP out, and Daze gets out of trouble. GMA has to be a bit careful. He, of course, did take the Beast Mode facet with the activation of the Inner Beast. He's getting applied some pressure. Rocket Barrage doing quite a bit of work. So he will live. And mid lane 5-0 to 12-5.
This
it's not
is way
close
more one-sided than I expected. I mean, maybe this is just how it is. Like, again, I can't say with confidence. I'm just looking at it from a theoretical standpoint of, okay, you're hitting the Primal Beast, he's getting Opera stacks, he's going to do this, then he's going to get stunned, but then he'll keep trampling and getting some CS. But just in the first few waves, maybe the Breathe Fire and just overall pressure from Warren's Wrath is enough for DK to build a meaningful lead. Definitely seems to be the case so far. So, Noob, very adept at playing this hero. I mean, he's actually just destroying it. This is...
Omar getting Shikuchi'd on. Got the juice, not going to go any further. See if they can continue to win this lane. That's going to be certainly needed based on how this mid lane has gone thus far. Niku gets the water rune. Being hounded by a bunch of creeps. So this is maybe what he should be doing. He's just pulling the creeps like he has against other heroes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think after level 3, he probably should have just cut the wave. The problem is he had so many creeps on him at the time that he can't sacrifice that wave in his own tower. So he has to kind of clear up this problem first before he starts cutting. But I think now he could cut. Let's see if he goes for it. He could glyph here to try to do it as the tower is aggro or whatever. Yeah, Noob's not letting him. He's zone controlling him completely. He knows what's up.
Yeah.
Okay, Nico, are you going to sacrifice one range creep? Yes, he is. Okay, so now he's going to. And he'll cut this. Gets the water rune, and now we're no longer playing one-on-one. We're playing 1-on-0 for both players. Huh, didn't pull this to the camp. Interesting.
Oh,
fortification.
fortification. Oh, God. Yeah, that's a miserable start for sure.
I guess he'll... Noob is trying to connect the waves here. This is... this is a really long pull to do that.
He gets the bounty rune, so not complete waste of time. Nope, he's really committed to this,
okay,
but
it's too far.
Yeah. Niku,
he has to go back.
he took out the whole wave, so now time to reconnect for Noob.
Now, what Noob did accomplish with this was he forced Niku to do this for so long that he couldn't get the next wave before that connected. So it actually wasn't a waste of time. It's just really funny to see. But now the waves will meet.
I mean,
Noob will have a huge wave in his tower.
Look, yeah, he's going to get all this CS, but that helped a lot for Niku. I think that was definitely favored towards him. As bottom lane got the juice, getting applied a lot of pressure, and he goes down to Malik. Yeah.
That is a surprising kill to find in that lane. Omar will be in trouble. More than likely just dead here. No?
Niku making a rotation, stroke of fate. Nice snipe again. Have you seen the other... Oh, we're going to have to hold that thought. Noob, mid lane. Daze is dead. Now we see the dragon form go to work on the tower with the siege as well. Yeah, Niku's still only level 5.
2 points in the Worm's Wrath is -2 armor on the tower with the siege wave. And of course the corrosive breath itself. So Niku's trying his best to delay this, but they're actually just getting straight to work.
He gets the bramble off, and the Cursed Crown will be there as well.
They're gonna lose this tower, minute 6. Oh boy, this is a rough start for Navi Jr. all of a sudden.
Niku not gonna be able to get the deny.
Just strictly from draft, this looked like it could be a relatively even laning phase, but quests say no. They draw the bottom lane with the Brew against Weaver, Grim, and the top lane, Gyro, is getting enormous. Just total free farm on TA2000. Looking very healthy here inside of quest in Game 2. Wisdom runes are coming up. Looks like it's just going to be a 1-for-1 split. Neither team really trying to invade. But just a 2k lead from the laning stage for quest right now.
Oh, you said that.
Ahead.
Got the juice. Gonna try to go
Maybe
for...
they won't get one.
Oh, Malik. There's a TP coming. Wisdom rune in 2 seconds. The stun goes off, and Noob... I'm sorry, got the juice, does get the wisdom rune. And Daze as well, so Navi Jr.
That's very important.
Getting a good exchange.
Yeah. They're still behind, but this is a big part of the lead kind of salvaged here for Navi with that steal. Yeah, a moment ago it looked like they had no intention of trying to steal it, but they changed their minds and went for it, or rather committed to it as late as possible, which is of course perfect. Just got there in time with the Weaver and stole that out. It is going to cost a little bit on the CS front though. When you send your carry for that, he is spending more than half a minute to try to steal that rune, and as a result now the distance to Gyro has increased even further. But he has to do it for his supports to get a game. So yeah.
Yeah, all 3 cores for a Quest at the top of the charts in terms of net worth. So, I mean, looking at the 2K lead this early, that does not bode well usually for most teams. Navi Jr. find an avenue to get back into this game. PMA hits level 6, so Primal Roar is actually holding the point for now. As Riddies runs into Omar, gets the silence off, and here comes Niku. Oh, puts him onto the low ground, but Pulverize will ensure the kill. And that's going to be Niku's first of the game. And with that, he is still about 1,200 net worth discrepancy away from the DK. And Malik has been, I mean, after that first death, he got that turnaround kill, and it's been kind of a free game for him. Not a whole lot of pressure.
It's a really good result for Brew to draw this lane. Like, that is... And it's not even a draw. I guess, actually. Let's call it a draw. It's close enough. But that's the thing. It's kind of a matter of definition, right? Is this lane a draw if they have the same net worth when the expected outcome is that Weaver wins? You know what I mean? Like, when do you call it a draw? Is that when Brew loses slightly because that's what you thought was going to... Or Brew loses a medium amount because that's the expected outcome? Because in that case, he won the lane, right? Because he's outperforming expectations. So I think it's fair to say Quest won 3 lanes with that perspective in mind. Well, things have calmed down a little bit. Of course, Quest supports now will be a little XP starved without those Wisdom runes, so they will be taking a little bit of lane space here and there. Omar will be leeching from noob in mid along with protecting him, and the good news is for Io, you always get high levels when you play with Gyro. He will be farming really, really fast. You're going to be playing together in the jungle. Levels are no concern for him. So get the Willow to 6 and everything is fine for the side of Quest.
And I think this Blink Dagger that's about to come for Noob is going to have huge implications. If Navi Jr. can make that feel a little underwhelming, not get the full value out of it, then maybe that'll provide them a little boost to get them into the mid game.
I actually wonder, given how this game is going so far, if this could be a Midas.
On the DK?
Yeah, I mean, he has committed for the dagger, and I get it, and I think it's good. But I was just thinking this could potentially be a game where you could get away with a Midas. Your Gyro is totally free. You know this. You know your Brew is doing well. And the enemy team's lineup has build-up time, right? Beastmaster needs to finish his Ags. The Primal Beast needs 1 or 2 items before he's really online. So potentially you could have greeted it up here if you wanted to. But knowing Quest, they want to play aggressively. They want to take advantage of their DK's power spike here, play around Brew Split, and try to get a tower or 2. Got the juice, will have a look at Malik, but can't really do anything. Malik is way too tanky. Level 8 Brew with 2 bracers, and the Pig Pole. Even more stats.
Does have a lot of dead net worth on him.
That's true.
Most Brewmasters do. So you get that juicy Sacred Relic. Smoke now from Quest. Noob leading the way with this Blink Dagger. This will be the reveal, and obviously they have their sights set on the juicy target that has got the juice, but he's going to be able to Shikuchi away, reading that quite easily, and now counter smoke from Navi Jr.
Omar's level 6, a great pairing for the Dragon Knight to get to work with this dagger, so they are going to be playing together in tandem. I would imagine for the foreseeable future really want to keep your Willow around your DK, but it looks like Navi Jr. are going to be successful in finding something here.
Yeah, Stroke of Fate onto
nice
both.
Tether.
Niku not able to find the true connection. Now Malik TP's in with the Primal Split. This Primal Beast is going to get destroyed. Even Noob makes his way over. And Riddy's going to take the brunt of the damage from Bedlam. And they will get the Rubik on the backside. So 2 supports and a Primal. Great rotation from Quest. Just shutting that play down completely.
That did not work. They broke the smoke with the supports onto Ducalis, but he's able to tether away from the onslaught. The no instant initiation there from a telekinesis into a Grim Silence or anything of the sort makes that very easy. Quest just TP and reinforcements, and they clean up. And this is the makings of potentially the first game we see Navi Jr. just truly get stomped. I guess the second game against Tundra and Uppers was also quite rough. I think that was against a carry Brood, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, this familiar. There's 4 bounty runs. What the hell is this for on the Quest side of the map?
Oh, Oh, nice.
How does that happen?
Dragon Knight,
even?
how would you like a bottle refill that you don't have? Could have filled his bottle twice with that.
That's nice. Yeah, not looking good early on for Navi Jr. That's kind of their forte, Cinder.
Yeah, it's just this
Lose
is to
early
a
game
level.
and then come back.
This is to an unseen level for them, though. It's very, very hard right now. You do have great fighting heroes, and you've shown what you can do as a team. But there's a limit to how much you can compensate for missing gold. Terrorize.
The time lapse
onto
already
Juice. He
used.
lapsed
Forgot the
into
juice.
Bramble.
Oh dear.
Into another
Bramble hits as well. And is he going to get away? The homing missile's on his way as well. He might just die straight up. In the meantime, Pulverize. Yep, the Weaver's dead. They get the IO. But that might be it. Niku on the run. No onslaught for 5 seconds.
Oh.
TP, pretty good spot.
Those brambles were on both sides of him. He was right in the center. And yeah, he does get out. They kind of, I mean, this is still not a good trade for Navi Jr. losing their Weaver and Grim for an IO and a tower. But with how that fight was developing, they could have lost the whole team except Beastmaster, who was fortunate enough to not be there.
Daze steals another Wisdom Rune. So they're going to end up getting the first 4 Wisdom Runes, and they're still losing horribly.
Yeah, imagine if they didn't have those. How atrocious this would be. Okay, on to Noob we go. Pulverize.
Do they have the damage? I don't think so.
Gonna stun and walk off.
Well, he's flying, so it's not exactly a walk. Very low flying, though. Kind of like gliding, if anything. Smoke from Navi Jr. Blade Mail onto Niku. No way to really close the gap that fast. They're going to be revealed right away.
Anything again.
And TI13 is not bothered too much by this. And this is going to coincide with the Radiance timing for the Brew.
Yep.
TP from Omar, just in case. As Malik. It's not going to be a surprise Radiance, but still quite a good timing.
Yeah. Noob's going to find Daze. Easy kill.
An easy one. Steals Breathe Fire.
Malik has joined the team as well. This is a full-on team move now. Roche is up on the dire side right now. So, I mean, if you're feeling that 15 minutes in that you're unfightable because of your Brew Radiance, you could go for it. It's kind of slow, but you have at least 4 points in Worm's Wrath. But it only came to mind as an option since literally their entire team was here. But they feel like it's not worth it. Just going to split up, go and take care of waves, farm up. Keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, and for Navi Jr., let's see what the power spikes are. PMA already has his Aghanim Scepter, but certainly needs a Blink Dagger, and it's actually not that far away from about 700. For Niku, BKB, obviously, and he's pretty far away, but can just get the Ogre Club right now, and got the juice. Deso is the next timing. That's very close. And he doesn't even have BKB in his sights currently. See if that ends up biting him.
It's got a lot of ground to cover on the Weaver. This is a carry that we've seen TA2000, when he's winning games, he's generally a head start to finish. Just has a good laning stage, stays on par with the enemy carry at the bare minimum. But this is a 3,000 discrepancy, and it's the Gyro matchup is tricky for the Weaver in the sense that if Gyro is 1 item up, he can actually just stand his ground and fight you all the time, and he even has an IO. Found Daze again. Amplified Damage Rune is still not enough to convince them to go Roche. They just can't be bothered. Yeah. It's tough for
not 20 minutes
right
yet.
now. They can't really fight, I think. This is reminding me a little bit of Quest's game against Secret, game number 1, where Quest had the Pango Venge lineup, and it was like no matter how Secret were to initiate, the amount of saves and problems was just overwhelming. If you think about this from Navi Jr.'s perspective, how do you start a fight? Like, who do you go on? Going on the Dragon Knight is... Oh, hang on.
Oh boy, these supports are just... We talked about, okay, the Primal Beast. Or, sorry, the Dragon Knight is going to get stunned up by the Primal Roar. They get that kill, but here comes TA2000. Hooked up by the IO. And you can see the Facet going to work as well. The homing missiles on top. That is going to be a dead Beastmaster. The supports drop dead. Got the juice. They don't have vision. Looks like he's going to get away scot-free.
So that was a 2-on-1 turned into a 3-on-2, and then the IO relocate comes in and they overwhelm them. So they did get the Dragon Knight, but this was Quest's fight that they picked. So next time around, Dragon Knight will have a BKB, and I think this counterplay will be a lot harder to pull off, but at the very least Navi Jr. get a little bit there. Still, they're going to need much more than this if they want to equalize the game. I'm looking at, alright, the Weaver Deso being online, perhaps you just, I don't know, you can't just be like, let's just go fight and expect this to go well. You need a really clear strategy. I guess you accept that Gyro can't be your first target, so I guess you have to try to find supports with Aurora and then just assassinate them with the Weaver, and then build the fight from there. And then think about the tanky targets after, because initiating on Dragon Knight, Brew, or Gyro, any of these three will be extremely difficult. We'll see if they can pull it off. They are going for the smoke here. Wrapping around 3 heroes from Quest who are hiding in the trees now. Seem to have a pretty good idea this is happening.
Navi Jr. have to win this fight. Nope.
If DK reacts fast enough in BKBs here,
he's going to get lifted first. He gets off the BKB. Niku, the Pulverize, finally comes through with the Soulbind as well. Dragon Knight is extremely low. Terrorize comes out. The Primal Beast is already dead. Same with the Beastmaster and the Weaver. It's all 3 cores for Navi Jr. Oh dear, it's a full team wipe.
yeah,
That is yikes.
the counterplay is insane. Like, they're there. They're ready with the support. They're ready with the reload. And all Noob needs to do in this instance is press BKB and breathe fire. And he does not die. IO comes in with a mech. They get all of their spells lined up. And their team fight is ridiculously strong. So, yeah, you said it. This fight had to work out for Navi Jr. Let's just say it didn't. I think that's a pretty good summary of that.
Yep, accurate.
Not much to add to that. This is turning into a complete shellacking, as an idiot likes to say.
Couple idiots.
Talking about Jenkins, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You're the good guy.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how you come back from this. This is close to insurmountable.
The only thing that's missing in Quest's lineup right now is an Aegis, and it feels like it's just a matter of time before they feel like they want to go there. If all their spells are ready and Navi enter the area and the smoke gets broken by literally any hero with buyback, I think they can't get the fight. So all you need to do is go 5 heroes to the Roche Pit, place somebody near the gate. If that hero smoke breaks and gets killed, buys back and TPs down to the bottom tier 2 and just rushes down there, follow-up fight is next to impossible. Navi Jr. just not enough damage, I think, is the primary issue here. They have some nice combos, but the lanes had to go better than this.
Well, Omar is the recipient
they got a Wisdom
of the
Rune on
Tormentor
Quest.
Shard.
That's cool. First one of the game. They've got 1 out of 6, and they're crushing. There you go.
Yeah. I wonder how often that has happened in Dota's brief history with the Wisdom Runes. And yeah, you see Quest just getting into that Roche Pit. And we'll see how much ground they can cover with this first Aegis. With this push, Niku, at the very least, from the Primal Beast, will have his BKB. Got the Juice. Is just starting his BKB now. And, I mean, I feel like that was a Soulbind into the Primal ult, but couldn't really tell in the midst of things if it was actually doing anything. I mean, either way, the double Primal Roar, very good.
You can definitely tell the potential and the promise of Navi's lineup and what they're trying to do. Oh boy. Daze tried to be cute and steal dragon form. He found a good little crevice
He
here.
did steal it. I mean, try.
Oh, they killed the Dragon Knight.
Good job. Well done. TA2000, Aghanim Scepter, BKB. He's had the BKB for longer, though.
He runs into
And looks
PMA,
like-
has to use Roar
oh my.
defensively just to get out of trouble.
The roar and run.
And this is a free tier 2 tower now, because this spell is too important. I think you can literally just group up with the Wave and Brewmaster split now and take this tower. You don't even need to split. You have the Aegis as a buffer, so just put TI13 in the mix. Send him into the fray and get started. We're going to do just that. Ducalis standing in a safe position behind. Letting TI13
What do you think of
do his
the
thing.
butterfly that he's opting for next on the gyro?
Over getting, you mean finishing the Daedalus, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's good tempo. It's good for the Weaver matchup because he's so far ahead. The Weaver simply cannot buy MKB right now. He has to get BKB, so he's kind of exploiting his advantage even further this way. But it's also just in terms of DPS.
Speaking of the
it's,
Weaver, Terrorize, TA2000 comes with Ducalis. And that is a kill on the position 1. Got the juice, has been squeezed into a pulp.
Wonder what Quest are going to do next. That was the mid tier 2. Top tier 2 is available. The wave is quite far though. At least PMA has pushed that one out. But the bottom wave already being cut by Brewmaster Manta. So you could think about that. But they're going to go top. PMA will blink away. TA2000 is just going to chase and get roared again. Let's see.
Okay,
Decent
that is
damage.
some good damage onto TA2000. Of course, it is just the Aegis. He doesn't even bother popping the BKB. And Sidewindering is Noob, who catches Daze yet again. BKB already activates. That's going to be a freebie. Riddies gets off his ult, but just going to get hounded down by the Primal Split. It just feels like PSG Quest can do whatever the hell they want, and they won't really suffer any consequences.
So that was a roar to get 2 of your supports killed and a tower. I mean, at the same, you've got to do something, right? So, like roaring the gyro and going for this follow-up fight might not be the worst, but here comes the bigger challenge. High ground time is upon us. No Beastmaster roar. Dragon Knight is knocking on the front door. There's no split, so I guess potentially.
Yeah, I think it's
Plus they're
just
gonna
going to be
respect this.
damage this time around. There's no Aegis as well.
Chill. But more and more and more advantage.
Well, got the juice with a damage rune here. Doubt he'll find anyone though. And then even once he gets this BKB, the fact that they're this far behind means he just won't have enough damage to kill. Like the Gyrocopter is inherently tanky because there's an IO. Dragon Knight, Brewmaster, I mean, forget about it. Without major help from the rest of your team. It has to be some masterful spell casting. But as well as PSG Quest making some mistakes in positioning. I think being caught alone is not something that they'll allow in all likelihood.
Yeah, there's no need for them to split up very much. They can use Io and Gyro to play one side of the map, and the other 3 can play tight on the one side, and that way you kind of just cover all the angles. Probably play the Io Gyro in the top half, and unless you feel unsafe, like you're going to get ganked there, then maybe be a little bit more cautious. But there's just so much margin for error right now. As long as you push out the waves and stay somewhat tight. It's also a matter of knowing your opponent, right? Navi Jr. has a very consistent way of playing mid-game, which is a lot of 5-manning. So maybe against this particular team, you don't spread up as much as you would against others, because there's no need to. You know they're kind of tight. They're either making a 5-man move or they're farming. And in that case, you're just trading, which is good enough. Tier 2 tower, TA2000.
And this is the final tier 2 tower.
Yep.
As his butterfly is delivered.
Ooh, it's so
And
big. My
Now
God.
going Satanic, so still not finishing the Daedalus. Doesn't feel like he has a lack of damage at all. And I guess with this lead, just got to make sure you don't die. That's an interesting way to look at it. Don't give them any extra gold if you can help
Yeah,
it.
we did see on that previous roar that he is killable, right? But with Butter Satanic, that equation changes significantly. Confidently hitting the high ground here, almost taking the tower already, Navi Jr. Where's the defense at?
And Noob.
Dragon Knight is waiting to
Not
pounce.
helping out.
And he will probably pounce here. Oh,
Oh,
early
BKB a little early. All right.
He got spooked. All right, they're going to call this. Get out. No need to force this with a little bit of a mistake there from TA2000, but that's all it's going to cost them is a BKB charge. They can wait.
Yeah, but with Navi Jr., I mean, is this the time that you need to force the issue? I mean, Got the Juice is like 300 off of BKB still.
Yeah.
It's very awkward timing, but like, you know that this gyro doesn't have BKB. You're down an astronomical amount. Is that enough to force the issue?
I mean, there is a little bit of a window here where you could either sell a Wraith Band or his Wand and then get BKB and then the insta-smoke, or now he's going to kill the Ancients that just respawn, then he'll have it. So maybe... I mean, I'm with you. I think smoke right now. You have 40 seconds against the gyro. This is your best opportunity. Of course, quests are going to be anticipating the play, but, you know, I like talking about this sometimes in cast, is that sometimes you have to try a fight that you have 20% chance of winning because it's the only chance you have. Yeah. It's terrible, but the alternative is 0. So, you know, just waiting around doing nothing here is only going to end one way. It's about identifying when you have a moment of opportunity. This could have been one. I guess they just weren't ready. Now the moment is gone. Gyro's ready again. He's going to go bottom. And this base tower is now gone, and they're going to set up very strong formation here. Navi Jr. nowhere to be seen, actually.
They are on the literal opposite side of the map. The range rack is dead. PMA, he gets off the roar, still hooked up by Ducalis, trying to get the relocate, and he does successfully just to the other side.
Big call down.
Now the primal split being used. Got the Juice, has to scurry back to the fountain, and that's a set of racks for Quest. And this is
Nice
all
and
without
easy.
Aegis. That's how much of an event. I mean, again, these last couple patches, the big patches, Synderen, it's all about first Aegis, you get the outer tower. Second Aegis is when you try to go high ground.
Yeah.
This first Aegis basically gave them
Both.
the first racks.
Yeah.
That's how much they're ahead.
And Navi Jr. are going to immediately try something again here with a little bit of a mixed smoke. Now on to all 5 of them. Took a little while to group up, but yeah, they're feeling a sense of urgency. Don't blame them for it. Gyro has BKB on cooldown once more, so could find a moment, but they're got a really large amount of ground to cover. Quest seem very aware this is happening. It's because the bottom wave is all the way in the enemy base. Like, where could Navi be if not in our jungle right now? The mid wave is also pushing in. So this is an extremely telegraphed move. And Quest are experienced enough to not get caught off. But, you know, again, it feels like Navi kind of have to try for it, right? You got to hope the enemy makes a mistake, slips up a bit and catch them, but Quest are stable. No slip-ups here.
Yep, Quest playing super safe. TI13 feels like we're talking about him getting a new item every couple minutes, because that's probably the case.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's
Satanic
happening.
just about to be finished, and that's going to be pretty good timing because Roche will be up. Well, it's a bit of a late spawn, but once they get that, it would take a lot for Navi Jr. to defend the game. I think the game ends.
I would agree with
Aegis.
that. You have to fight in the pit. I think fighting in your base, as much as it's nice to have the high ground and have the buybacks, the Aegis plus banner is going to be too much to deal with. And yeah, isn't it funny that the banner actually matters now? We're actually talking about it like it's an item now.
No more memes.
Yeah. Shard will go to the Dragon Knight, getting a little bit of a fireball. Maybe he can celebrate with a fireball later, but he needs to beat Tundra first.
Assuming he's 21, of course.
Yeah, well, depending on the country.
Yeah, depending
he's
on
in
country, true.
Europe, so probably 18 or 16 or...
Or baby.
Well, that's the
There's
UK
no age.
only.
It's just baby.
Little known fact, in England, you actually get baptized in beer. Yes.
Amazing. It's really good for the skin. And they're sticking around the pit, but it is, like we said, a bit of a late spawn. Got the Juice and Company will get another Tormentor. Daze gets his shard, so they do have an extra save. And he just picked up a Blink Dagger, so lots more mobility to go along with his Force Staff. So they have a couple Blinks now. And I didn't notice until now, Riddy's... I mean, he has 2K in the bank, but look at his inventory.
Straight X.
This is like something from a pub. This is like Slacks level, except that would be an Ags refresher. It's just brown boots and just a bunch of garbage.
Extremely insulting. I can't believe you said that.
Slacks is immortal. Slacks is immortal.
Uncalled for.
He's an immortal player that will sometimes buy 5 boots on Venno. So, just one of those things, you know?
Yeah, I don't blame Riddies for this though. You got to go big or go home, right? Like he's like, this is the type of game where I need to make a truly game-winning play, or it'll be all for naught. But the problem is, you have half of this hex. Yep. So in reality, is it better to buy a smaller item and at least have that in the upcoming probably game-deciding fight than hoping for a miracle and then getting a hex? Let's see. Aegis, as well as Banner, picked up. You will more than likely just head straight up to top lane and just start knocking down this half HP tower with a banner, daring Na'Vi, saying, "Come at us."
Banner equipped by Ducalis.
Oh, Daze is barely getting out there. It's close.
Designated banner user. Noob has already popped his ultimate. They're going to smoke up. And, I mean, we haven't really talked about Noob too much, but AC, Blink, Satanic, BKB.
Yep, all the
Very
heroes
strong.
are stupid tanky. So,
All right, we have a smoke. Na'Vi Jr. This might be their last stand. They need to play flawlessly. And even with that, Quest needs to make some mistakes for this to
Noob could jump Daze here.
be a
He will.
story.
Fireball.
Yep, Daze. Oh, he'll force stuff back into the base. Trying to backstab is the rest of Na'Vi Jr. TA2000 still hooked up by the IO, though. And
Backstab play did not work. Get the hell out of
backstab into teleport, I think, is the play.
here. They smoke behind the enemy team to TP back. That's mission failed. Well, they did cut the wave, but now the mid wave instead will just be where Quest go, and this one you cannot push out. They could put down the banner right here. They will. TA2000.
And there they
will
go.
start. Yeah,
The creeps.
actually
Oh,
placed the banner
yeah,
too far
bad
back.
placement.
A little bit of a
very
mistake
bad
there.
placement. But it probably won't matter in the end. TA2000 and company. We talked about mistakes being made. That's a slight one.
Yeah.
They still get the tower. Oh, force staff aggressively, very nicely done. They're going to get life number 1. Can they do it again is the question. Primal Split is activated. BKB popped by Gyro.
Roar.
The roar is reversed. He's still at half HP, though. Do they have the damage to cut through him? It looks like they do. Unbelievably so. The rest, though, we see Niku still getting ticked down by Dragonite. There's more heroes to contest with. Has got the Juice Cursed Crown with a right click. Will actually live somehow. As Noob standing his ground against this Beastmaster, the Primal Beast buys back into the game. And it looks like Quest have to try to retreat. They're going to get the range racks as the DK is relocated. Now the Shadow Realm protecting the Dark Willow for the time being.
Nice stolen
The
brambles.
stolen
by Daze.
Bramble will cause the Oh, that's
Sick
right.
hold.
Ducalis came
Wow.
back.
They
Unbelievable
actually defended
defense
that.
here.
There's a couple of really clutch plays happening in this situation. So Daze goes for the offensive force staff into telekinesis, then they pull him back close to the towers and then roar him. And on this, or rather, they don't roar. That's the important part. They didn't roar the first kill. The fact that they could kill him without roaring him led to an opening for a multiple back-to-back kill. He didn't survive even with the Satanic. So, yeah, Na'Vi Jr. showing here some of their exceptional coordination. It's just really unfortunate for them that the game is this bad. Or this could have obviously been amazing. It
I mean,
stalls
I
things
talk
out.
about how it being basically a miracle if they defend,
Yeah.
and they did. Showing some of the reason why they've gotten so far in this tournament. And we're going to see the replay here. The aggressive force staff play from Na'Vi Junior.
Yep. And they're
Ooh,
the roar. They
interesting.
even Lotus the roar, but still enough damage. The Terrorize doing nothing because all the heroes are BKB'd. And the IO tether just not ready. He used it on the first life, so it didn't have tether again. But yeah, as you said, when Gyro's dead, the fight isn't even over. That's just step number 1. Then you have to contend with the Dragonite, who's also huge. So, but they hold. Step number 1 of many, if Na'Vi want to go to TI.
17K lead. I don't know what that was at before, but certainly cut into it a bit. Dark Portrait for Riddies, Cinderin. So Aghanim Scepter, Gyrocopter or Dragonite. I mean, maybe even brew technically if you have no other choice for the Radiance. How good is this illusion going to be? Because you're not getting flat cannon or anything like that, so I feel like the DK is probably the best choice.
If you can get DK plus brew, that's the dream. But I mean, anything really. I think this is possibly a better choice than the Hex. It's kind of close, but you know, when you're down a lot, then turning your enemy team against themselves can be useful. If you get a DK clone, you get both the Dragon form as well as the AC, right? So that'll be a really good one to get, since they don't have access to those auras themselves.
Alright, we got the double brew split now. Surely this barracks is going down.
Yep, they're going to go for it without an Aegis because they have the shield rune on Gyro plus Refresher Brew coming in.
There
Let's
is a
see if
fortification for
can do
Navi
it again.
Jr. Lotus applied to TI13. There's the first primal split. Lift up onto the Weaver. Already heavy damage to this melee barracks. Terror. Oh, they forced the Weaver this time, and he's blown up. No buyback at all. They return the favor with the Force Staff.
I think that was the Void Panda, wasn't it? Was it
Either
just the
way,
Astral Pull? I mean, lovely
either
play.
way, beautiful
Instant.
play. And now going for the Megas. It's a 4 versus 5. Oh dear. PMA.
Reflect.
Reverse. Primal. Roar again as Nico going in with the trample. Not doing basically any damage as the second brew split comes out. And now Niku on the run has to get help from the Grimstroke just to limp back to base. But this is going to be mega creeps. As you can see, Daze on the other side. Looks like he's going to drop with very
get the
little
blink
effort
off.
from PSG Quest. Okay, does get out. But that is mega creeps for PSG Quest. PMA just trying his best. You can see the Dark Portrait Gyrocopter trying to defend. Not as fearsome as you would think.
And all Quest
with
need
Mega
to do now
Creeps.
is wait for next Roche or for
Yeah.
the Refresher to be ready, and then do the exact same thing again at the tier 4s. And they
Indeed.
just need to avoid getting pulled into, at this time, Fountain, pretty much, is the best friend that Navi Jr. have left. Is some sort of lift into aggressive Force Staff, into Fountain, into Roar, or whatever. Is the Gyro's power levels and the protection is just too much. And they learned from their previous mistake, right? That's what was clear to see from Quest. After the last fight they had, they preloaded the Gyro as he goes in the first time, so they can't go for this play. And then when they did go for the Roar the second time around, there was also a Lotus available. So they put that on him, they reflect the Roar, and it means that Nico can't pulverize, which is the biggest problem. The follow-up is unavailable as long as the Lotus is running. So, yeah, really good stuff.
Well, Daedalus about to be completed by Noob. And he hits like a truck now. Not a Cybertruck, though, because those are garbage.
I got nothing on that.
Nico almost done with Aghanim Scepter, and I mean that is a good tool against the DK.
You die.
Yeah,
You die. Your failure.
Primal has to do a lot of damage to win the fight, so I would agree. I think maybe this can be a little bit of a help. The Refresher on Beastmaster, perhaps there's some sort of play, but the problem is if he's getting Lotused on the first Roar, he can't like chain Roar perfectly. He can still Roar again out of himself waking up, but do you really have the damage if Ducalis is unaccounted for and gets to reload as well? I think it's going to be very, very tough, but you have to try for it. Play to your strengths, use your heroes, cast everything you've got at the Gyro, I suppose, because I don't think Quest is going to give them any other opening than daring them to fight their Gyro. The Brewmaster will never enter the base without being in split. The Dragon Knight is just waiting outside, and the supports are standing 2,000 range behind both of them. So it's Gyro or bust.
Another shard for Navi Jr. PMA gets it. Are you
More Hawks for
surprised
Gyro to
that,
kill?
like, what is Ags not purchased that often on DK anymore?
Not
Like,
so much, I would say.
Like, even in this build, it feels like it's still good.
It could be fine, but I don't think he needs it as much as he just needs to be able to stand and deliver. It's not the best damage per gold, right? Part of the value before was the Manta build, but you're not the Frost Dragon anymore. So, like, how good is it really to upgrade your Dragon form by one when you're just getting extra damage on your Dragon form, which is nice. A bit more move speed. The flying movement is also great, of course. I mean, I'm not going to say it's bad. It's still a good item. But the Manta Frost Dragon was just something else. Speaking of noob, he's going to get 25 in one creep. So he has the choice of AoE Dragon Tail during Dragon form or 12 regen and armor. So let's see what his read on the situation is. I imagine it's just going to be tank up even more.
Yeah, which makes the Niku Ags even more valuable if you can get that break.
Yep.
TA2000, the Aegis, and he has the refresher shard in his backpack right now. So looking for the potential double BKB just for safety's sake. And Malik, of course, has a normal refresher orb. And we'll see how they try to finish this game. TA2000 taking out the buildings that are named buildings. Oh, PMA jumping in. He gets the roar onto the DK. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. 100 seconds. TA2000 and the company want to continue the fight, though, it seems, as PMA has to try to run away. Pico backline jumping onto the Dark Willow, doing a lot of damage. Io connects finally with the gyrocopter, but he's dead. Death number one. But if they get rid of this Io, there's no way to get out for TA2000 other than the BKB TP, which he will do so. The Primal Split being used to take out the Tier 4, by the way. Is this the last Brewmaster Panda? Yes, it is. He's dead. Another unbelievable defense. I don't understand.
A small moment of opportunity, and they just hard commit onto the Dragon Knight. My God, that was another Aegis push failed? I don't know. I'm not starting to believe quite yet, Shannon, but I'm feeling a little bit of a...
Tingling?
Yeah, it's like, okay, Navi Jr., can you actually do it? They still need to get the they don't have creeps, so they're not going to get any buildings, but obviously when you're this far behind and you win these fights, the amount of experience and gold you get is absolutely massive. And we did see Got the Juice is starting to deal some serious damage. Imagine he now picks up some sort of critical strike, which he's working on. The Crystallis now. Beastmaster with that roar onto the Dragon Knight. I'm really surprised how fast he died, to be honest. Considering he has 50 armor and 4k health. They still killed him just like that. Willow.
Yeah, Terrorize coming out. Actually, it might have been stolen by the Rubik as Niku trying to run, but they're going to get a beautiful Terrorize onto 3 heroes. The Dark Willow is dead. Time-lapse keeping Juice Man just okay. Satanic for TA2000. It's going to be a huge battle, but the Weaver loses, and TA2000 just wiping everyone from the face of the earth.
Wow.
Everyone has buyback for Navi Jr.
The refresher
Quest don't know
shard
this.
Satanic before he gets roared, and he survives with the side gunner just keeping him alive here as well.
Now Malik, he has the Primal Split. Going to try to finish this Tier 4 tower. There come the buybacks. That's 2 and 3. So now what do Quest do? Sure, it's a 5 versus 4 in favor of Navi Jr. Go back away.
They have a very clear path to victory now. Kill literally anyone, and they don't have buyback. So if you're the initiators with your Dragon Knight for once, if you jump any of these heroes and kill them off, you can get that man advantage. But man, I cannot believe Navi are making this a game. That's the craziest thing about this, is that... I don't know, it almost feels like some of the better teams of this tournament, like arguably... you know, like Entity or Tundra might not have been able to do this kind of defense. It's strange to say it, right? But the way they win their games and the way they play is very different from this. But this is so good defensive play.
You want to go next?
Come on, noob.
Just bag chill. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, bug.
Yeah, bug.
Okay. I was gonna say, is that a new? Because he's 15 years old. There's a lot of sayings with these youngsters these days.
Bag. Oh, that's good. That's some good all chat. Good spirits. Lotus Orb complete now on Ducalis as a fifth layer of defense for TA2000, which he seemingly needs all of.
Apparently.
And they also have the Wind Waker on the Dark Willow, so that's a sixth layer of defense. Let's see if that's enough. And of course, he himself has the Ascetics cap.
So we're a ways away from this, but surely you got to start thinking if you got the juice for Divine being the next and final item for him.
Yeah.
As he hits 25 now. So extra Geminate attack.
How much more damage is that than a Daedalus, though?
Dire are scanning.
That's true.
It is
doesn't
more,
have
but
crit.
I don't know how much more it is exactly. Considering he also has a neutral item that gives him 50 damage in the Ancient Guardian, right? Which is 100, because he's constantly in his base.
Yeah.
So I actually think the Critical Strike might be better bang for your buck right now. Just at least the Crystallis. You can get Crystallis Rapier. I think that would be fine.
Yeah, he still has
yeah,
boots
just
as
go
well.
for
That's
it.
true. He still has a lot of room to grow, actually. And that's the scary thing. That last fight, he was doing a crap ton of damage. That's without the 25 talent. So an
And without
extra attack
crits.
now.
Noob is
Scary
smoked
proposition.
from his ninja
Noob has
gear.
he has a damage rune as well. I mean, there's a
needs to
Dragon
see
Knight
it,
and a Brewmaster, so they could just bulldoze these buildings as well. There's a fortification for Navi Jr. though. Pipe is popped.
Primal Split.
Primal Split looking to take out the tier 4. Noob jumps in as well.
miscommunication.
Roar number 1 onto the DK. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Wait, he gets lifted at the last moment. Still going to get dropped very easily. TA2000 with the BKB. It is no more, though. The Ancient fully exposed as Got the Juice trying his best to defend right now. The Terrorize again stolen. This Rubik has been stealing very good spells this game. There's the Primal Split number 2. Fortification finally popped, and now the creep's starting to overwhelm the base. PMA axes. Will it be enough to actually defend this any longer? The focus comes through. Okay, the Terrorize onto base. The whole team. TA2000 is dead. He does have his buyback. Likely will not. Okay, he will use it to try to finish this game. Ducalis has nobody to hook up to right now. The Pulverize onto the DK, and here comes TA2000 to finish the job. Focus on the Ancient itself. Do they have the damage to finally take him out? No. And PSG Quest finished this game. But Navi Jr. made them sweat for it, Cinder.
Yeah.
And that was, that should have been
Wow.
over 15, 20 minutes ago.
What a crazy defense. Even in the last moments, they still almost find a way. The first true miscommunication we saw from Quest there, they went for the Cyclone on the Primal Beast at the same time they Dragon-tailed him. So Noob just jumped in essentially to his own death. But that's what I was saying. You're playing against one buyback on the Grim. The other heroes can't buy back. You have the numbers advantage. You just buy back, you travel in your DK, you buy back, you travel in your Gyro, and you end the game with a nice 8v5 that you barely win. So,
Yeah.
I mean, what a great showing from Navi Jr. this whole tournament. They're probably a bit disappointed, right, because they were starting to feel it a little bit, but I think they can be really proud of the showing they did.
Oh, absolutely.
This is potentially the next generation on multiple positions from the Eastern European region. I'm getting a little bit of early Team Spirit vibes from them, and then it just needs a little bit more polish, right? But the way they're playing as a unit, as a team, the way they're on the same page pretty much the entire time is something that's really difficult to achieve as a team and learn to play like this. The fact that they're doing that already, you just give them some more time. So very, very impressed with them. At the same time, Quest, they're delivering. Both strategies worked really well. I think they played exceptionally well today as well. This game, as you said, maybe got a little bit longer than it had to, but I don't know if Tundra can feel too comfortable with how warmed up
definitely
Quest
not.
are now. So.
Yeah. That's true. There's the warm-up factor, and they are best of 3s. So
Yep.
if you come out flat in one game, that could have huge implications as opposed to a best of 5 where you have plenty of time to try to turn it around. But so many fights came down to, can they pop the BKB in time? Do they have the damage? And, well, PSG Quest did in this case. But
Yep.
did get extended quite late. And who would you pick as the MVP of this game for PSG Quest?
That's difficult, actually. I don't really have a pick for this. I think they're all performed in kind of like a similar level, which was very high but not flawless. So it was like, I would say for the first 30 minutes, this was PSG Quest at like 95 to 100%, and then in the last 10 to 15 minutes, maybe it was them at 80%. But it was kind of across the board. It was a little bit shoddy here and there, but still, they built themselves the lead that they could afford to not play flawlessly in the end. So
Right.
maybe they also mentally got a little bit lax based on how much they knew they were ahead. It's hard to say what the comms are like. But yeah, a solid performance in all from the team here. So
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, that'll do it for us for the TI qualifiers. But of course, there's one more series coming today, right after this, and that is exactly what you said: PSG Quest versus Tundra. Do you have a quick prediction on that one?
oh, do I? I'm gonna say it's a 2-1. I feel like neither team is enough better than the other that it's going to be a stomp. But that said, this is probably going to be a very draft-heavy series, as both teams have very specific things that they run. We've talked about Quest heroes in depth today in this series, but you know, Tundra, you got to look out for the Topson Storm. You got to look out for the Carry Brood, Pure Place Alchemist. You know, they each have their flavors, their own go-to picks that should be very enjoyable to watch the dynamic that develops between who gets priority on what, and which strategy.
It's going to be a
ultimately
really
comes
good
out
series.
victorious. Yeah,
Can't wait.
I think so.
Okay, so thanks for watching us, and good luck to OD and Fogged, I assume, who are doing the Tundra versus PSG Quest. Should be a doozy. Stay tuned.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the lower bracket final here in the Western European qualifiers for the International. I'm Odie Pixel here, folks, and we're pretty much ready to jump straight into this one. It's, of course, Tundra Esports up against PSG Quest in a best-of-3 for that final spot going through from the Western European region. Folks, it's been quite the journey for both of the teams to get here. Obviously, Tundra yesterday getting knocked down. And then this morning, PSG Quest able to battle through against Na'Vi Junior. It was a 2-0, but Na'Vi Junior were able to make some of the games go on pretty long. Overall, Quest, they did look to be the hotter team today. And here they are, and they absolutely have a chance at really challenging Tundra for this final spot.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm, it's a little sad to see the Na'Vi Junior guys, of course, not making it all the way through. I think they earned a lot of fans, which is a big important thing. Next time, they definitely have a good shot. So, of course, it's going to be fun to watch them as they grow more and more. But yeah, this one should be super exciting. I think Quest, they're on some like powerhouse stuff. Like they're really picking up the pace of stuff. They're playing better and better. Tundra, yesterday, I think that might have hurt them quite a bit here. It seemed like the game started to slow down a lot. They picked some greedy drafts. Even that second game,
they did.
They were pretty far behind. Even you heard no one even saying it himself in the interview. He's like, we threw this game completely. We should have just dominated this game. So they felt comfortable in it. So for Tundra, they have to pick things up from yesterday because Quest, they're on a tear right now.
Oh, absolutely. Let's have a look because the bans so far, nothing too crazy or too out of the ordinary. Obviously, we get the Monkey King, which is more something you'll see in games where teams are playing against Tundra. You won't necessarily see that in the others, but as for the other bans, all the meta stuff here for sure. So left in, what do you got? You got your Enigmas, your Dark Willows. What else?
Willow,
is the top
Storm,
stuff?
Enigma, Brews,
Darkseer,
so
Brew.
Yeah.
What do you want to do here, your Quest? What do you want?
I think giving Quest Brew is a mistake, but they don't tend to pick it early. They actually got it last pick in the last game too, and I think it's like their strongest hero. I think they stick with their guns, the Willow and stuff like that, but
Willow's always
I think Malik's Brew looks untouchable.
All right, let's see if that's considered in this pick response phase from Tundra. They themselves maybe indeed are having that in mind and feel that they may just want to take it for themselves.
5 seconds.
Let's have a look.
I mean, Enigma's in the pool too. Clockwork.
Enigma's the big one.
Like that one a bit. ET. We'll do the clock.
Okay. And now for this ban, PSG Quest. See if they do continue to move on to targeting some of the cores. I think, the off-lane position in particular, very much worth banning out some of those key off-lane heroes at this stage.
5 seconds.
Absolutely.
Remaining.
I mean, this really is going to be an exciting type of game because these guys it really does feel like they play so much because even like the IO strategies and stuff like that is never going to be something that, I mean, does Tundra actually play it that much? No, actually, I know they do, but I feel like I haven't seen them play it in a while. At least
I don't think so. Not really there. But you're absolutely right. Quest, obviously, as we saw earlier today,
10 seconds.
they love watching. They love running the IO strats. In fact,
yep.
5 seconds
So-
remaining.
because we've seen a few of these series where IO kind of gets left in, and then teams have this luxury. And indeed, they'll ban out the Enigma. Needed to go.
Yeah, I think
You don't want
that's
to leave this one in. We've seen Enigma tearing up games. Tundra,
10 seconds.
maybe even considering throwing an IO ban in. So I would say never a bad move.
Remaining.
Yeah. I just think it's tough to pressure a lot of times. I mean, TI13 he loves playing anything where he gets enabled, gets amplified and stuff like that. So it's always going to look strong for him if he does want it. And it always works well with Willow. Willow's probably one of the better pairings with it. And then you can go down that route if you'd like to, if they do want to do. Because it's going to be left there, and they can set up for it right after this with the IO gyro. So could be an option that they want to look for. Cause it looks so good. It really does. TA2000's just
It does. I mean,
on gyrocopter.
To the point where I feel if you're leaving it in as Tundra, you're saying you don't care. You're like, you can do the IO plus whatever. We're not scared of it at all. Which I think would be quite a bold move from them because PSG Quest play the IO pairings really well. Already digging into the reserve time here.
I mean, there's always answers, right? We've seen, the Willow in particular was an answer to the IO, but that's always going to be taken away. ET is an answer and stuff too, but they'll actually just take out the Tron. Okay, so Darkseer gets moved up in priority. We saw a lot of
it should.
It did also trickle through a lot. So
yeah, it really should, in my opinion. This hero is crazy. Just the dream hero to build these auras on, and you're always going to have a good start pretty much. You get those first few items online. You're just unkillable. You're very, very tanky on this hero, very annoying to deal with, and you're incredibly offensive with your vacuum wall combo. So, yeah. So always love to see that being bumped up. Yeah.
you limit the hero pool as well too at times for like the EV carry if you're playing against Darkseer sometimes, but they'll go with Weaver. So this one could be the carry. It probably is, but they can still flex and stuff. So versus the Darkseer can be nice. Clockwork, it goes a bit both ways. I think nowadays the Clock actually is pretty okay playing versus Weaver. It used to be more Weaver favored.
10 seconds remaining.
Tundra Esports.
Oh, they go with the ET.
So ET. Yeah.
They do like this. Yeah, they like kind of focus on the physical as well.
They tend to always have amp ups, it feels like. I feel like I've seen when they're Weaver, they usually like to have Pango. Of course, it's not in the pool, but definitely possibility for more of these minus armor things and stuff like that. They kind of it kind of counteracts a little bit of the auras that's going to come out from Darkseer, right? He'll get his auras, and then ET is able to at least pierce through with his allies with it to amp him up. So that's going to be nice. Clockwork versus ET. Clock used to be way better versus ET. It used to be like very annoying to play ET versus Clock. It's gotten a lot better for the ET.
So Tundra want to get for kind of these Darkseer combos that they're going to have to play with, and of course a bit of an answer to the Weaver potentially being carry. They're going to need some sort of instant catch, somebody that's able to get in and get the fight started. At the moment, just relying on a hook shot from Clock isn't going to be good enough if they want to have a solid threat for the Weaver.
I feel like a CK is going to come out.
They are seeing a lot of CK, and indeed hasn't been taken out quite yet in the bans. What do they want to do? They're going right into their reserve time on this Tundra.
Tundra Esports.
And they'll settle with the Rubik. Okay, they get the Rubik, of course, against the Weaver. Yeah, there's always that appeal.
It's very good.
Sure.
You're going to get good spells from either one of these throughout all stages. And, as you said, instant disable. So
it is. It is indeed that. Yeah.
And they can pair. It's a little bit weird, right? They're now going to have a Rubik Darkseer lane, probably, because playing the Rubik 5 sometimes can just make your safe lane a little bit too weak. I think only Insania is the one that's made it actually work the best out of most players.
And there it is.
I kind of assumed that was coming.
You always see it. It always is the hero to pick when it's...
So now you get Brew, right? You Underlord or you Brew for Malik. And honestly, the Brew versus Darkseer is very nice too. Being able to dispel the Surge, being able to dispel the Ion Shells and stuff like that.
That's true. And you said
line.
you really like his... And would you rather give up Brew spells or Underlord spells to a good Rubik?
5 seconds
Brew spells, Underlord, you get Firestorm is so easy to steal.
There you go. I mean,
you're not
the Brew
get
seems a no-brainer then.
I think
and there it is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a no-brainer here. They get their Brew. And I guess if anything, looking back at the draft of the bans from Tundra and stuff, you would maybe have liked to see Tundra ban this Brew because you think this is pretty good news for PSG Quest that they get this through at this late stage.
Yeah, wait, I have to think about something here. So pick.
Yeah.
I guess they were more afraid of more worried about the troll, just like the lane and the matchup versus the CK and stuff like that. But you just get,
and that kind of
surprises
me.
That's Malik's best hero, and it's honestly they play really well around his Brew. So I'm astonished that they actually did this.
I agree
because CK has honestly owned so much, but still, like,
And TI13, I don't think you ban his troll. I mean, that's not even one that he's been playing that much. I feel he's got so many other things to play, including potentially the Weaver that's already there. So. Yeah, it's surprising. Surprising that Tundra did ban the troll rather than Malik's Brew.
I have to agree. Yeah, my one thing is that I don't think they have enough control for the Brew. He's gonna get split off in a lot of situations unless the CK 100 to zero him when he has Orchid and stuff like that, right? The lift and the cogs, it's difficult. I mean, they still of course have that last hero, so they're gonna. I want to see some more control. Someone else with a little bit extra, either be it like a Storm or something like that, to be able to get a fight started, control this Brewmaster a little bit more, even itemize for him. So I do want to see that because, I do feel like this Brew kind of ticks all the boxes for me for Quest. It also works really well with Weaver. I think these two together is a kind of underrated combo. Just the bugs plus the Brew split. This Brew split is going to kill heroes just because of the minus armor from the bugs.
I'll see what way they continue to go with the bans. They ban out the Primal.
Targeting new. Makes sense.
Yeah, I guess... Have we actually seen many games this qualifies where noobs played the Primal mid?
No, but it is one of his most played.
For sure. It's just I feel like we've just seen him on other things more threatening as of recently.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
they're just thinking that they don't have enough to deal with the CK at some point. The thing is, they have Brewmaster, so the Wind Panda is always going to have enough to clear. But that maybe they feel like that's not enough, so they're looking at a secondary hero that can deal with Phantasm easily, who's also a tanky frontliner. Because they have Rubik, so it's like the Rubik versus Primal one goes a bit both ways. Because if it's a good Primal, he should really never give up the ultimate. But a Rubik can get this ultimate a lot of times too.
Oh, the ban out
the
the spirit
as well too. I like it.
So what have we got left for Noob?
A
What have
boring
we
one.
been-
The DK still in, but it fits and it can do well versus CK.
10
It's
seconds
good versus the
remaining.
spirits if they're thinking that's one of the ones that Topson is looking at.
Sure. I was thinking maybe more down the route of his puck. You know what I mean? Dreamcore seems pretty good this game, right? And
Yeah,
the
I've
only
kind of
instant
wanted
catch
the
is
puck a couple
telekinesis.
games. Yeah, I
And
haven't seen it. No one's playing it.
No, Noob is a good puck. He is a good puck.
He is.
If he sees, I think it's kind of nice to pick as well when you don't know the matchup mid and you know kind of the heroes that Topson wants to play. I feel like a puck's gonna do well against most of them. I mean, obviously we've seen him recently try and like out the Death Prophet, the Wind Ranger, obviously. Tiny. Okay, Tiny's out. But they'll set
I
with
think
the
you just
DK.
DK. Yeah, you just stick to your guns.
Safe old DK.
This
Now,
draft looks so
Topson.
strong.
What are we
It
getting
looks
from him?
like it looks like it hits like everything. His Dazzle's in the pool if he wants to try to counter. I don't like it, but it's something that he likes. I'm just thinking about
10
Topson heroes,
seconds
right?
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What is the plan, Topson?
Some of the
Give
other
us,
ones
give
are
us
not
something
as
fun,
good
something
anymore.
exciting. Maybe they just
But
want to
the
farm it
Alcazar
up and
is
he goes
good,
out
if
mid.
anything.
I don't know.
I don't
They
think it's
like
nearly
the
as good.
greed. Ooh, a
Choose
sniper.
your hero.
Oh, that hero's not good right now, though.
Oh.
I don't know. At least I don't
Hey,
like that hero right now. He feels very
he's
weak.
got the
His
cool
damage
set,
potential
though.
looks a lot weaker.
He's got the Spaceman sniper set, so I'm happy to see that. Yeah, sniper.
I don't like it, Owen.
So, have we
I don't
seen
know.
sniper?
I don't like it.
Have we seen sniper at all in this qualifiers?
I want to say no. I'll check really quickly. for you.
Let's have a check. Have a check right now.
Let's see.
Give me the numbers. I don't
No
think we have.
sniper.
No one's-
Unpicked. Unplayed hero in the Western Europe qualifiers. Let me bring up the other qualifiers
Oh.
for you really quickly.
I don't even know what Topson's doing nowadays on his sniper. Is he doing he's not doing the quad brave bands anymore. That's something of old,
He hasn't
right?
been playing it as much because he's been playing
He's-
the Morphling mids and the Grimstrokes that
I
I
gotta
saw.
check
Because
this, yeah.
every time before
I'm
these
checking
games,
his
I always have
pubs.
to check Topson heroes because he does stupid stuff, you know. So
Let's have a look.
yesterday
Sniper.
when I looked, it was riddled with Morphlings.
7 days
Grimstrokes,
ago.
and Morphlings.
Here we go. He played one 7 days ago. Let's see if he did anything crazy on it.
Okay,
And let's see if he won, most importantly.
I can't even find it.
I got it here in a pub. Yeah, he played 7 days ago, won the game. Nothing crazy. Shadowblade
Nothing
into Mjolnir, BKB, Hurricane Pike.
Standard. Okay,
and
so
he did win.
Yeah. I'm just unsure how I feel about it versus these tanky cores and the heroes that can get on top of him, right? This DK, the ET
I gotta
Spirit
agree.
to scout, Weaver to scout, Brewmaster to get on top of you. I don't know how I feel about the sniper, Owen.
Especially the brew, right? You're going on about how good Malik is on the brew, and he's just had a sniper picked into him. You know what I mean? Malik's got to be. It's going to be all smiles on Malik's face. He's like, this sniper, I'm going to get him every single team fight.
The other thing is though, like, they have two of the most broken heroes in the patch as well too. So that's where I'm like, damn, they have CK and Darkseer, and these heroes like just they win games. Even when they're counterpicked, they win games.
Especially the Darkseer.
They are into the brew. The brew pick just really makes me just love the draft because it answers so much. It's great versus CK as the game progresses. It's good in lane. It literally it's annoying as hell versus Darkseer because even if you get a big wall, this Wind Panda will wipe Phantasm and the wall illusions in one go when he uses it. When he uses that Dispel. So depending on if they can catch the Brewer down and kill him 100 to 0, I think we'll say a lot, but I just don't see it with their draft unless Pure goes out of control, which honestly CKs have done. So
it can.
Have to give them some chances.
The CK and the Darkseer come out. And if anyone's going to make Sniper work, it would be Topson. So
I guess so.
Let's see if that Topson magic's here today on his Sniper. And we're looking forward to this one. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this best of 3 winner of this goes forward to TI. The loser gets nothing. Nothing.
Nothing.
That's it. nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
We will.
They get flamed. By
Personally,
the
make sure they
community.
get nothing. So you got to win this series. Everything on the line. It's serious business.
And lately, even the fans are flaming all their, even their own teams. So you get the repercussion of everybody flaming you instead of talking about any of the good plays. It's just all hate lately. And we do see, of course,
more hate.
Bless Ducalis. I'm so happy. Ducalis, he takes natural order, Owen. He did not take spirit at level 1.
He knows. He knows what's up.
Do. Thank God. So he'll have deconstruction. It's super strong, especially with Weaver. All that minus armor with Gemini is very strong. So yeah, let's see how this lane goes in particular. Top can be a little bit volatile, but.
The battle begins.
And do we get any crazy facets? No, by the looks of it, right? Everyone's got the usual. Yeah.
I'm double checking.
Everyone has the usual across the board.
Yep. Well, what's usual for sniper? I'm just kidding.
Definitely
the other one is
this
so
one.
bad.
The other one is
I want to try to
terrible.
make it worse. It really is. I don't know why.
I don't know. Initially, maybe if the numbers were different, it could be cool because you're obviously condensing the time it takes to get the damage out with shrapnel. But no, you never want to take that one. It literally
look
makes
at
it
that
worse.
one.
Oh, what we
Ducalis
got?
with the late tip into good luck onto 9 class. Oh God.
Are these guys friends?
I don't think any. I think there's.
I don't think anybody's friends.
Drama.
Everyone
I think everybody hates
each other
9
here.
class lately. It seems like.
This is the ultimate grudge match. Tundra versus
9
Quest.
class. We'll get the courier. Looks like there's going to be some creep pull shenanigans. 9 class or Tundra doesn't want to lane in just straight up laning up here versus the Weaver and ET. They have to manipulate a bit for the darks here. So Ducalis, he's trying to catch creep wave and stuff like that. So he's playing this perfectly. He actually might just kill 9 class. This is the power of ET's deconstruction level 1. -7 armor, -9 armor, -10 armor.
Oh, he needs 2 more hits though, right?
Yeah, it's 2 or 3.
Yeah. So 9 class is going to be fine, but indeed only just. You can only imagine when the level 2's coming on this lane. He's good.
Only just.
Indeed only just. He's hit the level 2. Won't be able to look for any opportunities. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you hold back, right, see if there's a chance to make a play with the Rift. But yeah, when you're on about 5% HP, you're taking that life steal.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned to you multiple times how much this is like my favorite lane at the moment in Dota. I think it's the Brew plus the Willow. These 2 heroes just seem to be absolutely untouchable. They apply so much pressure early and mid game. So if you're already eating a ton, he has the OKCS, but now down to like 200 HP, he has to kind of miss a whole creep wave as this.
Yeah, because talk about this as well, because you're mentioning during the draft how like usually 5 Rubik, it's a bit of a funny position to play the hero in, right? We don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't normally end up here. It's ended up here now in this game. How's it looking from this position?
It's just a situation that they didn't want to have Rubik paired with Darks here. They want to have the double melee, right? So, I mean, it's okay. Uh-oh. Ramses.
Uh-oh, Ramses.
Fix your camera.
Get your camera on. You naughty boy.
So yeah, I look at lanes in particular too. The mid one, it's just, this is why I was just interested in why they picked the sniper. It's not going to win mid. DK wins these lanes. And I'm really curious to see what he's going to make afterwards, because rotating a sniper it doesn't happen, and it's easy to rotate to this lane for the DK. So just a bunch of question marks for what Topson's going to be able to do in this game.
Yeah, it definitely has an element of the Tundra greed that we've seen from other of their drafts when yeah, indeed, Topson's like, guys, I'll carry the game, but you're going to have to kind of do without me for the first 15 minutes.
And Quest has been, at least for me, they've been accelerating their games every single time.
They were
get
today.
A faster lead than the time before that. So
they've got good heroes to do it on. They really, you hit. It's kind of simple stuff, right? You get 6 on the Dragon Knight, you're pushing towers. You get 6 on the Brew, you're taking some fights. You get the Radiance on the Brew. You're looking to just go and fight every time you've got those ults up.
Yeah, and for the side of Tundra, it's definitely a lot more downtime. Wait till Sniper has an item, wait till CK has an item, wait till Darkseer has his first aura to be able to look to fight. But we'll have to see. I mean, maybe they've got some type of extra stuff.
Bottom lane.
In pure bottom.
He went for an aggressive move here on towards Omar. Will work out because Whitemon's able to get the finishing hit in and get that first blood. So the aggression works out. They hit the 3. They're able to go in and set up with the Rift drag back. And they've got the damage to get first blood. Top lane.
Up top, Ramses.
Got enough damage to take even the 2 of these out. 2,000. Not going to have Shikuchi back up in time to continue chasing. So both teams survive.
very low resources up on Tundra. But to be expected, I mean, this lane, it's very difficult to play against versus the Weaver ET. And so far, Ramsey's not bad on the CS. Pure again.
Just
Immediately gone on. As,
oh.
It said fix cam.
Fix
So,
cam.
yeah.
Come on. In game. IO. There isn't an IO. What?
I think he's saying I can't. I think he's saying he can't play and fix the cam. So he's He's
there isn't any camera in game though, as far as I'm. Wait, what did Noob not see? Wait, why is Noob saying
I think they might have each
Noob
other
didn't
muted,
do
so he
anything
might not
wrong.
see it and stuff. You never know.
Noob, he don't need to
all good.
apologize. He didn't do anything wrong. You're all good, Noob. Your
He's a very
cam's
friendly
fine.
guy.
Yeah, it's just Ramses that we're waiting on. Admins? Why are we
He might be
question
called
marking the
noob,
admins?
But he's not
I think
calling you a noob.
What's going on here? It's working. Okay, we're good.
Okay, we're good.
Everything's been solved. No need to worry, ladies and gentlemen. The cameras have been sorted. I'm sure if we're... Oh, can we check Ramses' cam? Make sure it's all working.
We did. It looked good.
There we go. Yep, beautiful. All working. Lovely.
Very nice. And yeah, so on bottom, that's a really big kill though. Pure able to get that one. They're able to stop the pressure that was coming out onto him. Omar or Malik not in range to give the healing Lotus to Omar. It was actually pretty close. He was trying to, but wasn't able to get the save onto him there. So Pure withstanding the pressure and Farmy pretty damn good down here. The CK power, baby.
Yeah, I think at this point, when you get through the first few levels especially, it gets very hard to bully this hero out of lane.
Yes.
Pure should be having a pretty good time.
He's gone all tanky, right? He got Belt of Giant Strength, Bracer, even a raindrop just in case to be able to absorb some of that extra bit of burst damage that comes out, so.
Looking to try and go.
They're just immediately going on him every time.
It's a difficult attempt. They can get him low and kind of bully him back, but 100 to 0ing him at this stage of the lane is not easy. Pure's fine.
But it is annoying though, because now next time, like him stepping up is dangerous over and over again.
I know, this hero's kind of great. You get a couple of crits, you're fine. You're back to full HP.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't walk into double brambles, he should be okay. If he gets hit by 2 brambles when he steps up, then he's very likely to die. Rotations, 6 minutes, almost coming in. Noob has hit 6. Topson, still level 5. As long as Topson can keep the distance, he should be able to hold this tower. And yeah, spamming out the shrapnels. Doesn't look like he has to worry about his tower getting hit with a level 6 DK at the least. So that's the nice thing, that the sniper's going to at least be able to provide them.
I think he's a little late on the stack that time, but still has managed to get the triple stack up for himself. Topson.
Yeah, his farm should still be good.
It should. Yeah, I said from his build, it recently looks like he just goes Maelstrom into the Shadow Blade and then back for the Mjolnir. So of course, once you have that Shadow Blade, great, you can start to make those moves. But getting the Maelstrom and then getting the Shadow Blade, it can take quite a bit of time. Malik, Cliff. He's out with the TP, back to the lane.
Pure back up to full HP because of the stupid little Chaos Strike lifesteal, of course, so back totally to fighting shape. Rotations.
They want to try and make a go. So if they can get Malik here, it's tough though. Just a bit of a tickle. I mean, both of these cores down in the Brew and the CK. Now at a point at the laning stage where they're probably not going to be dying unless massive mistakes are made or a rotation comes in.
Yep, rotation very likely. As we see, I mean, Noob is playing off map right now, so he's actually been hiding. He's blocking the camp from Topson. He's blocking that hard camp. Yeah. And then he's actually playing hidden, so that he's kind of playing between mid and bottom. They have a ward on Tundra to protect themselves, but Malik.
So if they get him this time, not quite. It's a bit too beefy here on the Brew.
I will say that Whitemon is doing a fantastic job as the 5 Rubik right now. He is actually bringing a lot more harassment than usually the hero can provide, so really well done by him. They're slowing down Malik quite a lot. He's actually bottom net worth of the course.
They've brought Noob down to the bottom lane. Pops the Dragon form. Not really going to get anything done with that. But a bit of an awkward move, I'd say. I mean, Malik wasn't there.
Yeah.
And that's the first Dragon form. I mean, I feel like pretty much in every game we see Dragon Knight, you're hitting that tower. But for whatever reason, Noob feeling that was not going to be a play available to him this game. So first Dragon form, it's not really going to do a whole lot, folks.
No, and they'll be able to set up for the rune again here. It will spawn top, so Ducalis will be able to take it away. But yeah, a rotation that doesn't get him a kill or any tower pressure for the time being. Goes back to mid, so should be able to at least hit that one there. But Tundra, 1-0 right now, and their offlaner is having a much better time because the thing about Darks here is if your lane does end up being a little bit rough, which sometimes it can be, this one was a tiny bit, he can just jungle. Just goes Ancients. It's the bottom.
Omar got back up. It's going to be the two-man stomp coming in. Malik comes in with the clap. Not enough damage to take him out straight away. Ducalis is going to try and get in with the right clicks. Pure's watching from the side, considering if he can get in to help out, but he can't. 9 class is gone. Same time,
good rotation.
Wrap around. They get the pick up onto Whitemon as well, with TI13's involvement.
Cool rotation, swinging around, bringing 5 heroes. Immediately we'll be able to swing back up top. But Tundra, they're getting farm anyway at the same time. Topson, level 8. He's just continuing to farm this hard camp over and over again. Net worth is good. And yeah, so I was mentioning, Ramses can just jungle. So we're seeing he just doesn't have to play top at all. And he's just ion shelling Ancients and stuff. So he's actually 700 ahead of Malik at the moment, who has, even though Malik hasn't died, he has been getting pushed out a little bit here from that CK. And I have to commend Whitemon, because I was worried for the CK just because it was the Rubik support behind him. If it was a different support, I was like, CK is totally fine. But overall, they did great down there, even with a Rubik as a 5 position.
I mean, I say, yeah, honestly, kind of 9 minutes in, the fact that Tundra aren't falling behind, these are normally the scenarios in which Tundra does pretty well. And they're getting away with having Topson on this, Topson here at the sniper.
Cogs, he got hit by 3 there. See you later, dear mana, TA2000. Actually has to use time-lapse, too, so 60 seconds, where if they want to, they can set up for a gank, but very unlikely, because as you said, Tundra, they're just going to play the farm game, it feels like.
Oh, they really are.
Many, many times. And clashing also versus Quest in the early game, I think in the first 10 minutes is a bit difficult. Versus DK and Brew, with your bit of greedy lineup, I don't think a head, team fight is something that you're really looking for.
They're trying to see if they can make an approach onto Pure, but it's very difficult. So they will have to just settle for putting the pressure onto the tier 1 bottom, but at the same time, Topson, the space that he's getting in the mid, he's starting to push in onto the tier 1 tower in this mid lane. So Quest probably going to want to do something about this.
He's getting great damage. I mean, he has his catapult here, so it's not going to be an exact trade, but at least something like that. While they're also just, they're farming. 3 corners, Darkseer, almost top net worth.
Yeah,
so they'll
I mean, if they could,
they'll wait a little bit to protect this.
So, if they could keep this sort of vibe going up in the mid lane, where Topson's just clearing out every wave, it's going to be one of those situations where potentially this sniper is going to take the DK's tower before the DK takes the snipers.
Yeah, and maybe that's the idea that Topson was looking at, right? So far, I mean, the sniper is looking pretty good. First 11 minutes, he's almost level 10. Has great farm. Has held his tower completely. It has pretty much not been touched.
Yeah, that could be, we're seeing so many heroes go against the DK in a mid lane and just not having a great time, but this sort of approach and play on the sniper, stopping the DK from taking your tower quick, he could really be onto something, Topson.
They could have him here too. Let's see if they have the damage.
Bringing in Topson, and should have a pretty good shot. This effect, Topson, he's already bailing out at this point. He hits the TP from it back towards the mid lane, feels that the team have got the kill, and they do. I mean, Topson, he knew it wasn't needed. He was like, boys, you got this. I'm out of there, because he knew what was coming. The rotation comes in from Quest. They clean up the 2 supports. Topson, it's like he looked to the future then. He was like, I am going to leave right now. And it worked. They get the DK kill. Supports died. Topson, he's still farming. He's a step ahead of them.
That was really cool TP. Wow. Yeah, he gets up, the 2 supports up, but whatever. You forced a brew split into a position that's weird. It's a brew split at the enemy tier 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was smart. I mean, you never... When else are you going to see a mid-sniper giving up the chance to kill the enemy mid? It just doesn't happen, right? That sniper, 9 out of 10 times, is sticking around to finish off the kill. But Topson, he knows to get out.
That was some really good foresight there coming out from him. Yeah. Immediately bails out, and their greed is paying off right now. Everyone just kind of farming at this point.
It really is.
Of course, Quest is still getting the farm too, though. Malik is just a bit behind in comparison. His Darkseer farms much faster when he's behind than a Brewmaster does. And Mech's done. So honestly, for Tundra, they can start looking to even fight. They have all 3 first item timings on their course. Mech is done for Darkseer, Armlet on CK, and even the Dragonlance for Topson. So can look to start hitting back here.
Whitemon. Connoisseur's coming up. He gets the backup in from 9 class. They've got Noob in the cogs, but 2 supports. Can they do enough to buy time for Ramses to come in? It looks like they can. Noob trapped in the cogs. I mean, they are really starting to mess with kind of the game plan that you'd imagine Noob wants to exercise when he's playing this DK mid, right? He's barely
100%.
got the chance to touch the enemy's mid tower. tier 1 tower. The early rotations haven't been working out, and now he's getting caught in the jungle by the 2 supports, and they're killing him.
Yeah, this is super nice moves from both of them, and I love the way they're using the cog power too. Hitting him with 1 cog, maybe a secondary one, then lifting him and throwing him to the 3rd one. It's an absurd amount of damage in mana burn. It really does add up quick, even versus these tanky heroes early. That's 2 dragon forms, or 3 even, that haven't really gotten too much here.
Absolutely, because look at this. We're indeed in this situation. We're 13 minutes in. The DK's lost his tower, and as I say, he's barely touched Tundra's. So, yeah, this approach from Tundra, built around Topson Sniper, looking like a pretty sweet answer to these DKs.
Yeah, I was wondering what Topson was going to be able to do with it, and so far I'm seeing the first 14 minutes, the concept is definitely there. They weren't able to get the wraparound onto him at all, or take his tower, and now they've got good control with a good greedy core. Quest still farming, and they do still have a good core, but the fact that Topson has yet to die, he has such a good start, and honestly, all 3 cores just have such a good start. None of them have died.
Yeah. I mean, the difficulty now, right, Noob, is because you've gone for the blink rushes at the mid, but now that the enemy cores have this step ahead, it's very difficult for Quest to make a move around Noob's blink dagger. And, yeah, sure, TI13's farming great, but Whitemon, he's causing issues for him. In fact, might have a chance of killing him. They got the telekinesis and the assassinate, not quite enough damage initially, but they still got him. They're ready for the time-lapse. I mean, Tundra, they're stepping up their gameplay today. They've got away with this kind of slow build-up, this slow start, and yeah, Quest, I don't think they expected to be in this position right now where they are with their draft. They've got to come up with some ideas.
100%. This is a difference of the 2 supports 100% right now. Look at 9 class and Whitemon. They're absolutely everywhere. I'm not feeling any moves from Quest right now. They're getting completely picked off from these moves. They will survive. Get out with this
Shadow Realm TP there, Omar.
But yeah, these 2 supports are really dictating the pace right now, and it's applying so much pressure that Quest is kind of, they're hand-holding a bit. And when you're hand-holding versus Tundra, Tundra's all about the economy game, the way that they've played these last few games, and they've got that economy game.
Sure. I mean, at the start of the draft, we talked about Malik's Brew, so we'll see what he can do when he gets his Radiance. He's very close to it. But the fact that Tundra have the farm that they do have on their cores, do some of these heroes deal with a Brew when they're ahead pretty easily, or how does it go?
Yeah, they're going to have Orchid pretty soon on the CK, so they're going to have that extra bit of control for him as well, too. So I would say so, yeah. And Darkseer overall is king of teamfight. They both kind of do similar, right? Darkseer and Brew, I think, are, for me, are the 2 kings of teamfight without having to execute as hard. Like Enigma and stuff like that, yes, if you can land the holds. These 2, they're going to get their spells off in almost every single situation, so. Yeah, we'll have to see how those 2 teamfights do kick off once Brew has Radiance and once Ramses probably has his pipe finished on top. It might block enough. They might have enough survivability on Tundra just to be able to tank through that Brew split with Radiance. Topson's big. He's really
he's
farm.
Huge.
He's got Maelstrom Dragonlance without dying.
Yeah, 16 minutes in. Excellent farm on the sniper.
And again, the support's just really putting so much pressure. Whitemon and 9 class. It's only 4-4. It's only like these 4 kills, but it really has been, it's been Whitemon for the most part, and 9 class just, running around getting these setups. He's part of all 4 on the Rubik. That 5 Rubik is looking very good in this game so far. I say so far, because it's only a 2K lead. And there's that rating. So Quest, they've hit their timing now on one big item.
Yeah, they'll go straight for Whitemon. They'll find the Rubik. He will be able to get his spells off, but they'll kill him. They'll get the setup onto Topson. But they're coming in, but Topson's out of the way of it. TI13 comes in with the Shikuchi. They'll catch him in the cogs. He's got to jump back, but Malik pushing forward. He's over towards Topson. They'll get the surge on towards him, but it's immediately taken off. They surround Topson, and they bring down the sniper. Malik on his Brew, ready to carry this game.
Yep, these are the timings. So overall, Darkseer not able to do the same type of impact here as the Brew. They just walk right through, and they got the jump. They did get the initial go. They got the stun onto the Rubik, and they get Tundra into kind of a full defensive posture right away. They're going to look to hit back, though. They're smoking. Solo move here with 9 class and Pure with that Orchid finished up. They want to strike back with some of those cooldowns.
See what they can get. Just settle for Ducalis. Tricky to catch TI13 whilst the hook shots on cooldown. Well, I say that, they might still have a chance. They get the Orchid with the telekinesis, but there won't be enough lockdown. Backup comes in. Malik also watching from the sidelines, but unlikely to get involved whilst this split's still on cooldown, of course.
Dude, Tundra's looking to fight. They're like, whenever Brew split is not up, let's go. I think that's probably going to be the name of the game for Tundra, is try to fight whenever Malik is on cooldown. So 70 seconds. They're looking to apply this pressure. Deep ward placed. Can't quite get the catch, but they're looking to control this top side of the map right now.
Scanning. Dire's top tower is under
Which probably means that Quest might not look to play up there for some time, since those wards are... They know that once Obs is played behind the tower, so they probably assume that there's more control. So let's see what Tundra looks to play afterwards. Because Brew Split is going to be back up in about 40 seconds, and that's going to be the level 2 Brew Split, so even stronger.
Yeah. Noob's keeping the farm up good. He's going to have the BKB for the next fight on the DK.
Yep. Even though he did die a couple times there, he still is able to find that farm. And he's at levels, too. He's level 13, so... I thought maybe he might get a bit under-leveled because of it as well, too, but nope, not the case. So, yeah, Pure, somehow they have to find... I feel like they have to find the Brew before he gets split, and they have to Orchid him and try to just blow him up beforehand. So I feel like if he does get split off in these fights, it's still going to be complicated for Tundra.
Yeah. It might be awkward for the build, but I'd be interested to see if Pure does feel that maybe this is a game where like getting an earlier Blink Dagger in the build could be kind of clutch. Because outside of him, you know, who's making the jump, right? It's just the hook shot.
Yeah, it's true.
It's someone's got to get in there. Someone's got to get that play.
They're ready to fight again. Whenever they have Brew Split, they're ready, and they have BKB up on Noob. So if they can get on Topson, that's where the question of the hero comes in. It's like, yes, in the laning phase, he had his perfection and stuff like that, but afterwards, what does he do?
There's the jump. They're going to get on top of the two of them. The cogs are laid down, but Topson gets torn apart here by the damage from Noob and Omar.
Dead in an instant. Ramsey's considering and looking for a jump forward here, but can't. BKB was used. Everything was used, but this is the fights that they're looking for.
Absolutely, and this is the worry with the sniper, right? You know, it's all well and good when you're getting space, you're able to farm, you're able to sit back, but as soon as the map gets a bit messier and these moves are coming in, they get on top of you, you're gone.
Yeah. And they do have lots of different ways to reach and to scout you. You know, the ET Spirit is always going to be something just... If you see the sniper, if you get a stun on him... Honestly, Topson gets stunned in most situations, he's dead, right? If he gets caught at all.
And who's saving him, really? I mean, there's a surge, but as you say, when they're split up, they're going to have answers to the surge. You know, you can kind of have 9 class coming in doing some cog play to try and push them back, but there's no simple way on paper to keep Topson alive if he gets jumped.
No, they need 4 staffs. So Whitemon, he's pretty close to his. If he can get that, 4 staffs, glimmers, etc. If they can throw it onto the reset position, it's going to be everything. But still not going to be easy, because on top of reset positioning, the way that the fights for Quest are going to go down is they're going to throw the kitchen sink on that first stun. If they get a stun at the Topson, they're going to splitter him. They're going to just blow everything onto him. So they have to kind of really do a good job to try to reposition him or get the initial go themselves. Which, as you said, yeah, a bit complicated for them to start fights, unless Pure just kind of charges in with the CK.
Yeah, and maybe he can do that when he's got the BKB done, which he should have for the next fight. 200 gold, got the BKB. See Hook shotting over towards Malik, still trying to see if they can punish him before he has to split back up and knock back with the cogs. They'll get him. Good catch to get. As Tundra able to strike whilst the split's on cooldown.
That's name of the game. Fight while splits on CD. They're going to even be able to get a tier 2 out of this here, too. Potentially.
Well, and they might find Jacalis in the tree line. They will. They're trapped in with the cogs. They get another catch. Good scout
he's
there from
expecting
Tundra.
there to be a ward. Yeah, he's like, there's a ward in our base or something. How'd they find me again? But it actually was not.
Dire's top tower.
Nice little
I think it was sort of just 9 class coming in with the jetpack.
Yep, must have been. All right, looks like Bruce splits back up. BKB on Noob.
Okay.
They do have vision of Noob in mid right now.
They know he's around here. No hookshot for 12 seconds, though. Still, 9 class is going to try and start some action. He'll go straight in, drop the box down. He'll die for it. Does force the BKB out of Noob, as Noob looks over towards Whitemon, but the surge there from Ramses will get the Rubik back to safety. So they'll lose the clock, but he gets a BKB charge out of the DK.
Yep. They immediately, like, Brew's respawning. Brew has split. Run away. Don't fight into Brewmaster. Good job. Back and forth we go.
Yeah, this is what you want to see between these two teams. 7 to 9, less than 1k gold difference.
So much down to this execution of which team makes those mistakes and everything. It's going to be really crucial. And yeah, you have to see how much Topson can do to survive in the open field when all those fights do kick off, as you were mentioning. How's TI13's BKB? I think you got it done okay. Still very far, very survivable versus the CK. Pure, of course, sticking a little bit ahead as the CK, though.
Yeah.
We've seen these
Let's see what it goes. Does he want to get his heart? Does he want to get the AC for the team? Or does he want to work on something, the Blink? Maybe even something like a Shadow Blade Silver Age to sneak in.
I was thinking about the Shadow Blade, but I think the heart is probably just too good this game.
Oh, he wants to maybe go fully aggressive. Get the Bloodthorn upgrade first.
Okay. Double-edged sword, right? It can work amazing, or it can bite you in the ass, right? Because if you're just very squishy and it doesn't end up working, it could end up hurting him a lot. But
because I imagine,
I think Pure is
in
one
the
of those
most
players
part,
that takes a risk.
he wants to go in right, and he wants to drop the Orchid or the Bloodthorn onto Malik. And Malik, in a couple of items time, he will have his Manta done. So it's really going to depend on the Bloodthorn timing in comparison to the Manta. Because if you go all in on the Bloodthorn now, and by the time you have it, Malik's got a Manta, it's going to feel a little less good, I feel.
I feel like this is a more risky one to go for. I think the heart is safer. The Bloodthorn is like, if it works, it's a high risk, high reward kind of thing for them to just solo kill the Brewmaster, which it is kind of huge. If they can win a fight versus Brewmaster when his ult is up, that can say a lot for the side of Tundra. I mean, because Quest, you could get a Roche.
Yeah. Because the thing is, at the moment, right, before that Manta's there, there's nothing else to remove the silence from anyone on the team, right? Like, this Brew gets silenced, he's silenced. He gets Bloodthorned, he's Bloodthorned.
Yes, absolutely. Until like Wake, but that's way later, so yeah. That's
exactly right. So that's going to be the power of Pure getting it online ASAP. And he's very close to having it, right? He's just, 100 gold to have it. So there will be a window. There will be a window where the Manta's not done. And I do feel in that window, they've got to make something happen. They've got to get Pure involved and go for these fights against the Brew. Because, once the Manta's there, things are going to maybe fall back into Quest ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with either one of those. And then I do want him to buy Shard early or take a Tormentor if it comes back up soon, because I think the Shard is probably one of the things that makes CK the most broken. I actually think this needs to be, looked at, just how it works with your innate. It's insane how much the Shard does. Because you just have, like, at some point, sometimes you have, like, 6 illusions or more, and then you go Manta, and then you have, like, 9 illusions or something. So, actually, yeah, he can still go Manta. I kind of forgot about that on Pure, so definitely still has the option to go for that one. And yeah, the way it all interacts with Bloodthorn is just absolutely ridiculous. That's why this hero is just so insane right now. Is Quest sticking together. Tundra with only a slight 2k lead.
Radiant are scanning.
Nightclass, my goodness, he's actually showing himself up here.
This is a greedy push. A hook shot over to the neutrals. He's going to go for the jetpack TP, and I tell you what, there's nothing else to stop it. He knows what he's doing. He's away safe.
I can't believe I 4 heroes show. That's so much information he actually just gave them. Wow. Cannot believe he actually just gets away like that. The good old, the Phoenix, it looks like the sunray out of the map kind of style.
Yeah, off into the sunset. See ya. Definitely one of those moves that you make, and it's going to do kind of just mental damage to the enemy team. They're like, what are we doing here? We just wasted time chasing a clock, and we didn't even get him.
A lot of time wasted. Look at that gold lead go up in the meantime. Back up to 4K now for Tundra.
Yeah. Oh, that's Ramses, he's got his Blink online now. Now he's got the Greaves Pipe, he's got the Blink, so he will be ready to kind of jump in and cause chaos on the back lines, maybe even start to mess with the Brew, force the Brew to split prematurely.
Yep, and they are going to have these auras in comparison that, we talk about the auras a lot. They have Greave Pipe. Quest is not going to have a Greave in a Pipe this game, so have to always factor how much that's going to make a difference of how much damage these heroes will be able to do. And Topson now, he is getting close to BKB, so he will have, besides just the 4-staff resets, he'll be able to stand his ground perhaps and protect himself, as long as he doesn't get initially stunned. Very cool. I mean, this is still such a slow-paced game. Things just building up until that big, huge fight, of course.
Pure.
9 to 7.
If you can find any action up there. Yeah, I feel like Quest is probably saying, they've almost certainly seen the Bloodthorn on Pure, so Malik, he doesn't want to fight until he has his Manta. He is very close to it, about 300 gold away from having the Manta.
And they're getting tier 3 neutrals, which are some of the best ones in the game. The Ogre Seal Totems, we'll have to see how many Ogre Seal Totems get picked up, since I think one of the games we had 7 of them. Reset tools are just too important right now in Dota, because a lot of these times these fights aren't just one up of one convincing go. It's a poke into a reset, into a poke, into a go. So we'll see which tier 3s do come out. Omar does find himself a headband, and they're smoked up, so that should be the Manta, as you were saying, finished, right?
No, he's not got it. They're going to do it before the Manta's there. He's 200 gold short, which could indeed come back to bite them if Pure can find this Brew in the midst of the fight before he splits.
feeling strong because they have Aegis for 90 seconds. They want to get something out of it. And they probably do feel that Tundra's just farming a bit better than them around the map, and they would be right about that. I mean, Tundra, the net worth does continue to grow in their favor a bit here.
Yeah, Pure's just cleaning up. 19K net worth. He's zooming ahead on farm.
Crazy. Crazy farm. High level too. Level 19, highest level in the game. Keeping it consistent. DK form shows up top. Just get a tower. I mean, they have all their heroes kind of sitting together. Tundra does at this point now too, so it doesn't hurt Quest as much in terms of net worth. Both teams just really ready for that fight. Manta finished. They saw TI13 bottom for a second, claiming high ground on the side of Tundra.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
DK form is going to start wearing off as well too, so Tundra probably feeling like without that they could look for a potential catch. 9th class seems to have good position, good understanding of where Noob is.
Oh my goodness, and the blink was off just in time. A moment later and he's at least having to expend a BKB charge to escape that, but Noob jumps out.
Could just die, yeah, if even BKBs, they have the hook shot and stuff, so could die. Very good on him to get away.
They want to go again.
How long on Aegis? It's down, so they want to try to get a fight on top of that. No DK form, 10 seconds. They're hook shotting.
They're going to go straight over towards Noob. Noob. They get out of the cogs with the Hurricane Pike. He's going to get dragged back momentarily, but not quite back down to low ground. Was the Glide coming from the side? TI13, he's going in over towards Ramses. They're focusing the Darks here first. They'll get it. And now the bailout. Tundra, they've got Pure popping the BKB, TPing out. They do not want to take this fight with their Darks here dying at the beginning.
Malik did expend Split also. If they can fully disengage, I mean, it's not good for them, obviously, because they lost the Darks here, but maybe not so atrocious. It could have been horrible. They might lose 9 class. Jetpack TP, he's low on mana. He didn't have the mana for the Glimmer TP.
Oh, then indeed, they'll find him. Gleipnir from TI13, so Quest, they'll get a couple of kills from this.
That's big. The big hold there from Quest, just standing there waiting for the fight, getting the good jump. Ramses, he can't go like that, honestly. I think him blinking forward and going for this type of single vacuum play is just such a risk. He's very important in these team fights. He put himself in such a dangerous position. TI13 just gets the wrap around and kills him, and pretty much alone after the terrorize. Could see what he was going for, but they need him to get better kind of connections than that. And as you said, Manta done for Malik, getting closer and closer to level 18. Bruce Split back up in about 50 seconds. Can Tundra even look to capitalize the fact that Bruce Split was used now? Doesn't really look like it. So Quest, they'll be able to back up and wait for those cooldowns for the next fight. And now constant checking of the Roshan, because it's probably where the next big thing will end up going down. There's Whitemon. Look at the shard. Sorry, Pure. You're not going to get that one. You're going to have to buy it yourself. As TI13's damage has massively accelerated as well. He's got the Daedalus and he's got Quiver, so and the level 20 talent. So he actually just
and the shard, yeah.
Probably like tripled his damage, to be honest with you. So that next fight, I mean, he killed Ramses very quick too. So
and that was before all this, yeah.
Yeah. Definitely worried for them to be able to handle TI13's damage. I mean, Pierre's got his work cut out for him, it seems. Even though this is kind of like a very even state.
Yeah, and he's going to get it now. You know, gets the Manta now. He wants to get the blink in so he can get that jump, start the fight on his own accord.
Bruce Split's ready. Ready to fight again. Pick themselves up a gem as well, too, so they're going to know if they're standing on top of any wards. Right now, Tundra actually has 0 vision. Holding on to a couple of these wards, but means that Quest should be able to claim high ground pretty easily.
Tundra's being very careful about this, though.
Ramses.
The Gleipnir. He's got the Greaves. He's trying to run a turn with the vacuum wall onto the 2 of them, but he's caught by the Curse Crown and the Bramble. He's gone. Noob. He's able to jump straight across over towards Whitemon. They catch him with the Dust 80,000. The Gemini hits are going to hit hard, not quite enough to kill Whitemon. Whitemon gets up to the high ground, gets away. Yeah, turns with the Rift over towards TI13, forces the BKB out on the Weaver. West, they'll start to back off.
Almost dead. His split's actually 10 seconds left. They might be able to finish it off. Okay, he stops it. That was close.
Bounce away with the Ogre Seal Totem, pops the Manta. He'll live after this. Ducalis only won't be quite as lucky. The Fear's coming in, but Pure will put the BKB so he can continue to stand his ground against the Elder Titan, and now maybe look for more. Another Rift drag back onto Malik. Noob, he's actually going to go back onto Pure. He's in with the Dragon Tail stun. They'll get the defensive telekinesis to drag Pure back to the high ground, keep him at a safe distance. That will allow Pure to survive. It was indeed these fights just incredibly close. This one, Quest there expended the buyback onto Ducalis to try and keep it going. So overall, Tundra, they'll be happy with that. You know, forcing out a buyback, even a support one. It's a little bit of something, but it's not a huge amount. I mean, this game incredibly close.
Yeah, honestly, Pure needs to really high five and thank his buddy Whitemon right there because he was looking pretty dead on the low ground. Both supports, honestly, the supports are so clutch on Tundra this game. They get the Glimmer plus the 4 steps to reset, and then the lift also to be able to make sure that Pure lives. And the big thing is when they get that kill on Ducalis, that was the gem. So they were able to at least get that one there.
Dire are scanning.
Thinking about Roche.
It is up, and Bruce Split's on cooldown. They could look to force
this 35 seconds. I mean, I imagine Quest, will they still try and take this fight without the split, or are they just going to let this Roche go?
I mean, they could look to maybe do some kind of stomp steal play, but I don't think you can fight here. Fighting without Bruce Split is suicide. And they don't make it in time. Maybe if it's, okay, can you get like 5 stomps to slow?
All right, Tundra. And the Blink Dagger coming out for Pure. So next fight, he's really going to be ready to go in. So 9 Class and Whitemon might have their work cut out to bail him out if things start to go bad.
Very true. Very
Pure,
true.
He's going to be ready to just jump in. Look to, honestly, whoever he gets on top of, outside of kind of the beefier 2 of the cores, he's going to have a good chance of bursting. Especially the supports who catch them with the stun silence.
Yeah, I think the supports, I'm like looking at Omar, they really want to go for these like Aether lenses and stuff like that. I think Ducalis might just buy, you should just maybe buy like Ghost Scepter. Just try to survive versus the initial jump. If you get caught in a stun, you're dead. But if you get the Ghost Scepter opt in pre-stun as it's in the air, you can actually survive versus Pure. So maybe something like that, but we'll have to see what they want to look for. TI13 getting closer and closer to Satanic, but yeah, this game is in a scary state. Just because Pure is so big. It really is just terrifying how big this CK is. Quest and the 5v5 fights are strong. Just this CK could reign supreme just because of how powerful he is.
Noob. Gonna get the jump on a 9 Class, but Pure's gonna get the jump on a Noob. He'll go straight for him with the Blood Thorn. It's so much damage. The telekinesis chain stun as well. Whitemon and Pure, they are able to 100-0 in there with the lockdown between the Chaos Bolt and the telekinesis, and it gives Noob no chance to play his hand with the BKB or Satanic.
Honestly, this CK, he's just such a problem. Can you get their defensive items off? Yeah, 50 seconds now, no DK. Tundra. Bit of momentum coming in, and they have the lanes in a good position, all 3 on their side. Can they look to push forward more here? And they could look to force at least some type of spells, because if they catch people with Pure's Blink and with a follow-up lift, heroes can die in an instant. Whitemon looking for a catch.
Telekinesis into the stolen Dragon Tail stun, into the Chaos Bolt, into the Assassinate. It's all there. They've got him perfectly. I mean, as you say, these supports doing an absolute number here. He's no buyback TI13. This is going to be so much damage done.
Yep. 8k lead in a matter of seconds. He's in.
Going in again. Being caught by the Cursed Crown. Shadow Realm's there, so Omar will be able to step back. But Tier 3 tower going down. The sleep will only slow them down momentarily. Topson easily outside of it, continues to peep away. As the Tier 3's gone. Top barracks as well. I mean, we'll see how much they stick around, because soon they're probably going to realize that TI13, he's not coming back still for 50 seconds. Doesn't have the option to buy back. See how much they want to keep the push going, Tundra. Take the top set.
So much work. Pure really is doing it. 2 minutes still left on it. Now Shiva's as well on the darks here for the team fight. Now with a big lead in gold, also for that big head-on fight versus the Primal Split. They might just be able to fight versus it now.
Yeah, you saw that Pure's maybe seeing if you could get the jump onto Omar as the Shadow Realm comes to an end. That's the fortification forced out. 20 seconds until TI13's back in, but Tundra, they'll back off now. They're more than happy with what they've got as they managed to blow open quite a huge lead now.
In the matter of 3 minutes, they just got firm grasp of this game. backing up together. They can stick together now with this Rax pushing in. And they have an amplified damage top for the next fight. Give that to Pure.
Oh, yeah.
He has a whole nother item if he'd like to go for it.
Yeah, we'll see what he gets. I mean, is it going to be the heart? Is it going to be the AC?
I don't know now. I'm not too sure, honestly. Looks like AC.
As you say, you can pretty much buy the entire thing. Get that sent out.
Feels too tanky for them to deal with. Actually, yeah, now that I'm thinking about the AC versus ET, so plus armor for everybody is always going to be nice as well, too. And extra defense versus the Weaver. So that feels really nice.
And of course, it's great for the push. It's great for ending the game.
Yep. Which they can definitely look to do. They still have 60 seconds left on this Aegis.
They get one more good fight. I mean, especially with the state that kind of the gold is for the cause, right? TI13 in particular, again, sort of sitting in this area where he doesn't have buyback. So if they kill this Weaver, it could be game over. I mean, also Noob as well, not having the money. They get the jump onto Omar. We'll pop back in the Shadow realm. Kind of pulling back a little bit here. And Pure is coming in with a wraparound from behind them all. They might not expect Pure to come from this angle. He's able to get the Phantasm off, turns towards Carlos. He's out immediately. He gets the silence as well onto Omar to put a stop to terrorize. Noob, he's trying to find Pure. Pure with a micro, trying to outmind game them, and it's kind of working. He's been allowed to jump over them freely, pop the illusions. They can't get back on top of Pure. Same time on the back lines, you've got 9 Class and Whiteman and Ramses dealing with TA2000. He's trying to chase out the squishier heroes on the team. Gonna get thrown up in the air by the Yule Scepters, straight down into the cogs.
They're controlling him.
Half an hour, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds until the Aegis is gone. The Aegis, it's now gone. The BKB was active in his bench. Can he get the BKB off in time? He can. He's going to be fine. He's with the BKB off. Pure, he's standing his ground now. He's backing off. He's going to catch the two of them in the cogs there, 9 Class, but 9 Class will fall for this Pure. Let's see if he can get back in on the target. He's going to get the drag back on towards Noob. The damage is coming out. He the crits. Pure, he gets the double kill, and he's going to be ready to go for more. Rift back onto Malik. Brambles. First round, they're catching on to Pure. Ramses still keeping on top of this, and there's another jump. Pure in again with a blink, gets the drag back and a triple kill. Pure takes the fight. I mean, and that was, they get the team wipe. That was what, despite Quest's best efforts there, they were desperate to try and take this fight as the Aegis expired. The Aegis, it did expire, but they couldn't quite kill him.
Oh, and Pure just kind of 1v5'd, I gotta be honest with you. That was pretty crazy. I mean, with the backup, of course, with the supports giving him these little extra things and buff-ups and stuff like that, but that really was the Pure show. That was insane. He catches one of the most important heroes at the start, kills the ET, so he gets nothing off. He has a very long respawn, and he cleans up everybody. He stands his ground. Honestly, Pure played like an absolute beast, and I think we're seeing this too much from these CKs. These good CK players are just out of control.
Yeah, as soon as he sort of got this blink dagger out, things started to really heat up. You know, he's getting the positions, the targeting. He knows exactly who to go for one by one in these team fights, and they can't deal with it, especially now. 20k behind.
And I gotta be honest with you, like, I'm not even really feeling Topson much as the sniper. Like,
he's just along for the ride.
He's held on. He's along for the ride, it really feels like. It feels like Pure and his allies are doing so much that he doesn't really have to do too much. Maybe he just ends up dying because people put attention on him, but yeah. That's about it.
Maybe that's just how the drafting went. They were like, you know, Topson, what you want to play? You know, Pure's like, Topson, you can play whatever you want. I'm going to carry this game. And Topson's like, give me the snipe. I'm going to have a good time. And he did. And to be fair, obviously the early game, Topson keeping his tower alive against the DK was a big part of the slowdown. He's going to get the BKB off, turns straight towards TI1300. TI1300 doesn't get the chance to put the time lapse. He kills the Weaver. They will lose Ramses here, but it's going to cost... Maybe they won't actually. He's able to get the surge off. He's trying to escape. He's up to the high ground, but he's caught in the brambles. So Ramses will die. There'll be a buyback from Omar. Look at Pure.
Pure's killing everyone.
The side. He finds Tukalis. I mean, he's absolutely going to take them down one by one. They're terrified of him. As he's again making these moves with the trick, the cloak, to close in onto Noob. The bolt and the rift drag back. Triple kill for Pure. Omar's going to get peeked down by Topson. They're getting chased back to the fountain. As this game, it's absolutely over. GG is called. Tundra will take game 1.
Wow. They played really well. Honestly, I have to commend the two supports massively, especially Whitemon on the 5. Rubik played like an absolute beast, only died 3 times. Of course, Pure standout by a mile. This was an unbelievable CK performance. But Jesus, that was some really well-played team fights and really good timing fights too, like playing around these split timings, constantly knowing when to take the battles. And then they found Noob a lot this game. Besides, you know, I was making the joke, of course, for Topson a bit, but besides them holding on that tower versus that DK for so long overall, afterwards, they found this DK a bunch of times. Like Noob, he caught up and then started to get caught off again. And overall, it takes one or two fights that Tundra can just massively stomp from Pure, and they snowball it, right? It was even until 30, and then boom.
Yeah, this was sort of the beginning of the end, really. We'll see at 35 minutes in, Pure turning up, getting in on whichever target he hoped for. And of course, very big play from Whitemon here. This really started
so well, honestly.
That really started snowballing. Getting that catch there, telekinesis to the Stolen Dragon Tail on TI13 gives them that first set of rack. And then this was the fight where Pure, he gets this wraparound. They didn't expect him to come from this angle because the rest of Tundra, they're on the other side. You know, Pure, he comes in from this angle completely on his own, takes out Ducalis. You know, illusions are out, and the panic has set in for Quest. They're like, what do we do? Where do we go? TI2000, he's spending so much time chasing these three over here. The Pure goes completely unchecked. And I think it was the Trickster cloak. He's permanently kind of dipping in and out of invis, and they just didn't have the tools to find him. And here's the point where you'll see his Aegis is ticking away. I mean, this has got a point where Quest, you know, they got to be screaming. They're like, we're going to have him. His Aegis is gone. We can get him, but they couldn't. They didn't have enough damage. BKB's off. And at that point, the fight's over. Even at this, you see at this stage how low his HP is and how high Noobs is. It doesn't matter. He's a CK with an incredible amount of farm at this point, and he knows the limits of the hero, and he pushes the hero perfectly to it.
And the other thing I have to always say is he had the auras. In these last few fights too, like when he's dropping low, he has Pipe and Greaves. So that's helping. It actually is helping so much. It compounds to allow him to survive in it on top of getting the BKB off. Yeah, just great support playing around him to be able to set up Pure for success. Topson, of course, putting arms in the air because the early game, I guess that probably was the case of what they were looking for with the sniper.
Yeah, he had it covered.
Take the tower. And he did do the good job of that. Afterwards, as you said, he was kind of along for the ride with Pure, but that was a really cool game from Tundra. They played really well against Quest's timing, so against all of these big ultimates, and they succeeded with Pure. And yeah, definitely the standout player.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the CK, it's a pretty crazy hero in this patch, and then you put it in the hands of, you know, one of the best carries at the moment. It's going to look insane. And yeah, Pure showing off the hero to its limits. And to a point where, again, we've had so many games, so many series in this qualifiers where CK does get let through. Maybe against Pure, you can't let that happen here. You know what I mean? If he's going to do that.
How many times are we going to see these CKs, even when they get like slightly counterpicked and stuff, for instance, either a Brew or an Underlord or something like that, not die as well, right? Pure went 11-0. I think the other day, yesterday, I think it was Watson. I think he went, what, it was like 18-2 or 20-2 when he was playing versus the Underlord. So, yeah, CK maybe needs to go, but also you have to just play better on Quest if you're going to play versus Tundra when they powered up today.
They have, yeah. Tundra, indeed, looking absolutely on fire in this game one. We'll see if they can do it 2 times back-to-back, as now Tundra just 1 game win away from making it to TI. Can Quest shake them up at the final hurdle? We'll find out after the break. We'll be back for game 2 very shortly.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2024. I'm ODPixel here with Fog, and we've just experienced Game 1. Tundra, they popped off. Pure, in particular, he really popped off.
Yeah.
They get that Game 1 win. Fog, going into Game 2, what do you think sort of PSG Quest are saying to one another and about that Game 1? Where did it really go wrong from their side of things?
Leaving CK, maybe just ban it. I don't know. Because they honestly, they have answers and stuff, and it just didn't matter. Pure played so well. Pure in the supports, I have to give Whitemon and 9 class an insane amount of credit in this early game. I think they actually made this game. They made this game that they had this lead this whole time because of them. They're making the moves. Whitemon's little Rubik lift to save Pure at a moment that was crucial, because if Pure dies, their game could be different. You know, that one when he was chasing inside the jungle and stuff, that little save thing. But yeah, overall, Pure, absolute god. That needs to be taken care of. So I think for Quest, they probably still look and they're like, are we that upset about our heroes? Maybe, yes, as the game gets to the later points, they're like, oh my god, yeah, I guess CK's not addressed. But I think they probably felt like they had answers because they had Brew. But I don't know. I think now me and you have seen this CK versus Weaver thing a bunch of times, and we're seeing teams like Weaver is a great hero, but just CK will win if he gets to the late game every time. Like it seems like that's the case. This hero is the best 1v5er in the game.
And especially if Pure's playing it after that sort of display. It's like, if Pure is on the CK, good luck. Good luck, because he's definitely in the zone today with how well he was playing. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The draft has begun. Let's see. Let's see if we see the CK and where we see it. Bans so far pretty much similar to what we had at the opening of last time. That won't change, but it'll be around these kind of fourth, fifth bans where we start to see things get a bit more spicy and maybe a bit more personal.
Yeah. Honestly, though, like, you have to consider a lot of things on this quest now, too. It's just like how much you want to go for like this Weaver and all that kind of stuff early here, because honestly, Whitemon played this Rubik to perfection. So it's another thing that you have to like bring back into the back of your mind, how much he can do. Because we have to always remember, this is a 5 Rubik. A lot of times we see these Rubiks popping off and doing all these kinds. It's from the 4 position. He's getting a lot more farm. He's able to play in that position. I mean, Whitemon kind of was a 4 position in this game, to be quite honest with you, because 9 class is playing Clockwork, which kind of takes a little bit less farm anyway. But either way, yeah. Super good plays from them. And yeah, let's see what adjustments do come out. So we'll get the Willow for Quest.
And do they want that? Well, yeah, they can't take the clock this time with that bang coming in. Probably don't want to open with Rubik, so imagine Tundra will get something a bit different to start.
Phoenix is out too, right? Yes, Tundra.
Yeah.
Maybe they just ET it up themselves, even though they haven't really picked in the last couple days. Bats also in the pool, but that one's also been falling out of favor for a lot of teams. The other one that's probably going to get banned is the Brood, but I don't think you want to open with a Brood by any means. So then it maybe is just Darkseer too. Maybe they just go back for that one.
Quest Esports.
Oh.
They will open with the Brood. I actually did not think that they would do it.
I mean, if you want to take the Brood, it does feel nowadays you got to do it very early. It does kind of get hit with the bans. Yes. Yeah, if you can play it, yeah. if you're a Brood
Tundra
team,
has multiple, Pure and Ramses both are willing to play it.
Sure. Nowadays when Brew's picked, which is the role that you ideally wanted in? Like, is there a role that it does excel in more nowadays?
I've seen it more in the carry role, but I've seen it less and less than ever before on any role. Yeah. I think most people are kind of unsure about the hero, just the Brood spammers are playing it, which I guess always is the case, but this hero is really interesting. There's a lot of cool things that you can do with it now, and it can absolutely carry. I mean, I've seen Pure do it already. I believe it was it during this? I think it was. I think it was day 1. I believe I think he played it versus Navi Jr. and he owned. He went completely crazy.
Well, let's see what their plan is to deal with the spider.
Yeah. He played it, but he got it way later. It was not a first pick Brood. He got it as a 4th pick versus very limited heroes that could actually do anything versus him. He was playing versus SDCM supports. So yeah, let's see.
What
Rubik ban? I actually think that's appropriate. Honestly,
after that last game,
so well. Yeah, I think so. Those 2 supports own, so I see those 2 bans and I'm fine with that from Quest.
Turn to ban.
I'm gonna go with the bat bam. Offlaners, so yeah, your Darkseer, Enigma, Brew, they're all still in for the offlane this game.
And Brood really changes the game now. Ooh, I honestly have not gotten to cover a Brood or really see too much because I tuned into the game when he was playing it, but they were so far ahead by the time that I tuned in. I think I tuned in around 20 minutes and they kind of just started establishing things. It was a little slow to start, but afterwards they just steamrolled the game. And it's the build that you'd imagine. It wasn't any like too much deviation. It was BKB Bloodthorn, as far as I remember. So.
Tundra. See if there's anything from last game that they don't want to let Quest have again after that first performance. I mean, you'd imagine there's going to be some appeal for them going for the ET again. It's just a question whether Tundra feel they need to ban it. I feel like probably not. I don't think they'd be that scared of the ET really. If they're like, if you want to play ET Willow again, you can.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. I mean, they solved that ET really well last game. The ET was one of the heroes that was the answer for the CK plus the Brew, and honestly, I didn't even feel it. The Fury just played it so damn well, so. They're taking their time with this ban, though. Maybe just really trying to ensure that this Brood has good matchups and everything. So they banned out the TA. They will ban out that Enigma, so maybe
I think
that is one of those.
It's got to go. You don't want to get black-holed when you're one game away, potentially, of making it to TI.
Yeah, Enigma is just too. I think this hero is too powerful. Honestly, just even as off lane or as safe lane, the fact that you're 15% damage reduction on your core is insane in laning phase. Just Gravity Well itself, besides Eidolons, and a Black Hole, etc. So,
Tundra. See what supports they do want to get in. I mean, what are the strong supports that have been left in? Ooh, Techies. Oh,
Brood Techies.
This is
disgusting.
A disgusting opener, really, isn't it? Brood Techies. Ugh. It's nasty.
Whoa. So this used to be one of 9 classes' most played heroes. He used to play the Techies a lot. Still would be flexible because Whitemon also plays this one a lot. That's interesting. From not being touched at all to moving up in priority like this just because we have Willow, Rubik, and Clockwork taken out, and I guess Phoenix. So a lot of those very popular
Has it actually not been, it's not been played at all in the qualies?
I don't think it's been picked at all.
Oh.
Did you
Has
check?
Topson been playing it mid? He's not doing any new tech on the mid techies, is he?
Not in the last couple of days that we saw when I opened up his. Like I said, it was mostly the spirits and the grims and the morphlings and all this weird stuff. I didn't see. I'll double check before I fully, because I saw him do Veno mid, I think. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see no techies mid.
They'll stick with kind of the more normal stuff at Quest. They'll get the disruptor in.
Strong. It can be cool versus Broodmother too with the Thunderstrike.
It definitely one of those ones that really goes but either way, right? If the disruptor's getting ahead and like these kind of Thunderstrikes, kinetic fields and stuff, glimpses into you've got ways to catch the spider. But if the spider gets this Orchid or whatever, or this BKB early on, then you're just food for the spider.
You know what I was actually thinking was possible?
Yeah.
I was thinking about 2 other heroes. I was thinking about Grimstroke, because you know about the whole spider thing, right? If you
just clear them out.
Well, if you hit the Brood behind the spiders, he gets one shot.
Just a bazillion damage. Yeah. Yeah.
And then the other one that's funny is actually the Warlock. Have you seen that one?
What's going on with that? Because just a million of the
if you have the spiders
pop up,
if you have the imps all instant spawn and instantly kill the Broodmother if he's stacked on his spiders. So it was a theory craft, but I don't think they'll do. Obviously, they can't do it now. But
well, I mean, no, they can't.
No, they can't.
The DK mid.
So
let's see what they do against the DK. So honestly, the sniper approach was kind of cool. You hold your tower.
It didn't do much mid game, but it did everything early game.
It stopped the DK taking your tower early. I guess you're playing on the other side of the map this time, so maybe things are a little bit different. You don't, I guess, have as appealing of a camp to stack. But they'll stick with the Darkseer again for Ramses. Just having that hero to make the. I mean, that's the thing. When this hero gets through, it always feels good. I never feel bad for the team that's managed to get the Darkseer. It never feels like a bad pick. It never feels like, oh, they picked a Darkseer, they could have got something else, or the Darkseer's been dealt with. Darkseer is always a great addition to a lineup in this patch.
Agreed. Even though I would say that Ramses had not the like most flashy performance or anything, he kind of didn't really get the biggest of walls or vacuums or anything like that. He really was just an aura carrier sitting behind Pure while Pure killed everybody. But that's
all you
sometimes
need.
all you have to do as a Darkseer.
That's all you need.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah.
They're down to 5 seconds, so they really got to think about that next pick really quick here. Whoa.
Okay, so this... Wait, okay. What is going on with the Terrorblade? Is this offlane Brood carry TB? Is this support TB?
9 class
this
plays 4 position TB.
He does, and he's still been doing it this patch.
Let me check. Yes, he was, as far as I saw. When the facet got changed immediately, he was playing.
I can
Let me
see
just
it.
double check.
You're seeing there's a DK. They're going to stick, again, PSG Quest, they're keeping it very, very vanilla, very standard. The Weaver for TA2000. And Tundra, they're going with something completely crazy, which is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, he's still doing the Morph and the
TB.
TB. Morph and TB supports. With Blink Dagger Daggins, the meme is real.
Dude, this is the crazy thing as well. You know, you look at Tundra's lineup, and the wildest thing is we haven't even seen Topson's hero yet. So you think this is some crazy stuff. Wait until you get the icing on top with the final pick for the mid.
I don't know. Are they going too far out? Of course, this the Sunder Dagon play is going to one-shot people if he's ever able to get to that point, and maybe he does.
Well, is that actually the support build? You get Dagon.
That's what he does.
That's what he does.
Dagon, 100%. Yes.
That's amazing.
I mean, it
I love
puts.
it.
Obviously, I don't think he's done it in an official just yet.
It's
so
not
this
done
is
in an official.
To see what he does. Quest is banning the sniper, so I
that's
think
a good ban.
Yeah, I think it was annoying. I think
it worked. It absolutely worked. Noob was like, I do not want to play against this sniper gameplay. I couldn't take his tower. I couldn't really do anything. You know, it really ruined the DK's early game. So that is a well-needed ban, and a ban I'm sure Topson's smiling about.
So things I'm looking at.
Sniper.
We have to mention a couple of these changes that have happened with the way the illusions work versus DK. You know, not applying the, not being as annoying as it used to be in the past with the illusions, just literally hard countered. If DK gets illusions made of himself, he can't move. That's not the case anymore. Yep. It's changed, of course. That being said, though, looking at Tundra's draft, the way that their heroes play, these are all heroes that invisibly push lanes, right? We used to talk about that a lot more back in 6-7 years ago or something like that, but they have Ion Shell pushing waves, they have Spiders pushing waves, they have Techies throwing bombs from a distance, and they have Illusions shoving waves. So they have a really pesky lineup to play against if you don't get like a big advantage and you can close them off of the map. This is kind of how Tundra plays, right? They like to farm and split up, and I feel like those heroes hit that. So
I see Noob. Oh, okay, so is this going to be... It's probably going to be Malik, Primal, and Noob, DK. Oh, you think Malik, DK, Noob, Primal? Which way around would you rather?
You're right. Actually, probably Malik, Primal.
Malik, Primal, Noob, DK? Depends, I guess maybe it depends on what Topson's playing. You know, it's going to be up to Noob. He's like, I don't want to play DK against this. I do want to play DK against this. What is Topson going to do? Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, this lineup is so annoying.
It's the most toxic lineup ever.
What the? Dude, they're literally just going to hit creeps all game.
Arc Warden. My goodness, I think just thousands of our viewers just threw up at home. This is disgusting.
What the hell? All right, well, Quest has a much more normal looking draft.
A Terrorblade Dagon Rush. Oh my god. This is Tundra's making a statement here. With if they go to TI off this draft, that is going to be absolutely brilliant.
I don't even know what half of these heroes do with their facets. I got to actually check now because
let's check it out. Wow. Well, as I say, if they go to TI on this one, I can't wait to see them at TI already. If they're going to be winning games with like drafts like this, you know, PSG Quest. I said their lineup. It's completely down to business, no nonsense. Which is good, because all the nonsense, it's on Tundra's side. There's draft.
Okay,
it looks wild.
New Primal. He's doing the Romp and Stomp. So they have normal stuff, and Jesus, Tundra's just is so strange. He took the Spoon Stash, right? Because that's the better one. I feel like that's the only one I see people take.
The Spoon Stash?
From backpack. Yes, White Mod, so you can use your backpack.
Wait, what even is the other one, actually? Yeah, you want your 9 items. What is the other one?
The other one is the blast off damage from HP percentage. It's pretty underwhelming. And then the other one is the attack range one, which is horrible. So
there's an attack range one. Oh my goodness, that sounds kind of fun. Is it?
It's terrible.
What is it? It's just attack range. It's literally just attack range, or?
No, it's based off of what, your attack speed, I think. I can't remember. It's
Wait, what? That sounds amazing.
So bad,
I'm doing it straight after this one. Wow, that might be it. I might tell you what, if this Terrorblade wins and he's doing it off the back of rushing a Dagon, I might have to go do that first, because that sounds brilliant. Let's find out if he does it in this game, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into game 2 here between Tundra and a PSG Quest. Tundra one game up in this best of 3.
I legitimately don't know what to think, Owen, because I just don't like Tundra's draft. Just looks like it wants to be annoying and split pushing stuff at all times, and maybe eventually get to some type of win and stuff like that. While Quests, it looks normal, and it has good timings. It has ways to push towers and ways to be able to fight early. Tundra just looks weird for fighting. Their lineup looks good for farming, but I don't know when and what their timings for fighting is. So let's see what we get from them. This is crazy. I cannot believe they bust this out in this type of game.
On the final game to secure themselves. Obviously, they've got a bit of a fallback. If this goes horribly wrong, they've got a game 3. But
they do. But
they win this game, they're going to TI.
What if you lose that game 3 and then you're like, why the hell did we do this?
That is the thing. If you get crushed this game, Tundra, you're gonna, the egg's gonna be on your face. You're gonna feel a bit silly.
So.
But there's no way they go for this draft with these crazy picks without full confidence. These guys, they know what they're doing. I said in their individual capacities on these heroes, we know that they know what they're doing. It's just when it all comes together, will it all come together?
That's my problem, Owen. That's my problem. It's like if I saw maybe 1, maybe 2 of these things, but I feel like they're doing all of them. 4 of them into one of these drafts. They just throw it all
dude,
in,
Ramses, he's the only normal one. He's like, I'm just playing some darks here, boys. What the hell's going on everywhere else?
Whitemon's playing techies too. They have 2 normals. The other 3 are definitely quite abnormal, I guess you could say. The Brood, I guess it is his hero though, so it's not as abnormal in that sense. They cancel his TP. That's obnoxious. They glimpse him and then bramble him.
To the wave.
So Whitemon's going to be able to farm that first wave.
Yeah, he's going to miss this this first one top. So, yeah, easy. Techie's carry. I mean, he's got the spoon stash. He's ready to start farming those 9 items. Pure on the support this game. He's like, Pure, you didn't do a good enough job last game. We're demoting you.
Pure's like,
what?
Don't worry. My webs reduce health.
Excuse me?
I'm kind of a support.
Oh.
Pure.
Yeah.
And might just die.
Well, let's not take that too literally, but he nearly died. Careful, Pure. Whitemon's like, exactly. I need to carry.
That is a pretty, that's not the way you want to have its lane start at all. Could just die instantly every time he steps up now at this point.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Mid lane noob. Having an excellent time versus Topson these first 5 CS at least. 5 and 5 versus the Arc Warden at the moment. The constant harassment comes in, but that just benefits Noob because then he gets plus 45 damage, so he's able to get those last hits and denies on top of Topson.
Bottom lane. Making this quick move, of course, you hit level 2. I mean, Weaver Disruptor, you're going to go for the kill straight away. Ducalis, is he going to die first, though? No. They get the first blood. 9 class will be able to clean up the kill on Ducalis in return. But yeah, this Weaver Disruptor, one of the best lanes for hitting level 2 and going for the kill, right? Feels like you get it every time.
Yep. Yeah, Weaver plus anybody really in particular, but yeah, Weaver Disruptor, he provides that extra catch.
Yep.
Brings them back in with what, 5 or 6 stacks on the bugs on you, so. Yeah, can't get away from him there.
So, talk to me about the TB support. What does it kind of offer up until the point where he gets his dagger? Like, what's the plan for the TB?
You're just obnoxious with reflection for the most part. That's pretty much it. You're spamming reflection, and it's annoying. There's not really a whole lot to it, Owen.
Oh, I'll queue it up straight away then. You're making it sound very simple.
It was quite nice.
Well, mid lane, Topson.
TB first got the buff as Topson.
He's getting dove here by Noob. He's trying to juke around the trees. I tell you what, he's only gone and done it. As he's actually also got the bottle out, so we'll be able to lay down a spark ray. It's not going to be enough to kill him. It's very close, though.
That was close.
The water rune to survive. But yeah, Noob not able to find Topson there, with Topson making those smooth moves around the trees.
Dude, that actually almost killed him. That was really close if he didn't get that bottle off. And now Noob is actually under a threat of dying himself here.
Yeah, Topson's in a good spot now. He's got 2 bottle charges to play with. Noob, he's completely out of regen.
Good spot, at least in health, but yeah, in CS he's lacking a little bit here. But yeah, Noob might have to go back to get a fill up from the bounty. I'm looking up other stuff, by the way, just to see what other fun stuff if he does build.
Top lane.
I can't find anyone.
They're going for the kill. Malik's got the Lotus. We'll see Pure turn towards Omar, but the Shadow Realm is up. Malik going to be left very low. I mean, another bomb's going to be thrown in over towards him. Malik, is he able to walk this off this time? He is, again, living on the edge. And multiple lanes we're seeing heroes nearly dying. Top lane, Malik, how's the regen situation? He's out. Bottom lane, 2000 able to chase down 9 class, get another kill for the safe lane duo of PSG Quest.
Okay, so I haven't gotten to see this too much in like on paper or in practice. This Brood, how much you heal from the spider's milk. So
the
every
spider's
time he gets
what?
to see it, the spider's milk. It's his innate, Owen.
Spider's milk.
He's just healing. He's healing a lot when he kills these creeps.
If they do, I don't want to hear about it. Spider
I'm pretty sure they do. Quite certain.
Can you buy it?
But yeah, it
can you drink it?
I wouldn't recommend it probably, but I don't know, to be honest with you. So yeah, I actually haven't got to see he gets a good amount of healing from it. So he's actually a bit pressured up top because I didn't actually think about how this works with how much he heals.
Sure. Right, I was going to break down it's a lot of text. Break it down for us. What's it
Whenever
doing?
he kills units, he gets healing that heals him over time, but less on creeps. Much more from heroes. It's like thirst.
So kind of like a delayed thirst, yeah.
Oh, an overtime thirst. It's not an instant heal.
Well, kind of
Once
like
your
a
buff flies onto it.
but kind of like a Necrophos getting last hits then.
Yeah, actually, pretty much the same. Yeah, good call.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's actually pretty cool. Sorry, I was getting distracted because I just haven't got to see it.
Need another pair of legs.
CS on this top lane, 20 for 9 on Pure, 17 for 5 on Malik, so having a bit of a lead here, Pure. How's Topson doing in the mid? Yeah, he's catching back up, so it's getting pretty close to. Oh yeah, with this group coming in, it's going to be very close between the two mids now.
This is actually pretty cool versus the DK off lane as well, too. Maybe something that Quest didn't even think about or factor in because there's just so many changes and Dota's insane right now. The necrotic webs are good versus something like DK. HP regen reduction for a DK in lane. And these little things add up, especially if this guy's got the mother's milk as,
Oh, Pure. He's gone. They've got him. A little too strong here on the early fight. See Malik and Omar. Will throw down a tip the way of Pure.
But Malik was struggling in CS at the least there, so did want to get this type of kill set up. A double bracers online. He's able to get the trade up with that Willow. Techies can't provide the same right now. Whitemon will just get a pull. TI13 having an absolute free time, though, as expected, playing versus zero stuns, zero anything that can touch him at all in that lane. Absolute free farm and a lot of denies, too, to boot. But Ramses, as we said, you know, the Darkseer's just jungle, so he'll be able to keep up that farm.
Sure. And we did see, you know, last game, TI13 also kind of got free farm, but he did get outplayed a lot in the last few stages of the fights. And yeah, 9 class. Easy. What's the meta? Chasing down Dugalis. Kill, top lane, they're diving in. Pure, he needs help. He needs it now. He's not going to get it in time. Pure, he's gone again. The rotation will come in from Topson. See how much he can clean up. Doesn't look like he can. In fact, TI13 might be able to take this Tempest double down as well. Get that extra bit of money. He will. Plus 180 there on top of it all for TI13. His gold continuing to skyrocket.
And like you were saying, though, you know, TI13 just struggled in the later stages of things, but he was a Weaver versus CK, and he was versus a Weaver versus CK who was absolute free farm, top of the net worth, top of the charm. This is a Brood who is bottom of the cores. So was able to recover a little bit with some extra bit of lifesteal / spider's milk, whatever you want to call it. But either way, now those back-to-back deaths hurts. He has to walk back to lane. So it's gonna be
don't call it what you were just about to call it. That's even worse.
Whatever, spider's milk. Who cares?
It's fine.
I
guess one thing is the Brood Mother, right? This is a hero you can recover on, right? You can hit the jungle.
Yes.
You get farm. You're gonna farm regardless of how the lane went.
Yeah, but leaving top lane you don't want to do versus a DK though, right? So one thing where I'm like, usually you just want to ditch your lane, but ditching your lane versus DK means that tower is going to get pressured very early.
Definitely one of those games where for Tundra, it's going to be, you know, they just want to not get crushed in the opening. They want to hit creeps, get their items.
They want to farm.
They want to farm.
That's all they want to do. I feel that's what their heroes all want
Every
to do.
draft.
They just want to farm.
It works out pretty much 9 out of 10 times for them. It's definitely their style, their way of playing.
They're like, okay, we're going to pick the team fighter for the offlane, and everybody else is a farmer. Well, I mean, Quest so far, it's looking quite a bit better here in this early game, being able to apply pressure onto these towers nice and early here and having this very strong Primal Beast at the front of everything here. Tundra farming.
Oh, that's pretty obnoxious. Did you see that?
Which one?
I didn't really think about that interaction, but with the Tempest double, when you get that out,
I saw him.
If it gets glimpsed, it gets sent back to the fountain. So you can immediately take the Tempest double out of the fight with glimpse every single time. Sends it back to the base. Doesn't matter where he summoned it.
Really?
I think that's what happened there. I'm pretty sure he just pressed Tempest double it, and then it immediately got glimpsed. He just went back to the fountain.
I guess you must be right. I haven't seen that
because he sent it back to before it became. And then where do you go before you became? You go back to the fountain where you spawn.
Well, have you seen the one where you can glimpse Warlock Golem and it goes to the 0-0 coordinates in the middle?
Right, you can't glimpse the Golem.
You can glimpse the Golem right now.
But does it? What? It always goes to the 0-0 coordinate in the middle.
It gets sent to the middle of the map unless they fixed it yesterday.
It's probably, again, an interaction to do with it spawning and you glimpsing it back before it spawned, right? Which I think is what happened, yeah, with Tempest Double.
Okay, well, cool. I'll try to keep eyes on that one.
Yeah, yeah.
In Night Class, he's got his item queued up, the Blink Dagger. He's got it queued on the Terrorblade. Oh my goodness! I think.
So this is what you farm the Blink,
a potential Blink Dagon on Terrorblade,
and then you farm the Dagon. Would you say that's even more kind of dirty than winning with a Jungle Pudge that we saw OG do the other day? What's worse, the Jungle Pudge winning or the Blink Dagon Terrorblade support?
Oh god, I think the Blink Dagon Terrorblade.
The Blink Dagon Terrorblade support.
Night Class.
Got forward in. They're trying to see if they can take down Noob. They got enough to take out this Prominent. He's got a Shield Rune. He's going to be out of there. So with the Shield Rune, Noob will survive.
Wait. How did he get the shield? It was denied. I get one of those things.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he gets picked up and denied the same thing.
Topson.
Get a glimpse back here, and indeed this is the real one. So the real one dragged back up the high ground will die. They have to clean up the double as well. Continuing to farm a lot of money here. Quest, they keep the lead, and they might be able to get a bit of a push going if they want to. Malik got the Dragon form. See if they want to do a bit of tickling to the tier 1 mid.
They've got their Maelstrom finished up on TI13. He's hitting really good timings. Good differential between him and Pure. And overall for Pure, it's a very, very slow start. It's a level 7 Broodmother right now, and they have the Disruptor to hunt him too. Pure, be careful bottom.
The glimpse.
Has
he got any way out of this? He does not. TI2000 dominating. Having quite the opening on his Weaver, 4-0-2.
And that's why they wanted this Disruptor versus the Brood. It's going to be able to catch like that a lot in the early game. It's going to be a ton of farm from Tundra.
Yep.
I don't know when
it's always been the plan. That's what they like to do. That's what wins them games, Tundra. It doesn't matter. This is kind of early game. It's whatever. As long as they don't fall too far behind, and they can hit the creeps, keep their just keep the towers alive. I mean, 11 minutes in, the tier 1's still up in a game where there's a DK. They'll be happy with that.
I'm going to be amazed if they can somehow do this with this game because I'm just not seeing the synergy. Like Arcworn and Broodmother, I think they kind of want to play similar. And then they have a Terrorblade support, which doesn't provide a stun. They have no stuns. It's just they have a blast off, and that's it. Such a weird.
It really does seem like a draft that you get in a ranked game where everyone really doesn't like each other at the beginning of the draft. You know what I mean? It's like, screw you guys, I'm playing TB jungle. Really screw you guys, I'm playing Brood carry. Screw you, I'm playing techies. I'm going to play Arcworn mid and just AFK farm. It's the plan here. But it could just work. It might just work. So far, it's not quite working. Quest, keep the lead.
Not quite.
You get the Disruptor Static Storm over onto Whitemon. And that'll be another one for Quest. They should be able to get the tier 1 tower in the mid as well off the back of this.
Yep. And Malik has Blink too, so if anybody shows, they can get that further catch. At Quest, they're playing their draft in a very natural, fluid way. Tundra is just contesting any of these type of plays. It feels very complicated and very difficult until they do hit, I guess, at least 1 or 2 of these timings, at least core item timings. But even then, it just looks so strange. I don't know how they're going to hold off any of these big team fights ever, because they just have no team fight. All their team fight is Dark's here, but he can't provide everything. There has to be someone using like a follow-up. There's a blast off. That's their follow-up.
What about the Blink TB? Is that the impact and initiation that you're hoping for from this team? TB's just going to go in.
He'll blink and one-shot somebody, he hopes. He hopes and dreams.
I'm looking forward to it.
They need to reconsider things.
Have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a pause, a little bit of a deep breath here on the side of Tundra.
Okay, so
they got team fighting Ramses, to be fair. Darkseer and Techies, they can put together a pretty good team fight. Blast off in a vacuum.
Yes, if they can get the connection to spells, absolutely. And if there's no BKBs on the enemy cores. And the problem is that all 3 cores love to build BKB. At least 2 of them. The DK and the Primal, they can just go straight BKB and it can go right through everything of Tundra. If they'd like to. But Tundra can farm, and that's probably just going to be the name of the game for them. Just farm until 30 plus and hope that their heroes have the items to be able to deal the damage versus some of these tanky bruisers. And hopefully they can deal with TI2000, who's going to be an absolute monster. He's going to be so farmed this game. He's going to be at the same levels as Pierce CK was.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games that, with the setup TI2000's had this match and what he's got ahead of him that he's playing against, if he doesn't manage to carry this game to success on his Weaver, it's going to feel pretty rough for him, right?
100%.
Like he's got all the tools, all the beginning that you need as a Weaver to be able to do this. Let's see if he can.
No, absolutely. Totally agree. And he's got the Mjolnir, or sorry, he's got the Gleipnir finished up too, so extra catch as well too for Pure.
Topson running onto the high ground of the jungle here.
Hey, Night Class's job is literally to take damage at this point. He's like he wants to just take damage so he can try to sunder people. This is so weird, Owen.
I mean, what comes after the Dagon? Do you get like some armlet to
Shadow Blade or Armlet? It's one of the two. I don't think you can deviate. I think if you
got
deviate,
how do you get your health low?
You go run into some neutral creeps and stand there and hope that they kill you fast enough or go to Roshan. The other one, so you can do, okay, I'll be honest. It's Blink, Dagon, Aghanim's is probably the other one because you do the AoE fear, right? So if you actually want to theory craft item builds, if you can get items, that is, because he just can't farm or do anything.
Smoke up. Topson's got to be careful here. Quest. They're going to see him. They're going to go straight over towards him, jump forward with the blast off. Can they keep Topson safe in the static storm? The fear's coming down on towards him. Topson's gone. Double kill for Malik Pure. He's trying to get Ducalis to the side, but the Spiders are going to get held back by the Gleipnir. Ducalis will live, and Pure, he's got to get surged out of here and run. They're on the retreat now, Tundra. Ramses.
Can they get out?
The surge to save Pure. Can he save himself? He's going to have it back in a second. He gets caught by the Dragon Tail. Noob's killed off 9 class, and they're going to kill off Ramses as well. 4 heroes dead. They only lose Omar. Quest continuing to hold the lead.
I feel like that's how we're going to see most of this game happen, honestly, Owen. I think that's at least the first 30 minutes of the game, unless somehow Tundra can delay and get items. I feel like that's going to be the name of the game every time. Techie's jumping into a static storm, trying to help out his allies and dying. It's really weird.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, it's fantastic to watch. It's fantastic to watch. It's entertainment. This is entertainment.
That's the word that I was looking for.
Yeah. Because can they do it? Can they do it with this lineup and with this start? It's been a bit rough here for Tundra.
Yeah. Okay. Pure. He's got Orchid done, so he's got that one item timing.
Oh.
They're right on top of him.
They are. And he can't get away. They've got the grab on him. Pure's dead again.
How many is that? 4? 4 deaths now for the Spider.
They're very close to the Blink Dagger on 9 class. I mean, are you smoking up around the Blink Dagger timing on Terrorblade? Or does he just get the Blink Dagger and he's like, guys, I got the Blink Dagger, and everyone else is like, great. Yeah, good job,
phenomenal.
buddy.
Yeah. I honestly, I don't know.
Like, do you make a move with this, or you just keep farming? You keep hitting creeps? I feel like
you have to try to make a move. Really? Okay. I don't know. Well, I just don't know who partners with you to kill the target is the problem. It's like you're going to blink. Even if your low HP blinks under, they're just going to look at you and go, all right, and then just walk away from you. He's getting close to it. It's bound that he's going to find at least one person, though, in the early game.
Yeah, we're going to see a kill. We're going to see a very
Someone's going to get
kill.
Sunder tapped. Yes. TI13, they have vision of him here. It's so hard to kill a Weaver. What the hell? How's this execution going to come down? A vacuum into a blast off. Push commencing top. 9 class trying to slow it down.
He's so close. He's so close to his blink.
He's so,
one more CS. That's all he needs.
Blind.
Oh no, if Noob gets him. Okay, he's backing off just in time. 9 class. Push coming in from Quest up top.
You hit the nail right on the head. Even when I'm looking at the mini-map, it looks like a pub that everyone hates each other. No one's even in the realm.
They've muted comms. They've muted all incoming communication.
Topson and 9 class are homies. It seems like they're sharing farm together, but everybody else is just doing their own thing.
Oh no, that's just the passive-aggressive sharing farm. You know, that happens when you muted each other. You got to do things through the movement of the game. So it's like hovering around each other while you farm. Like, yeah, look at you, you muppet. You know, it's not friendly.
Oh, Whitemon, he'll scout TA2000.
Okay, they follow-up blast off. It's quite a bit of burst. It's not enough, though. Time-lapse is off. TA2000 able to take down the techies. Whitemon's gone.
That was a good attempt from Whitemon, actually. He did the, he was invis and actually got the bomb perfectly connection onto him, but doesn't matter. Quest now swinging over. BKB
9 class is preparing.
2 cores.
He's preparing himself for the Ancients.
He's ready.
He is prepared.
Who's going to get caught?
Here
Alex?
we go. Bam! Okay.
Well, bam!
Hey, he nearly killed him. He nearly... BKB used. Got the BKB. Just needed something else to follow up. And that's something else. It's going to be a Dagon, right? That's where he says, look, guys, this is why I need to be able to farm a Dagon next. Thank you.
Yep, he just needs another 19 minutes because it took him 19 minutes to farm a Blink Dagger, so it's going to take roughly 19 minutes to farm that Dagon.
Hell yeah, get that Dagon.
You can tell that. So.
Pure? I feel like he's in danger.
He looks very in danger.
He is in a lot of danger.
But farewell.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, there's always next game.
There is. You know, Pure's like, guys, can we not have just done some CK draft again? What's going on?
Like I said from the start, Owen, if I saw only one or two of these ideas together, fine. But when I see the Brood, honestly, let's throw the Techies in too, because it's still not really played too much too. So when I see Brood,
the Techies is fine,
and the Arc, it's too many of these ideas coming in together. Maybe one or two could have worked, but I mean, so far it's disastrous.
I see. I said, Tundra, you know, they have worked Magic before. They have turned games around. If they can hold out on this game, keep it alive. The lineup, it will come online. It will eventually come online.
Will it?
And I know there's a lot of people at home watching. A lot of people that want to find an excuse to play support TB, Rush, Blink, Dagon. They are hoping that this will be a win for Tundra, so they feel vindicated in their pick and play.
Sure. He'll be okay. I was playing, actually, the TB support and Wraith Pact existed, but that wasn't because TB was any good. I just was buying Wraith Pact and sending it in. Felt good. Quest. DK form back up. Everything at the ready. Amp damage on the Primal Beast. Whitemond's got some bombs set.
I mean, if they just lose Whitemon, they'll be happy. Everybody else has got to get out. Topson going to be found in the trees, though, noob. Charges in. Goodbye to Topson.
Ramsey's also spotted by wards that are, wow, those are cool. Right next to each other. And he's caught as well. Quick sequence.
Well, he might live. He might live. He can definitely make them work for it.
That's true. He'll be annoying. Meanwhile, TI13.
Besides, they might get to Carlis. He's able to turn and get the Static Storm off, and TI13's cleaned up most of it. Double kill for the Weaver.
Yep. The neutrals get him, so the spiders can't even finish him off either.
Noob's still chasing Ramses.
He's still getting chased.
Chasing him across the map. Ramsey just buying time, hoping that this will do something of benefit for his team.
You're not buying time. You're not buying time for anybody. They're dead.
Now Tom's back there.
In the base. Oh man, this game is such a struggle.
They were one game away from TI, folks, and this happened. It's almost, this is just beautiful. It's art.
Oh my goodness. Well,
there's still a hope. There's still a chance. Can we get up a win probability?
Really?
Is that a thing on this stream?
Small chance.
You've been disrupted.
I don't know, 7%. 7% seems pretty 7%. Generous.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
7%. As our beautiful observers have written to me, and as the chat has been starting to say, and it's their new favorite
What's the chat
meme
doing?
Now, apparently. It's the absolute cinema. They love the cinema, apparently. That's
what is this emote? Yeah, I see a lot of people spamming that.
It's like the hands up with the guy watching a movie thing, you know, like cinema.
Ah, I see.
It's the new
but what's
thing.
that from? Yeah, it is. Yeah, well, this game is that emote. It really is. That emote was made for this game.
Know your meme.
Yeah, I'm gonna be old.
Talk about.
Is this like a TikTok thing?
Oh, this is a year ago. Wait, no, this is from.
What? Oh. No, Cinema's they've only started being spamming that recently.
But apparently it's older though. It started from.
Oh, the meme might be, but the emote's more.
Yes. So as Martin Scorsese said, this is cinema in October 20th, 2021, apparently.
Okay.
And I guess that's what started the meme. But now they're using it.
And he was well, I guess he wasn't watching this game, but if he was watching this game, he'd be saying that again right now.
Exactly.
He would.
And our observer's calling me a boomer. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Get out of here. I am a boomer. It's fine.
Well, there is, as I said, there's still hope. There's still hope for Tundra. You never know. You really never know. But we're yet to see 9 class queue up the Dagon. I'm sure he will, right? I don't think there's nothing else. There's teams like, look, we really need you as a support to have this item to save us. Or is there?
No, it's Dagon. No, it's Dagon. And if he deviates, then we're really disappointed. Topson. Can it survive? Not even the clone. Extra money.
How's Topson's farm looking? So he's got the Mjolnir done. I mean, if they keep the game going, they can rat, right? They can split push. They can make it very difficult for Quest to kind of push the high ground and end the game.
I mean, that's what we saw from their draft, right? Their draft just wants to hit creeps. That's it.
It can work. I mean, you know, you never know. This might have been all to plan. They were like, look, we're going to get 21-5. We're going to be 15k behind, but that's part of the process to our, you know, our path to victory.
Yeah,
they understood that
you can pick me. You can pick me Artgord, and I'll only be half the net worth of the Weaver. It's fine.
Hey, that's why he's got 2 of them. Doesn't matter if you're half net worth when you've got a Tempest double. Do the maths. Topson's actually ahead. Oh, where you at now, Weaver? Topson did the maths. I tell you what, Pure's taking a tier 2. Pure's taking a tier 2.
That's true. And the other thing too is like I looked at Topson and I was like, okay, maybe I was trying to figure out like when they had timing of like maybe it's when he has the double glide kind of thing. He went Mjolnir, so he doesn't even have glide mirrors on Artgord.
I mean, again, it's just because it's farm. It really is, as you said.
It's just farm. It's not about fight.
Artgord and mid, you're getting enlightenment. And this no, the farm.
Mjolnir. All right, Pure dead again. 0 and 7.
I gotta watch the. I genuinely wonder if there's a lot of communication going on with the players on Tundra right now. I've got to keep a closer eye on their cams. Like, what are you saying to each other?
Yeah, can we get the comms of the play?
Here we go. Watch this play. Are you ready? Come on, do it, do it, do it.
Ready?
Oh,
he's ready for it.
He's not doing it. He got scared. Come on. Give us a good blink,
He doesn't have the kill. He doesn't have the kill afterwards. There's no follow-up.
Well, maybe you get a blood grenade. What about that?
You have to get them real low. That's actually not a bad shout. I like that.
Blink Sunder blood grenade.
That's your mini Dagon.
That's the mini Dagon. It really is. He hasn't thought about that. I did. Come on, 9 class,
I actually
step
like
it up.
that. Send a message.
Yeah, to get the blood grenades out, lad.
Oh god. All right, now they're playing the team. Look, they're all running together.
In perfect silence.
They're playing it like a normal game. You know, everyone's farming, playing real good, itemizing normally, finding the carry over and over again.
Whiteman a little short on the blast off. Pure might be able to get away from him this time. Whiteman, he will not. Bye-bye.
Oh, will Pure get away?
Pure. He's trying to. He's got BKB. He cannot tackle the dragon, that's for sure. He's going to go for BKB TP. The glimpse is going to be timed. No, the BKB lasts long enough, so Pure will be safe back in the fountain.
Nice try. Oh, BKB used. Onto the push. Time to probably get a Rax here for Quest at the least.
Well, they're in. They've got Ramses. Ramses needs company, needs it now, and he's gone. Ramses is gone. There'll be a buyback now on Ramses. I don't know if they can do anything with it. In fact, I severely doubt they can. They've escaped this easily, PSG Quest.
They just walk back away, reset, get their BKBs back up, can maybe look to go again right afterwards. This feels like it could be at any moment Tundra just calls GG, or they just smoke.
No, dude, there's a chance. I think that it's not that bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad. There's a chance that this draft might lose a little slower than you expect. We'll see.
I was waiting for what your pun was.
We'll see.
All right, 9 classed. Looking for his angle.
He still hasn't started working his Dagon. Oh, no. Oh, quick blink. They get him out of here. They can. They get the silence out. 9 Class needs to be lower HP, though, so he can do a Sunder play. They're trying to jump on Malik, but Malik's able to put the BKB. That's what's Pure to get his BKB off in time, and now he'll have to pop it. He gets caught by the grab. TI13 just goes straight for Topson. 9 Class with a nice Sunder to heal up his arc. Gordon gets Topson back up to full HP. A Pure, and you retreat through the trees. It looks like he can. He'll get away. Topson does not, of course, gets glimpsed back and killed off. Pure,
can he get away?
Found him with the Shiva's Guard. He's going to go for the TP, but the Gleipnir's got him. Yeah, he's dead.
Bye-bye.
Wow. I just wonder who's responsible for all of this.
Everybody. Or maybe once
it's
it started
joint
going,
effort.
once it started, it was like on the 3rd pick or something. They're like, oh, you want that? Well, then I want this. You know, something maybe happened there.
I guess so. Well, the base. Quest. Noob is in. And he's out. And he's not only out, he actually finds Ramses. Straight over to Ramses. I mean, Ramses brought back earlier, so he's out for 75.
Malik?
They're trying to get Malik. He's getting kind of low.
But
the defense is held. And it costs, you know, Ramses his 2nd life, dead for a minute.
If only they had some stuns to keep these heroes on the high ground when they were able to get that damage out from Topson. If only.
They're in for the Tempest double. I'll get it.
And it's gone. The Weaver runs up, gets reflection, and then he's like, what the hell? This I don't even care at all.
He's going armlet over Dagon.
It's too late for the armlet.
But he's got it queued up.
Honestly, it doesn't matter, Owen. Right. Queue up whatever you want. At least get the Dagon once. One-shot somebody one time. Don't go armlet. Come on.
Armlet. I mean, if you're stuck in your base, you can't get out and get hit by anything to get your HP low for the Blink Sunder play. So you have to do something.
You go hit the Tormentor.
I think me and you are just a step ahead of the TB support game players. We're on the Blood Grenades, the Tormentor. I don't think 9 Class. Oh, maybe he is now.
He knows.
I know he is. He knows. Okay, he knows about the Tormentor. Here we go. There we go.
Getting himself ready.
The pain. It's very slow pain. So your mid's dying whilst your support TB is hitting Tormentor solo.
These comms cannot be I mean, these comms are definitely just muted.
I think they're disbanding after this game.
The way this draft's 70.
What's going on?
He's getting even lower. He's down to 50.
Here we go. Get it down to 1 HP. Come on. Get it lower.
That's what he has to do. And then blood grenade it. You're absolutely right.
Get lower. Come on. Bit more pain. Yes. Lower. Go all the way down to 1. Why? So dude, if you're gonna go down, to 30, why don't you go down to 1? You know what I mean? Like, what are the difference? There's at least his worries right now.
While doing, what if he just dies by
Why does he keep coming lower? Go lower. Wait. I mean, I guess that's true.
This is the clowniest thing I think I've ever seen in a pro game. And it's TI qualifiers.
Wow. And not only it's the game that would have got them to TI fogged. They just had to win this game, and they said no. Quest, they're loving this. Game 3, let's go, baby.
That time of their lives, yeah, hell yeah. They're getting close to that 1K per minute already. It's 30 minutes. It's been absolute free game for the Malik.
They might even respect ban the TB in Game 3's draft. We'll see.
I don't believe so. Speaking of the TB, I actually want to see damage numbers from 9 Class at the end of the game too. Maybe we don't want to be that mean. Or maybe we do.
Topson limps back into the Static Storm. Is there any way to get him out of this? No. Dead. No buyback. Ramses dead as well.
This is so classic. Fight, man.
Yep.
Ramses will kill Omar somehow. Wait, what did that even happen? Was that like illusions? It was illusions. Okay. All right, he's got the armlet.
He has. He has.
Yes.
Get the armlet on. Get to the tormentor. Now
And
you
then
can get
what?
yourself. What do you mean?
And then you're gonna Sunder, and they're just gonna walk over. They don't have the damage. Whatever. Oh well. Well, it's the next game anyway.
Oh no. Oh, they've scanned him as well. They know what they're ready. They're like, there's the Terrorblade in these trees.
Here, our observer said something else for you, Owen. He said, Tundra might ban it themselves. It's too dangerous. That's a good one. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen any TV work as carry. Now as support, it's even more disastrous. This not even been a game of Dota 2. Quest, they've been playing Dota 2.
They really have. They, as I said, their draft, there's nothing crazy about it. It didn't need to.
No.
As it tends to not need to be when you want to win games at this level. You just do what you got to do. Quest are doing what they got to do.
Honestly, what a bunch of tryhards, Quest.
Yeah, that would be the icing on top. You would get some all chat, you know, flaming. You know, that's what happens in a pub. It's like, look at you guys, well done. You can play Primal Mid, DK, Weaver carry, well done. You know, and they're like, dude, we want to go to TI. We're gonna play these heroes. We're here to win.
Then play to win is truly what they're doing. As careful as can be. Like, it's 32-7. They know that the lineup on the enemy is clowny, and they're still not going for high ground pushes. They're just going to get the Roche.
What's the win percent now? It's got to be in the negatives.
It's got to be 100.
Oh.
Negatives.
The negatives.
It's got to be 100. It's been 100 for a while.
Now, at this point, yeah, so there we go. 1%. The 1%. Yeah. I mean, 1% is 1%. It's an infinite times more than 0%.
This armlet, he's too close to the towers of his base, so the tower regen is actually counteracting his armlet.
That's true, actually. He's getting griefed by his own towers. Now, I will say, if somehow Quest lose this game, this is going to be the most painful loss any pro team's ever had.
That would be the disband if they lost this game, I think.
No.
Mid-series.
It would be the most painful loss. If you lose this game now as Radiant, you're gonna be crying for days. You're gonna have sleepless nights. You're gonna wonder, where did it all go wrong?
All right, noob. Use Pulverize on Roche so at least we can see the cool animation. I haven't seen someone Pulverize Roche in a while. Come on, do it. No. Come on, dude. It still does it, right? It still punches Roche in the face, right? Pretty sure.
But does it? I don't actually. No, I've not seen that. I don't think. You don't grab Roche and throw him up and down in the air.
No, he like grabs.
I think I've never
grabs him by the neck and like punches him in the face or something. I don't remember.
Dude, that sounds
I've only seen it like once.
That sounds great.
I can't remember. Definitely custom animation, though.
Well, what do you got? Tundra, let's see the progress. But your Pures goes Butterfly. Topson. You got the Hurricane Pike on top of the Mjolnir.
Okay.
They're smoking out. They're smoking out on the map. 37 minutes in, it's got to the point where they've unmuted each other and they said, hey, guys, we haven't lost yet. Let's actually try and make a play together. You know, like, let's go. We might as well. You know, let's go for one final hurrah.
I mean, 9 class is at the ready. So let's see. If they can one-shot someone at the start of the fight, and if Pure can one-shot a support, they can start a fight, in theory, 5v3 or something.
That's quite the snipe there. It would have been very close to having his Hex there, Ramses, but loses the recipe on the courier. Moves in.
Shield rune.
Where's the TB? Where's the TB? 9 class. I'm all eyes on 9 class. He's in. There we go. Gets the Sunder, but the shield rune was up. They got him.
Goes down.
They've killed Noob. Now can they get anything more? Pure. He's going to come to an end. He has to put the man to get back up to the high ground. But there it is. We saw.
Noob bought back.
Do it again. 9 class. He's going to force out the BKB from Malik.
He's got a cheese. The
I mean,
Rax, it's the final one.
Did Noob need to buy back? I thought that's just a bit risky. I mean, sure, you're in a 90% win chance game, but it's like, you know, you have to just take your time. That's a buyback.
Maybe he felt like they could just force it because Sunder was cooldown, and he felt like they blew everything there. Maybe he felt like they could just lead, but everything was used. Malik actually had to use cheese BKB and reset too.
They're holding.
They actually landed it perfect. They landed it perfect, right? The Whitemon precasted blast off as the Blink Sunder came off, so the BKB didn't come off immediately. So he did get caught for a second there to get the follow-up hit. So they executed it kind of perfectly there.
Let's see him do it again.
See him do it again.
Two minutes and a half left to push with this Aegis. Of course, just that one melee racks away from them and getting the mega creeps.
So the other thing is, Owen, if they have vision behind the tower, they can one-shot 9 class. If they just tap him with literally anything, like a Thunder Strike. They don't have the shard, though.
This double's going to go. Pure. He tried to TP over for this, but he's going to get glimpsed back, so he's not here for the fight. Well, he's a pretty speedy spider. He'll be back for the fight. I suspect he'll take the time to walk back over.
Buying some time. 9 class is waiting in the wings.
9 class is ready. He needs to get himself a little lower, though. I mean, that maybe.
There's an Aegis
Here we go.
Storm from Ducalis.
1 HP, 9 class. Don't get near the Tormentor. Okay, so it's not up at the moment, I guess. So it's fine. Last. Oh, there we go. He's on to Malik. Malik has put the BKB. He's getting over by TI13. They have to put the time lapse here on TI13 to back off. It turned towards 9 class. 9 class and Topson both dead. Buyback will come out from Topson and from 9 class. TI13 being focused by Pure. Pure very, very close to bringing him down there, but even if he did have that Aegis still on Weaver. They defend. Cost them 2 buybacks though, Tundra.
They hold the racks though. They actually somehow are still holding on to this one. The next round though, that's a lot of the buybacks used.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. And Malik, I saw what he's doing now. With that Aghanims, he is scouting out the sides. So if he does get the scout off, he gets the stun ever on 9 class. It's also just an instant death. But they are somehow holding on. Noob looking for an angle to go a wraparound, perhaps. Pure. No BKB for Pure. They're on him.
Uh-oh. They just walk up and grab him.
He dead.
He didn't even need to blink him for that. He just walked up, Noob, and just grabbed him. Okay, I had an invis ring. Okay, thanks, Observer.
He did.
I didn't see that. Obviously, you didn't see that either. But invis will allow you to do that. Walk up and grab people. That's what he does. He walks up and grabs
He had to blink. He could have just blinked and grabbed if he wasn't invis also.
Oh, yeah, he was getting
They were just ready for Pure. Yeah.
Pure's got buyback. He's got buyback available.
9 class is looking for a different angle now. He knows that Malik is looking on the right side, so he's got to take a different approach.
Here's the buyback.
Look at 9 class. He's scouting them. He's telling his team, he said, guys, I might be able to get the Primal again.
Where is this Terrorblade? I got again, all eyes on the Terrorblade.
He got the Primal. He one-shot him.
Oh, he did it! He did it! He's gone for 2 minutes! They've got to run! Tundra, this is your chance! This is your time to maybe! Okay, they've lost 9 class. Pure's in! He knows he's got to go all in now. Okay, he's going all out now.
He's in trouble.
BKB comes to an end.
He's looking
they
dead.
Get the jump onto Pure as he's very dead. And no buyback on him. Whitemon will be able to jump in and burst through Omar. Let's see if Topson's able to do any clean. Topson's got the Tempest double in a second, but TI13 picked up a triple. He's going to look for Rams. They'll be able to take Ramses out as well. The buybacks, they're running out of them on the side of Tundra. Topson's trying to hold. Malik, he's going to jump straight in on top of him. Topson needs some sort of help. He's not going to get it. TI13 gets the ultra kill.
Malik?
What?
Can they get him down? They were not going to get him. Are they? Okay,
they get him.
Rampage?
TI13. Oh,
Rampage.
It's a rampage. It's a rampage here. TI13. Business as usual here for him on the Weaver this game. 18-0-11. No funny business whatsoever, and he's looking good.
He actually got the 1 HP Sunder, and he auto-attacked the Primal. I mean, we said it's bound to happen a couple times in this game. It
I tell you what,
done any real damage, but
they hold, folks. They hold.
Somehow
the game
it's
ain't
still
over.
Going on.
It's just a defense is a defense, and they've defended.
Something like that.
There is a chance. There was 1% before. There still probably is now. Have I come back here for
1% is still there.
It's still there.
TI13, though, he is saying that 1% is not a 1%. No more X for you. The glyph.
Ooh, that's the glyph.
Ooh, Ducalis, look at this positioning. He wants someone to come. He's just going to ag static storm.
But where's 9 Class? 9 Class needs to get his HP down ASAP.
No, he's too close to tier 4s. It's healing him. There we go.
There we go.
Ducalis puts a ward down. He sees the TB. No angle for the 9 Class.
Dude, but what about the Soul Ring tech? Does that help at all? You get a little cheeky Soul Ring in there just to speed up that last little HP decrease
now he needs,
before you jump.
I like this Glimmer, the Shadow Blade.
The Glimmer,
so you can
okay.
get the angle, all right? Yeah, so you get the angle. Never going to be able to really do that on the TI13, though. And maybe they do just buy Lincolns or Lotus Orbs now on the other cores, just so you can never do it again. So
what if
there is counterplays, of course, to Sunder.
What if the big brain
they even
move
need to.
is you buy Refresher, and then it doesn't matter if you're low HP. You jump in, you get their low HP, and then you give it back to them.
Genius.
And then you've ended up in the exact same situation that you were in the beginning. Probably losing the game.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to lose anyway. So it's, you know, what does it change? It wouldn't change. Wouldn't change anything.
I can't believe this game has gone 45 minutes. That's all.
That's impressive, honestly. That's a new record, I think, for this lineup that Tundra's got.
Whitemon, 3-man stun.
It's not a bad stun at all, but Whitemon is immediately dead. Well, okay. They've killed the supports. Pure. He's healing up, but now he's caught by a stun. He's dead. The Dragon Knight, the Malik, is getting very, very low to all these illusions and spiders. He has to back off. Ramses is holding the defense of the tier 4s. 9 Class, oh no, he got hit by a siege creep. The catapult takes him out in one. The Terrorblade support has been countered by a siege creep.
Oh my goodness. The rock falls on his head.
Yep. God, he had enough.
Surely now it's over.
I think it might be. Tier 4's falling. Topson's trying to do his best to protect them with the bubbles. But they're coming crashing across noobs there. And there it is. We're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. PSG Quest, they'll non-surprisingly win this game too. As I don't really know what that was. And honestly,
me neither.
I guess for Tundra's sake, it's probably best if they don't do that again in game 3. But I kind of hope we get something crazy again, because it was a lot of fun. Probably not for Tundra to play through, but 46 minutes. That's not, you know, they'll write that one down as not a stomp.
Did they endure?
Kind of was.
Or did they suffer more, is the question.
Who suffered the most? Who's getting the most reports out of that lineup?
Let's look at damage done.
Damage done.
A 9 Class actually has damage done now, though, because of the HP removals, right? So.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's just not have that happen again. That was weird. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Something. I don't know what happened.
I don't know. It was a visual treat, you know. But yeah, they were one game away from TI. They still are. But now they're one game away from not going to TI, because Quest, with this game 2 victory, pushing this to a game 3, a deciding game 3. I don't know. What's going on for?
I don't know. We just have to erase that this existed, because I don't know. I
feel like this is the kind of draft you try on the first round of the upper bracket in game 2 when you're up again. You know what I mean? You give it a shot. But at this point of the tournament, or the qualifiers, okay, maybe you don't. Maybe you give this a shot in your scrims, and then you don't give it a shot again.
I don't know. I've jokes aside and everything. It's too much. One or two of these things is fine. It's too much. Brood and Ark, and the way the lanes went down too. There was no game, right? Top lane went pretty disastrous for Pew at the start, but I don't know. Hopefully we just get something like actual lineups and stuff playing against each other. Because I mean, Tundra held on for 40-something minutes, but that's literally what it was. It was holding.
Wow. Well, I know. This is as I say. I hope. I mean, they probably won't be, because I say Quest, they're serious business today. They won't go for some sort of like respect ban on one of these 5 heroes. Tundra got this game, I'm sure, in game 3's draft. But and maybe we're completely wrong. Maybe Tundra will actually go for a similar lineup to this in game 3. You never know. And maybe just change kind of one component or 2 components of it. and just show us that it can work.
That changes everything. I think if you change like 1 or 2 components, it changes everything. I just think it's too much with the Arc Warden and the TB and everything. I Noob is still like, what the hell? I got one-shotted, but it didn't matter.
Oh, there we go. There we go. And yeah, TA2000 on his Weaver this game. He did what a Weaver needs to do. 21-0-12. This game was always going to be in his hands. And it's going to feel good for him, obviously, because that game 1, he was on his Weaver. He did get dealt with. This time round, he got to play a completely free game, and he did everything he needed to. Everything he needed to do. 21-0-12, over 1100 XPM, over 900 GPM. Doesn't get much better than a Weaver performance than that.
Nope. Great lineup around him. Great plays. Yeah. Nothing else to say, really. Oh, and he's got the palindrome, actually. He's got the palindrome kill scorer, right? He's 21-0-12, so it's 21-0-12. Yeah.
That's
21
true.
to 21, yeah. So
that's true. Lovely bit of maths there. Not quite sure the maths that was going on Tundra's side when they were trying to work out the numbers, work out what they drafted, but I'm sure they're going to back to the drawing board for the Game 3 draft. I can't wait to see what they've got in store if this Game 2 lineup was anything to go by. And I know that you guys and girls won't be able to wait as well, but I'm going to have to make you. We're going to have a short break, and then we're going to be back. But it won't be long, so don't go anywhere. Game 3, it's round the corner. We'll see what happens next between Tundra and PSG Quest. This deciding game is going to decide who goes on towards TI.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the lower bracket finals here in the Western European Regional Qualifiers for the International. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we are very much enjoying this series. Has taken quite the turn between Tundra and PSG Quest, especially after that game 2. Honestly, I got to wonder, Fogged, you've been a pro player. When you have a game like that where everything has just kind of gone wrong, what does the team sort of say after it? Or do you think you kind of just say nothing and you just try and move on and talk game 3? You know, what do you do? How do you recover?
I think it's what you said at the end there. I just, guys, what the hell was that? And they go,
yep.
I don't want to know what you think. I don't want to know what I think. Let's just move on. But you know what? Honestly, you have to be pretty serious about this because now it's do or die. If you end up losing,
this is for TI.
Tundra, that's gonna honestly, it's gonna really hurt. It's gonna hurt for Tundra. It's gonna hurt for the fans of Tundra as well too. And it's people are gonna maybe say something about it because just doing that type of draft is definitely very, very bizarre. Maybe they had something that worked with them in scrims. Like, that's something I always like to say. But this one, I think they went way too far outside the box. Like I said, if testing one thing, testing two things can work. But when you throw everything together in one, too many cooks in the kitchen, something must have went wrong. Let's see an actual game of Dota now.
And it's like one of those things as well
5
that
seconds remaining.
maybe you do if you like really stomped the team in game 1. And sure, Pure popped off.
Pure
but
did.
I don't think you kind of look at that game 1 and sort of say, hey, these guys are easy. We're going to do something crazy.
No.
Because they're not. Quest, they've looked fantastic through their run that they've had in this
Esports
qualifiers.
turn to
Sure, you beat them in game 1, but you can't underrate these guys. These guys are good.
No, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it really was the Pure show, though. Like, going back and being real about this game, it was Pure, Whitemon, and 9 class having a fantastic game, kind of leading the show. Topson did his job of holding the tower in mid early, but besides that, him and Ramses were really quiet in that game, right? So I don't think you can really feel like take your foot off the pedal too much there, because yeah, that game was close. It was just Pure going out of control. He went literally Super Saiyan mode. So yeah, for Quest, they're gonna play normal as they always do.
They will,
They're gonna
yeah.
try hard.
I mean,
small
it's
thing
the
that I would
finals. You're meant to play normal.
Yeah.
You're meant to pick stuff
For
that's
sure.
good, and Quest absolutely did that. Yeah, so absolutely. Respect to Quest, honestly, throughout all the chaos and the craziness, they just got the job done, and that's what you're here to
They're
do. You're
tryhards.
here to make it to TI.
Yeah.
Everyone should be a tryhard at this series at this point.
Exactly.
It's for TI.
No, absolutely, for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm sure they're feeling pretty happy. The one thing I would say for Quest, though, I will add this one
Quest
thing.
Esports
It took them a while to end that game versus that Clowny lineup. That's my one concern, even though they were very careful, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with very careful, but sometimes it can be a little bit of a, uh-oh, you know. If that can
But
happen
maybe
now.
is there a world though where, like, as you were kind of saying them yourself, you know, the suffering was just extended. If you're Radiant in
That's
that
the one
team,
thing, too. That's why I'm like,
are you not like,
yeah.
let's just make them kind of wallow in their
It's true.
this draft that they've ended up with? We don't need to rush the ending. Let's make them sit in silence, awkward silence for as long as possible. I think if you're Quest there,
Definitely possible.
the strat is to not end the game. You do draw that game out because you're just increasing the pain and suffering that the die is going through.
That's why I was like, there's like the small thing. Like I was saying, like maybe for Quest that's the way, but maybe it could also just be that where they were like, these guys are having no fun. We're having a blast.
Yeah.
Whatever. So yeah.
It's
so now,
you've done. Yeah, it's absolutely. I really think they did way more damage by not ending quickly.
fair enough. Yeah,
I don't think Tundra walks away from that game and goes, "Hey, you know what, guys? Look how hard it was for them to end the game against us. We feel really good that we made it really hard for them to end the game." They're not thinking that. There's nothing to take away positive from that game for Tundra. You've just done more damage by letting them, as I say, just sit in that game for longer. So game 3 draft. So far, the great start.
That's what I always
Tundra,
think too.
we've got the Storm. This is nice and normal. You know, as you said, they can have one crazy pick, maybe 2 crazy picks, and we'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I also think this TB support is something that needs to be experimented more. It works in pubs, but that's pubs, you know. You're going to be able to get away with so much more. A real team is going to punish so much more versus a 4 position that does almost nothing most of the game, right? So
Sure.
Yeah.
And dies
Let's
to a
not see
siege
that
creep.
again. Dies to that, yeah, literally. It's already getting clipped, I'm pretty sure. So seeing a couple of these bans come in, the Hoodwink, this is one that's actually not been banned out so much, so that's actually a bit of an interesting one to see it taken out here. They start with the Rubik, though. That's pretty cool. That kind of says a lot about what they think about this hero in Tundra's hands, but also in theirs with what, you know, all these big spells that are coming out. Because Whitemon played it amazing. We've seen 9 class have good games on it, but Omar is an amazing Rubik, so.
Yeah, I guess it's always the power of drafting it first. It means you don't have to waste bans on like Enigma and things, right? Because it's very unlikely that you want to play Enigma into Rubik. So just by picking it first, you kind of essentially banning out a lot of the meta heroes.
Yeah, like the Weaver, the Enigma, yeah, a couple more of those, of course, for sure.
Let's see, Tundra. The question is, are they really going to leave the Weaver in? I feel like after that game, after these 2 games, you know, it's at the moment probably the most comfortable hero for him to just be put on TI13. Do you really just ignore it?
I think it's definitely considerable for ban because you don't want it. You
No.
do have Storm though, so Storm can be pretty good versus Weaver. The catch, you naturally build the Orchid if you would like to. They'll ban the Enigma themselves because they don't have that luxury of this Rubik or anything. And they'll go back to what they did at the start of these qualifiers with their ET. They kind of strayed away from it a little bit in the last few drafts, but I think it's also because they got given the Clockwork, the Phoenix, and some of these other ones that they prioritize, or the Willow.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as long as they go back to doing anything they did in any of the other games other than the last game, then Tundra should be pretty fine. with their draft. So
Yep. This looks infinitely better. Now, honestly, these 2 picks alone look better than the entire last draft for me.
just that's it. Just the 2 heroes, job done. It's an improvement. I mean, it is. Unironically,
it is. They have synergy.
Yeah, Storm
like,
ET.
ET and Storm Spirit have great synergy throughout all stages of the game, amping up physical, magical, etc. And great ways to protect the Storm Spirit with an ET because you're always playing in the back, so you can get these stomp reset plays. And versus Rubik, you're not giving, for the most part, you're not giving a big crucial spell. Rubik getting ET spells, unless he gets Splitter, don't matter too much.
Quest Esports turn to
And there it is. I think this was.
Take it.
I mean, to give Tundra credit with the draft at this point, it was either you ban the Enigma, they pick the Weaver. You ban the Weaver, they pick the Enigma. Right? It was definitely. Yeah. When they do this opening with the Rubik first, they were definitely setting themselves up to get one of those 2. So yeah, they ban Enigma, they get the Weaver through.
To be fair, Quest has yet to play Enigma.
Really?
It wasn't banned versus them at all in a lot of the games, and they didn't take it anywhere. They were the ones banning it in some of them. So
that's a pretty big point to bring up then, because then why are you banning the Enigma over the Weaver? They don't play it. They literally don't play it, even when they and you've let the Weaver through. And last game, sure, last game was not really a game. It was a strange environment, but we know even in the more competitive games, TI13 still has very good games on Weaver. He's a very good Weaver character.
Absolutely. Yeah, and they'll go for this Death Prophet. So I've been a bit mixed on this DP, and they'll get the CK. So I mean, Tundra, they've got the CK versus Weaver matchup. They're really happy about this.
They have.
The DP overall, I've been a bit question mark on it. He went the Aghanims route one game after Atos, which was absolutely horrible. That one ended up being a disaster. I think you kind of have to just go this like Atos BKB style as Death Prophet, but I'm still just uncertain about this hero, how I feel fully. But what it tells me is that Quest is looking to have strong lanes and looking to snowball after that, right? The DP is looking to shut down the Stone Spirit early.
They're going to stick with the techies. They're going to give him another They're going to give him another chance after game 2. And I think that's fine. As we said, honestly, out the picks and things, Tundra with their techies, that can be good, right? These guys know what they're doing with the techies.
And this would be 9 class playing it, which is, I mean, Whitemon plays it and he didn't play it badly by any means, but 9 class is the spammer of techies. Whitemon is the ET spammer, so things are looking much more normal for them. And techies, Rubik can be good versus you in a lot of different facets. I should say a lot of different ways. I can't say facets anymore. In a lot of different ways, because he can lift you during the blast off thing, but also all the spells you get are very valuable. But techies provides you this burst versus something squishy like Weaver and Death Prophet that could be really, really nice. So they do have quite a bit of burst now on the side of Tundra.
Do you think Quest will look to go the Brew route again for Malik this game?
I would imagine it's Brew or Underlord, yeah, as we've seen so many times. Maybe the Underlord, just because of the pit versus the Storm, perhaps could maybe look better, but...
Quest Esports.
Let's see which one.
There we go. Bang on, have a bit more control. All right, so, interesting enough, this is going to mean that... I guess they like to do this because it gives the opportunity for them to move the Weaver around, even though I feel like most of the time they don't. The Weaver will be carry, I'm pretty sure. I would think it would be pretty surprising if TI13 doesn't play it. So they should have the support to finish.
5 seconds remaining.
I think for me, the idea behind the Underlord also is that if they have Brew and DP, they're very reliant on their cooldowns. They have to have Split or EXO or both, etc. for team fights. This one, they can fight with just the DP ultimate, and Underlord can just join in. Yes, Fiendskate has a long cooldown and stuff, but he can join in just by being there. So... I think that's the idea, and also Underlord is an aura buyer, while Brewmaster is not an aura buyer anymore. So the Underlord with the Death Prophet can actually provide protection for the DP rather than the Brewmaster just having a split. So now there's going to be Greaves, there's going to be Pipe, etc. to try to protect the DP.
Tundra. See if they do expend bans on the carry in case they feel that the Weaver is going to be switched to support, or if they will just ban out the supports here. I think last time
what would be the choice, though, for Noob if you do want to... Let's say if they do flex the Weaver, pull it in that off lane and stuff with the... Put it as a 5 position, whatever it is. What would be that carry-to-carry matchup versus the CK? I think the one that I've seen from some teams, I think Navi Jr. did Medusa, but I don't even know if that's any good. I'm just uncertain what is actually a good carry versus CK lately, because this hero just seems to be at the top of the mark.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
They're going to at least ban out one support. Indeed, assuming that the Weaver will stay as carry in this situation.
I think that's a good ban. Yeah, the Disruptor. I think, like you said, Disruptor Weaver seems like it's felt like the strongest duel.
Remaining.
And the other thing about Disruptor, when you're playing with DP, like DP is a hero that when you pop ulti, you want to force them to stay on you, right? You want them to force them to stay in the fights. Disruptor, yeah, you're constantly getting these glimpses, bringing them back into the DP ulti, so you can see why they want to ban that too.
Do you like the, if they did want to switch it around, do you like the Ursa against CK?
I actually was thinking the TA. It's a little mixed because it wasn't. Okay. It wasn't good versus CK, but it was good versus the Storm as well with the shard timing. And what I'm looking at for Quest, I think they're trying to accelerate the games. I think they're not trying to play slow versus Tundra. That's what this draft tells me. When I see DP and Underlord, they're not looking to play this long game. They're looking to end the game before Pure is able to do what he did last time on CK. Because right now, Tundra is set up for late game. Absolutely. They have Storm, ET, CK. This will scale super hard. Quest, they're looking to end things early.
What support helps you do that then?
Hmm. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Quest. They banned the Darks here because that one, that's that little bit of that earlier timing that lets Tundra fight early on, and that's what Ramsey's played only. So.
Yes, yeah, play both games.
Yes, we got 10,
it's
10 seconds or so.
Tundra Esports.
Crystal Maiden.
All right, so it's go time. Honestly,
yeah.
Speed
it up.
They're looking to play as fast as possible. Tundra's looking to slow things down as they tend to. Quest, if they don't end this game by a certain mark, this game is going to be very difficult for them to continue. Like, yes, Weaver can still scale, but they're kind of in on the tempo with the Death Prophet and Underlord draft.
5 seconds remaining.
So CM is going to provide them more and more mana, of course, just to constantly fight. It provides them extra catch for the Storm Spirit and just good fighting versus something like those CK Legions. I'm just going to go Mars.
Okay. Mars for Ramses this time. It's catch. It's, as long as the time lapse isn't available, you can obviously stop that Weaver Shikuching away. So it can be nice with that in mind. But yeah, what do you sort of make of it? I feel it's not a crazy offlaner at the moment.
No, I'm not sure how it does versus these these Weavers and these CMs of now that kill you immediately, at level 2 and stuff like that. I'm uncertain. It does look strong if they're able to delay the game, but I don't know how his lane's gonna go.
Exactly. I think you're bang on. He can feed in lane. He absolutely against these two. This Mars will die at level. They said they hit level 2. They're going to go straight for him. So Ramses has got to be very prepared for that.
Yeah. So for me, I mean, more than ever, I would say for Quest, it's about setting the tempo, setting that pace, getting a big advantage, and not letting Tundra get these timings. Because if Tundra's able to get timings, their lineup scales insanely. I mean, we've seen what CKs are able to do in late game. Storm Spirits as well if they're able to have a game. But that's going to be the question is, how are the lanes going to go down? Is Tundra going to be able to slow things down? Is Quest going to be able to accelerate, dominate the map? We have to see.
We are. It's everything on the line here now that we've got this series going to this Game 3, Tundra versus PSG Quest. We're about to see which of those two will make it to TI. I mean, if you had to kind of call it off the drafts, is there one that you would say, you know what, that feels a little bit better? You like that approach. You like this sort of style in this current patch.
It's tough for me to just say straight up. I think the late game ones for me have looked a little bit better, and Death Prophet for me is a bit of a question. But if Quest can execute, they absolutely can win this game. It's just going to be a lot down to execution and not really making too many mistakes. I think if Quest makes, honestly, like 3-4 mistakes or something like that, maybe even less than that, this lineup can split the map. They can farm, and yeah. We already got to see what Pure was able to do on his CK earlier on. Yes, he is playing versus an Underlord, which is very strong versus him at most stages, but I've seen a lot of these CKs still be able to reign as champions afterwards anyway. So yeah, we'll have to see. First 30 minutes, Quest should be, for them, they have to really be ahead by a good margin by then. Otherwise, definitely concerns, but let's see how that execution does go down. And let's see. I'm hoping Noob doesn't go down the Aghanims route. I hope he just does do that 8-toast BKB build. And let's see how it does work. And let's see if it does work well with the Underlord. Because that's why I think they went for the Underlord over the Brew. Because he had it available. It works better in synergy with the Death Prophet.
30 seconds to battle.
For a push, that is. For a scale, no, but for a push, yes.
Oh, look at this, what Ducalis. I feel like we don't see this much, but a Grandmaster tier Crystal Maiden player here. Honestly, that top lane, Grandmaster tier CM and a TI13 Weaver, these guys are going to be killers up there.
I would think so, yeah. I mean, Ramsey's... We'll see how much also the Bloodsport's going to be able to do, because I think the theory behind Tundra is also just isolate the Death Prophet, isolate a Weaver or something in a lot of those mid-game fights and just blow them up instantly, because they do have a ton of nuke on the side of Tundra, if they can connect onto those heroes.
Yeah, interesting. Because Amar's taking this one over the other talent? Over Facet?
Amar isn't.
No, he's... And I feel like this game, can't they not get vision inside the arena? Like, for example, if he goes on someone like the Weaver's not there, can't the Weaver not just put the bugs out and then that will actually get the team vision through it? Like, there's a few things that do allow you to still see in and out of it. They're kind of weird.
So, I mean, maybe it doesn't end up working. I'm looking at lanes. I just think this could be devastating. It could be scary for Tundra based off lanes. Also, to point out, a 9 class did go a Clowny Facet, by the way. He went the attack range Facet, which...
Oh, dude, you were flaming this one last game. I mean, rightfully so. Is this really
I'll flame it again if you want.
Yeah, it's not... What's wrong with it?
It just doesn't... It's just better to get your... The thing is that neutral items work in your backpack. That's why I think the 9-slot one just ends up... is better in 90% of scenarios. I mean... Maybe he can do some type of crazy stuff with this one, but...
Gains 1 attack
it's just
range
very,
for each
very
point of...
underwhelming.
Are you going to buy attack speed on support techies?
No. Maybe a Wraith Band, but very unlikely as well.
Oh.
I don't know.
Wow.
It's just weird.
That is... that. Yeah. Hey, you said that Tundra liked to take it late game. Maybe that's the plan here, right? But then again, maybe the 9 slot's better for late game than a little bit of extra attack. Right? Who knows? We're not the techies experts. 9 class is first blood for Pure. Exactly what he likes to see on his CK. We saw him pop off in game 1. He's ready to do it again in game 3. He's like, guys, don't worry about game 2. Give me the CK. I'll get you the win.
It's definitely a possibility. Even though he's versus Underlord, as I said, I saw Watson literally go 20-2 versus that Underlord and just absolutely pop off. And Pure saw what he was able to do on the CK earlier anyway, so. And yeah, just slight question mark for Noob, just because I know he loves this Death Prophet. It's looked a little weird. It's looked a bit concerning in some of the games. He hasn't popped off for anything in particular.
I know, Mark. We'll see if you can catch the couriers coming in and out. Wasn't to be.
If the mid lane doesn't, if Storm Spirit doesn't get shut down a bit here by the Death Prophet, then it's, then I'm asking Noob, what was the full purpose besides just trying to accelerate the pace of things? Because if he wanted to pick this DP, it was also to try to shut down the lane, and that's just not happening. Topson's getting every last hit. Actually, every single one. He's 18-1. I think he's missed 1.
I'll tell you what as well, to get the top lane credit, Ramses and 9 class, they're doing well. TI13 and Ducalis weren't able to utilize kind of that quick level up to make an immediate play. Ramses getting good farm out of this lane. 13 for 3 against the 10 for 1. They're playing this very nicely.
Yeah, playing it beautifully. And he's got the healing Lotus now, so very difficult for them to actually pressure Ramses much up here. So yeah, that lane's going well. The Storm lane is going well. And the CK is standing his own. He's not getting pressured. Yeah. He's already got that point of force for the lifesteal. So the lanes,
and he got that first blood.
Looking good.
You're very happy. Beginning of this.
Noob walks up with Siphon versus Storm, and then Storm just actually throws a Remnant at him, hits him, pulls him, throws another Remnant. It's actually not an efficient trade for Noob. Good range tonight. But yeah, Underlord, Malik is starting to get slowed down a little bit down here. CK, absolute free farm. Tundra definitely in a very happy position, at least off these first few waves. I'm just watching Whitemon. He's looking for the angle to go for the kill onto Omar.
Yeah, they're trying to get something going.
Really careful.
Mid Noob. Getting aggressive here with the dive, but 9 class is in with the TP. He's under the tower. He's dead.
Oh, boy.
They
tipped him immediately when he was starting to go for the dive. They tipped him before the kill even happened.
Yeah. I mean, I feel it's kind of what you said. It feels like he's playing DP aggressively to the point where he's kind of just wishfully hoping that the spells, the Siphon is a bit stronger than it actually is. He's pushing it too
Topson's
far.
just out-trading him. He's literally, I was watching, like, most of the time he's out-trading him. He's just throwing the Remnant on him, and Noob's running into it, so not something you want to see if you're a Quest fan right now. Having the DP die early versus the Storm Spirit is painful, especially when those other lanes are going as well as they are right now. Weaver's still farming, but the reason you pick the DP is to have a good lane. So Noob, definitely not wanting to die another time here. Overextending.
Top lane. Oh, beautiful jump there from 9 class. In with the blast off, the burst enough. They just immediately, basically 100 to 0, TI13's Weaver.
That's a big deal.
Trading with the CT down bottom is becoming rather tough. I mean, to the point where Malik, he has to walk back to base.
Go back.
After a few punches from Whitemon's ET.
Hey, these lanes are pretty disastrous, honestly. CK is free farming, Storm is free farming, Mars is not full free farming, but he's slowing down Weaver and getting a kill. That's the dream for Tundra right now off of this first 6 minutes. Especially with the lineup that they're playing against that's very tempo-oriented. Topson's in. Just a poke.
Yeah, he knows they can't kill him.
Yep. And the rune will spawn for him, and it's a regen. Tundra getting blessed. So Noob, maybe this could be one of those games where you do see an earlier point in silence skilled up. It usually doesn't happen. Usually you want to have, of course, your max nuke, so 4-0-4 or something, but definitely could see an argument for an early silence point versus Topson. Noob, be careful how far you step up here. It's a regen Storm.
Yeah, and there's a tech. He's ready to jump in with the blast off. We'll get the Siphons off. Now we'll keep it safe, and Topson's used quite a bit of the mana, but indeed with the regen going, he's got enough to jump back down to the low ground and to get away. Both mids surviving through each other's attempts.
Forcing reactions, but one of them has to go back almost, or potentially has to go back because he's half HP while Storm's full mana. Wisdom runes. TI2000 looking to try to set up to take a steal. There's a scan that comes out, an offensive scan that comes out. So TI2000, he'll make the call. Not going to go for that rune steal since the techies is going. So 1-for-1 rune, wisdom rune exchange. Topson is making a move down toward bottom. This ward, might not actually see him. It's close. It sees the ET. I didn't see if it saw the storm. Might have just caught wind of him. But Topson, this is a smart little move here too. This is like he's checking to see if there's stacks here as well too. But in the meantime of just playing near bottom to go for a kill, he can also just take the creep camp. And he might just look for a dive play here. They're thinking about it.
Doesn't it? Doesn't look like he's happy with the position in the lane. There doesn't want to go for anything too crazy.
Oh, this CK is getting just too much, Owen. He's getting just completely uncontested. Weaver is getting slowed down a lot too. Yeah, TI2000 has to be careful how he steps up. There's kill threat constantly up there. He doesn't know where. If he doesn't know where Techies is, he has to be careful how he's positioned up top.
A good hold of this early game so far from Tundra. And it's going exactly as they'd hope.
Their draft skills real hard. They have really good team
play
play as well that comes everything together. It's a like honestly such a good draft like together of everything. They kind of tick all the boxes. The thing that they're worst at is probably just tower hitting. They're very good at fighting though. Speaking of fighting, they're gonna look.
Smoke.
They have this amp damage on Topson. Level 3 blast off at the ready on 9 class. So if they get the pull onto the Weaver, they should have the follow-up. They're even rotating Pure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
TI2000 looks like he knows something is up. He is playing super careful on this Weaver even.
Dire's top tower.
Nobody showing on the map. Man, Malik is so poor. 37 last hits on this Underlord down bottom. Had to go. He went for the Arcane Boots first too, so he's super fragile. No bracers or anything. He's got the Vanguard queued up to potentially go for that disassemble, etc. and stuff later on, but it's very late that these items are coming out for him to stay down bottom alone.
Top tower gone. Tundra continuing to hold this early game lead. All 3 cores in the top spots.
Super comfortable. And probably look to control, probably going to keep looking to control those power runes for Topson. So I'd imagine they're going to look to keep rotating around the mid every time that 2 minutes hits. Keep enabling this Storm Spirit to have a good start. All 3 cores, as you said, just kind of doing what they please at the moment.
Jumping on the mid.
Jump.
And they're coming in with a dive as well. Topson swings in, is able to pull back Ducalis.
Might be able to put some tower pressure here too, and this is a Storm Spirit's lane versus a Death Prophet that they might be the ones to be able to put a ton of tower pressure first. It's a big deal. 2K lead first 10 minutes versus that draft that Quest wanted to have an early advantage with. They have to swing Malik over. Like, that's a big deal. Like it's a lot of rotations that Quest having to do just to protect their mid tower when it's the DP that wanted to have that success versus a Storm. It's not the case.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pierre's got armlet done already. Super good timing for him.
And Ramses should be on track to get a good timing on the Blink Rush this game. Getting a lot of space top and not really heroes that are looking to make any sort of move towards him. So free farm for the Mars now.
Yep. Malik went for the mech. Okay, so maybe now they do look to start grouping up on the side of Quest more instead of, since he didn't go for that Vanguard. But the group up has to work. It has to work pretty well in that first movement because they're just getting out farmed. Versus a draft that scales really nicely. So let's see what they can catch. I think the Atos is about to be finished as well. Maybe wanting to finish that one before they strike. But feels like this one, like almost, it kind of feels like it has to work, right? Like,
yeah, it's got to do
want to
something.
get some big kills into a tower. Otherwise, like Tundra's just chilling.
They really are. They really are. Pure. He's going to be a big problem.
And they have this ward that they placed earlier to scout out that the ward near the Ancients. So they see these stacks, they'll actually just walk in and steal. Topson now has his Witchblade finished. This game I'm much more okay with the Witchblade. I know the other day I was a bit more critical instead of him going Orchid, but this one's good. Rune will spawn top. Something there for Quest.
They've got to find something with this. Yeah, they need something big time with this smoke. Noob.
Can they catch Topson?
I mean, they're kind of ready for it on the high ground. And they'll have to settle for 9 class. Not going to get a jump on any of the cores. So just the techies to go down. The rest of Tundra, they're perfectly fine. Not what Quest hoped for there.
At least they force heroes toward mid. They did force like 4 heroes to kind of walk over there a little bit here, but yeah, not what they wanted to get. They want to get a big kill, and they want to turn it into a tower with Exorcism. Just that, not the case. So Topson can shove out the mid lane. Pop glyph for bottom, so TI13 can't apply pressure too. Tundra's getting away with just farming it up.
See if they go for another move very shortly, or if they're just going to kind of feel that, well, it didn't work. Let's just try and get our next items. You've got to imagine that pressure is still going to be hanging over Quest. And
I really feel it.
Here we go again. Yeah, indeed. They've got to try once more.
There's definitely pressure to make stuff happen when you're playing versus this scaling draft. Ramses almost has his Blink Dagger finished, so if you don't make a move pre-Blink, it's going to be a lot easier for Tundra to look to make their own moves with their very strong cores. Looking to sandwich down bottom.
I mean, they might just find 9 class. It's been hit by a scan. So Tundra know what's going on. Indeed, 9 class is going to be the one to be found, but again, this is not what Quest want.
Nope.
2 smokes, just 2 techies kills. That's all they're getting.
And it's 4 heroes. It's not even like a Fiend's Gate rotation or something. Now the Fiend's Gate to hold the tower, but they're hugging hands. Or holding hands, sorry, hugging each other when they're looking for those kills. So yeah, Tundra just splits it up, gets the farm. Topson will find himself an Arcane Rune.
With a tier 1 bottom. All of Tundra's cores in particular having a beautiful time.
Yeah. I mean, Noob should still be able to get an okay timing on his BKB and stuff, but yet to see an Exorcism, yet to see even an Atos used to be able to try to catch anything. I feel Pure's going to come out with an Orchid the next time the fight goes down. And that will definitely be very problematic for TI13 in particular. Yeah, Ramsey, the blink is done. They can look to smoke now. Tundra can look to take the fights themselves. They will run into some bombs. So that probably will give some information at the least. Omar with a nice steal to be able to scout out those smokes.
They'll just take this tier 1 out themselves by looks around the mid. Don't think we're going to see Quest come in with a defense on this. If they do, it's probably going to be something they'll regret. They've just likely got to let this go.
Yeah, someone's going to die if they turn up. I think they might know it too. Omar looked like he was considering it, but yeah, not going to be able to set up for this defense. So Storm Spirit is able to take the DP's tower. Takes a little bit of time, but either way, it's a big win for the Storm. Has yet to die. CK and Storm at the top. TI13, bottom. Ramses, he's on him.
Look at the jump. They've got the burst combo there with the blast off follow-up. TI13 gone.
Uh-oh, Owen. Big concerns for Quest.
Probably a sigh of relief
to find anything
for Tundra. After well, that happened in game 2, but at least we're owning here in game 3. We can get him.
Up from top.
A backup coming in. He'll put the Phantasm, but with this many heroes on top of him, surely they kill him. They do. Now bring down Pure. Topson comes with the vortex on towards Ducalis. Ducalis will die. So if they can go for anything more, it's just Noob and Malik now, the two of them up on this high ground. Can Tundra get back in on this? Stomp's going to be off the mark. Jump ball from Ramses. He missed the God's Rebuke. He's going to get caught by the silence. They tried to turn back towards him, but Night Class is in with the blast off, jumps over towards Noob. Noob is getting burst down low. The Siphons will not save him as Noob goes down. Malik also to be chased. He'll get the pit out. TI13 trying to help him and see if he can find any sort of kill in return, but Ramses is back in with the blink. Spear in a God's Rebuke. Malik is gone. As Tundra, they take the fight. They may have lost Pure, but it's a costly trade. Yeah, Pure, Tundra, they don't mind. Pure, he doesn't mind.
Owen, this is looking disastrous really for Quest. I mean, that's their Exorcism fight, and they need to win those fights very hard at this point in the game, with Tundra just able to free farm. That's the first Exorcism usage, and it's not enough. It really isn't even close. Yes, as you said, gets the CK, but they get so much out of it afterwards. And they can look to strike back immediately. Mars ult is ready. DP ulti has quite a lot of downtime.
There's the jump, and at this point with Pure, anyone dies instantly. Zarmlet Orchid online 17 minutes in on the CK.
The tempo for Quest, they went for this draft, and the tempo, none of it's worked. Honestly, Tundra's, their tempo is just better, even with like the greedier kind of scaling that they have. It's difficult to see how Quest now at this point kind of just outnumber and find Tundra off guard, because all three cores are having perfect games. And it's tough to really see how they can, I mean, they can kill Pure, but he's going to get a trade-off, it feels like, every time, even if they 5-man him, which never feels good.
Yeah, Pure can kind of go where he wants to. Very free to farm, and most areas of the map, they're coming over with the TPs. Can they punish him? They just don't have the catch.
They're fiend skating over. His team is pretty close, though.
And Topson, he's ready to sort of dance around with Malik around the fiend skate to stop anyone from going through it. We saw them drop it down.
Nice stack with the Orchid. Oh, he missed it. Oh, it's so close. I like it, though. I like the try.
Smoke time for Tundra. They know they can get whoever they want. They've got such a good combo and follow-up. Topson leads in with a Vortex, and if 9 Class and Whitemon can follow up on it, they kill anyone.
Oh, and he was somehow... Topson hasn't died, and he has BKB. It's likely that he might not die this game now at this point.
Noob. Gonna get caught.
First.
And with the splitter coming in, he is definitely gone.
Oh, this is rough. This is real rough now at this point. As it has been. I mean, Exorcism came so late. DP didn't win the mid lane. They needed tempo to go on their side. And yeah, everything is just going against them, really. Tundra is just roaming the map freely here. Yeah, still 190 gold for BKB from Noob, too. Slow down the timing. They needed that as early as possible. It's coming out so late.
Topson.
No, Omar shows himself. It's free.
Topson. He's got the whole line. Yeah, there we go. He can zip away.
Okay.
No
but Topson regen, so. All right, so for Quest, they have to have a pretty massive hit happen. BKB for Noob, he's got level 12. He needs to finish it. He's probably Tunk Malik. Give me these 2 creeps. I need this desperately. He's still a 10 gold off. He'll have it, and that's going to be the big call. If they lose this BKB Exorcism fight, the game is probably just over for them. Tundra very at the ready.
And they're straight in. They see Malik. They go for him immediately. He doesn't stand a chance. The ghosts are out from Noob. If Quest can fight back, but he's going to get caught by the sleep. The 2 on the back as well. You're going to see Topson, though. He's caught. Done. He still gets the BKB off. He's able to jump away. Topson does have to retreat. Noob's trying to chase down with the Siphon and the BKB. Look at it was Pure. BKB now coming to an end. He's caught by another sleep stop. Ramsey's stepping up. Look for the pullback here with a potential split. They get the Vortex. Burst into the splitter. He's just evaporates there. I mean, Pure does die. Okay. 9+ is he getting out as well? He is. They get Pure.
All right. They might get one more.
If they can get Whitemon, they do. Okay. A little bit of a cleanup for TI13. Not a bad one at all as well. Being one of those kills, yeah, killing the CK. That's something for Quest.
It's a win, but it's a small one. But it's a win either way, which they need at this point, right?
And honestly, it was very cool. They nearly got Topson at the start of that fight. It was a really nice steal. I think they had Spear on Rubik, and Omar was able to lock him down nearly long enough to kill him before he could get the BKB off. So, yeah, getting Pure at the end, great news. They nearly managed to make that fight pretty good on Quest. It was close.
Yeah. It was, I mean, at the time that they needed it the most. Noob, he kind of has to sack his life for it. It looks a little crazy of him diving, but allows TA2000 to get some cleanup kills that he needs. Deso check, Deso stacks acquired. Still obviously concerns, but it keeps them in a space that they can actually still be able to fight back. Difficult, but possible. That's a nice shard. Carlos is able to get it. Pretty good one. Although there's the BKBs and stuff that come out either way, it still can be pretty good to be able to get that AoE freeze. Control a little bit of these phantasms, maybe in some fights. But it's Pure now. He has got the Manta already finished up too, so he's still just hitting critical mass with his timing, Sim and Topson. Yeah, Topson very farmed. Has hit the 15 talent, has a Dragon Scale now too, so a lot tankier. He's up to 19 Galvanize.
All the mana in the world to play with.
Still very big.
See what they can get with a smoke Quest.
Can they? They can look for a successful fight and then turn it into a Roche. That's another really good option for them because they do kill it really fast with the Weaver and the DP. So maybe they could actually just. Can they just look to sneak it? Maybe.
I think so.
Versus
yeah,
ET
no, I think so. You're right with the Ghost and the Weaver. Yeah, go for it. They want to try for a kill first. And they might get it. They find Whitemon, and they will. Bit of follow-up, Whitemon's gone.
Now you can't, I mean, do you just force a DP ult and you just go straight for it?
I think, yeah, drop Ghost, go Roche.
It's a risk
still hesitant.
Oh, they do have Omar stealing Astral Spirit, so they have a way to scout outside. So they are getting some information out here of where Tundra heroes are.
It's definitely what they're discussing. They're like, do we try for Roche? They're going to try. Are they going to Ghost? They're not going to Ghost. They're going to just do it slow and steady here with the Underlord and the Weaver. The Deso.
That's nice for them at least. AT is back. It's not dying that fast though. They're respawning. They're smoking.
They should have it in time though. It's going to be relatively close, but actually it's going to be pretty close. Oh, the Spirit's in.
The angle.
They get it. There's going to be the zip forward. Topson tries for the steal, but the Aegis is already picked up by TI1300. TI1300 turns over towards Topson, but Topson was the BKB. They killed off Omar. And the turnover towards TI1300. He's going to get caught by the spear. Ramses drops the arena down onto the two of them. Take these out, Carlos. Trying to go for the ult, but he immediately gets put to a stop. They've lost their Stian, but TI1300 will clean up the kill onto Ramses. He's going to look to try and chase him for more. Moving in with the Shukuchi, but the blast off there from 9+. Straight onto the two of them. Malik's gone. TI1300 caught by the silence. He'll turn towards Pure, but the Aegis is gone. Noob,
he's fighting
with the siphons. In round 2, TI1300, we'll see if he can get the damage out. He can. He's able to take down White One. The bugs are actually going to catch on to Pure, but he'll turn over towards Topson instead because Topson is out of mana. TI1300, he's gone the wrong way. The Jukes are there from Topson. He goes. He's not going to be able to chase him. Or maybe TI1300 didn't want to try hunting. He just wanted to get away from Pure. He'll back off.
I think so.
I mean, they'll take that. Sure, they lost the Aegis, but they get the Roche. They get the Aegis, and they're able to make a fight happen out of it, in which TI1300 does come out on top.
Clutch stolen blast off, I believe, that I saw there from Omar that ends up getting them a couple extra cleanup kills and lets TI1300 get a couple extra. It's a really good choice that he does reset and get away, because I think if he goes back in for Topson, he gets orchided from the CK and does get brought down. So a good fight when they're at this deficit at the least. It was very split up one, but they do at least get some type of big cleanup kills. At least for the Weaver, which he needs.
It really is something. And, you know, we're very much seeing, we'll see actually again the replay. So getting in time. Topson just a moment too late to try to go for the steal. And, yeah, just TI1300 getting to get off a lot of damage pretty freely here. I mean, we'll see at this point, you know, Techies was caught at the side. Noob gets the kill, and it was a buyback from 9+. Same to be said for Omar. Omar also bought back to try and make this fight happen.
Look at this blast off here. So he gets the blast off connection, then Omar jumps from high ground afterwards. We don't get to see it, but either way. Topson's in, looking for Malik.
TI1300 in from the side as well. Topson, just enough mana to get just far enough away, and does have a BKB if they try and chase for him. He's got the backup of the team by him.
Back up to full. Crazy mana regen, of course, with this Meteor Ember finished up. Pure now has BKB. So last fight, I was a little worried for him. He actually could have died. Now with BKB is a lot safer. TI1300 has his work cut out for him.
And needs to go all out on the damage. They're so shard and now looking for the crit.
Yeah, I actually think that he needs to just go all out at this point too, because he knows that they definitely know that they're getting out farmed by quite a big margin right now at the moment, so he just has to kind of go all in for it. They do, of course, have these auras that are going to be helping a bit in the fight with the Crimson Guard and the Max, somewhat. Don't know if it's nearly enough, though, of course, versus how much damage the CK does. And yeah, Pure, level 19, him and Topson at the top.
Very close behind, though, TI1300. As you say, it's elsewhere that sort of the suffering is for Quest at the moment. Noob and Malik having to play a real catch-up game. They're falling behind.
Yeah, and overall the supports on the side of Quest have, I would say, a harder time of contributing now at this point than the two supports of Tundra. ET really just has to throw a Spirit out in a lot of fights and a Splitter from a distance, so it's easier for him to execute these fights as well. And he's just going to be amping everybody like crazy every single time. These super farmed cores are just going to get amped. Quest. Find 9 class again. Maybe.
Well, another one for TI1300. Up to 10 now in the Deso.
Got themselves high ground claimed as well. And some tier 3 neutrals that are always important. Always do like to point these out. A Craggy Coat for Noob. Quite a bit tankier. And okay. And he did go Blink Dagger, so that's cool for Noob too. Rather than waiting to finish up the Shivas, maybe because he got the Craggy Coat as well too, where he gets that bonus armor, but that's going to be nice for him to either get inside or get on top of these heroes too. That AK has been held consistent for some time.
Some furious lines drawn down the top half of the map. They're going to try and take over the triangle, it looks like. And they have got this ward up here. You know, pretty decent coverage to play around this area, Quest.
Tundra, they're feeling strong, smoked up. Any big item timings in particular. Level 20 has been hit on CK, and I mean, he's kind of got most of the items he needs. And okay, he's got a Hyperstone too, so his damage is going to be through the roof. TI13 has to survive the entire fight for Quest to have success. Weaver has a lot of work cut out for him. They've got the high ground claimed.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Avoiding one another.
Tundra swings over. They're like, I swear they were here.
Yeah, they've just dodged one another here. I mean, with the amplified damage rune and still the longer time left on Quest smoke, they may still have a chance to find this fight.
This amp damage could be a big deal.
Yeah, he hits hard. Amp damage with the Crystallis and the Deso. If he pops BKB, he should be able to kill a fair few heroes during that BKB time.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get gone on first, as long as they can form that distraction, which their lineup should, in theory, do with Noob just running in and give him good space.
I mean, they've really got this whole kind of triangle of observer wards that Quest have. It's given them so much information on this area of the map. Very hard for Tundra to move unnoticed around here.
Absolutely. Sticking together completely here, Quest. 4 heroes hugging. DP a bit split apart, Noob. Be careful. I know they have the Fiendscape, but that doesn't come instantly.
You get taken down so quickly by the CK if Pure gets the opening on you.
Yeah, he'll die in an instant. Oh, Ramses. I mean, he's going a bit of an unorthodox build. He's going down the Deso route that we don't see too much on the offlane Mars. Usually it's just that refresher route, so...
Okay.
Wants even more damage. Hey, the supports are incredibly fragile. If he catches them with a Deso, they're dead, so... But usually not the approach we see from the offlaners as much in these pro games.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one because I feel like, you know, you can rely on Pure to do the damage. You know what I mean? I don't know if damage is going to be an issue if Pure's alive and cleaning up. Zip in a look from Malik. It's there.
Stomp on
telekinesis. Don't do anything off the back of the stomp. Pure. He's going to go for Noob. Noob's in with the BKB, the Siphons, and the Exorcism. It's making the fight a bit more complicated for Tundra. Ramses will put down the ult. The spear connection onto Ducalis. Will be able to burst through with the splitter coming in as well. It's bringing them low. They're taking out the 4th, and they're going to use the 2 buyback straight away here, Quest. And Mark limited up, but they have the detection. Rust is out. They drag him back and kill off the Ruby again. Malik going to drive the TP out, but Topson he's back in with the Vortex. They're going to be able to kill off Malik a second time. Die back there on the Underlord.
Smashed that fight.
There's 2 gems on the floor. Not sure where they both come from. One's 9 classes, one's Ducalis. So getting one of those from Quest. That's a rough fight to lose. Because now the push could come in. 4 heroes dead on Quest. It's almost impossible for you to pull together a defense.
I mean, they were hanging on. They were keeping the game going, but that's kind of all it was. All it took was 1 from Tundra, and that one was a big win fight. TA2000 doesn't get anything off. He didn't even get his BKB off. He literally died in 1 pull, I believe, from Topson. And I think one other disable caught him. I didn't see what it was, if it was the techies or something, but he got caught, and he got killed 100-0.
Yeah, so Vortex into the Echo Stomp.
Yeah.
That was enough.
Okay, the Echo Stomp did catch him. Apologies, yeah, I see that now. Yep. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it was them hanging on for some time, right? They've been keeping it consistent at that 8K, but their draft really was about hitting earlier timings and stuff like that. Tundra, they've gotten more than I think they could have asked for in this game. Now up to a 20K lead, Roche is up.
And it kind of seems that, you know, the Death Prophet is just not, it's not scary enough. You know, we're seeing Noob get him with the BKB, he's siphoning everyone, he's got the Exorcism out. Tundra, they kind of momentarily step away, and then they kind of realize, hey, we don't care. It's not doing enough damage.
Honestly, the ghosts are pretty pitiful. Everyone's got, well, let's see, CK has like 40 armor, Mars has 24. The supports have little armor, but the cores, even Storm Spirit has like 40-something armor. So, yeah, overall, the DP is... I don't know, I had my concerns because I saw the games, even when the games they won, I felt like Noob had a bit of a struggle time on the Death Prophet, and yeah, I'm seeing a bit of similar. Now 18K lead versus Aegis too, with just this insanely scaling draft. Like how far ahead they really are. It's tough to see any hope really for Quest, unfortunately. For Tundra, it's cruising forward now at this point, really. Everyone's got luxury items, really. I mean, Ramsey's got to go for a Deso, which, of course, as you're saying, not completely necessary, but works versus the squishy supports and to buff up his CK's damage. But from this point forward, it does feel like it is luxury items. Tundra can go for quite a bit at those with the lead that they have, especially with playing versus a Death Prophet lineup. And your Storm has not died. Topson,
yeah, Topson. Yep, on track, closing this up with a 0-death scoreline. And being a first pick Storm as well, of course. You know, that's one of the things about this hero, and especially with a team like Tundra and a player like Topson. You get in this hero first in the draft, and it doesn't matter. It seems like teams just can't do anything about it sometimes.
No, I really do think that Noob in particular, he expected to have been able to kind of smash the matchup. It didn't happen at all. Topson actually won the matchup.
Yep.
And he got rotations, and he took the tower, so it really was just probably not what he expected to have happen with the pick that he'd gone for. But now they can hope and dream, but it really does feel like it's a hope and a dream. We saw what the CK was able to do with like even footing in one of those games, and now when he's this far ahead, it's pretty much a no-brainer, it feels like, for Pure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this time he's got, you know, Topson on his lineup, actually kind of doing more than him this time. You know, this time Topson's like, all right, last time I was chilling on the sniper, this time I'm going to lead the charge. I'm going to be the main one to carry this, the momentum in this game. And he really is Topson. Yeah, he's doing top stuff here.
And it gets scarier as game goes on too, right? Like, just that's why we said like the draft is so scary as it gets to later. The Aghanims for the Storm, the later items for the CK, while for Quest, Death Prophet falls off a cliff pretty hard after that early game, especially if you don't have a huge advantage, which they never win. They actually never had an advantage. They never win the lead at all in this game. And their draft was based on, getting a lead and sticking with it.
Noob, he'll have his level 18, and he'll pretty much have the Shiva's guard for the next fight. He's just going to get the courier sent out to Tundra's shop so he can pick that up safely.
Let's see what he can do. See if he can be as powerful as he hopes it to be. I'm seeing more survivability and stuff like that from them. I'm just still not seeing more damage to be able to kill these guys, kill these super beefy cores.
And we got the banners out.
I love this new banner. I think this, I think the last one still didn't get used properly. I think people have no idea how to use it properly, but this one just, it's so much easier to use.
I mean, who goes up and hits it?
He's slowpoke. Probably Topson, I would imagine anyway, though. I think he can be the one to just walk up and hit it, because he has BKB in the second life, if he'd like to.
No, I'm in the banner. Who's going to get rid of the banner?
Oh, you mean the banner? Oh, my bad.
They're terrified. You know, I mean, they don't want to step up and get rid of this.
No, you really can't.
Yeah.
It's kind of suicide if you do go for it. Oh, Topson can actually, he can meteor hammer these things too. That's
Oh, he's in.
He'll jump.
He's going to jump straight away towards Malik. They're going to see if they can burst through the Underlord. Topson puts the BKB back off for now. Now he's ready to go back in. They jump with the Underlord a second time. Malik's gone.
60 seconds. That was the Parasma, I believe. Extra bit of damage too. He died in pretty fast.
And that was the rest of the team kind of just watching. They couldn't do anything to save him.
No way to protect the boy. And that Rax is going to go down uncontested. Pure's even hitting mid in the meantime.
Full set taken. Looking for the second set. Tundra. Force out the fortification. 25 seconds until Malik's going to be back for Quest. He's gone.
Just got to watch their buildings die.
T2000 wants to try and get in, but at the same time, he knows if he gets caught before his BKB is pressed, he'll die very quickly. And the damage, it's been done. A second set. Taken here by Tundra.
They don't, I'm sure that they're saying that they don't know how to approach the fights when they're at this deficit now at this point. Like, anybody's dead in one pull. One single disable will prove the demise of any of these quests. They're going to look for the long wrap around this the last hurrah, maybe try to catch him. I mean, looking for a high ground advantage perhaps or something like that, but they're going to jump Malik to the base in the meantime.
They're going to catch him, Topson. Making it look easy this game there on the storm.
They're wrapping. Look at Tundra, they're pinging. They're wrapping on us, but the wraparound is as long as it possibly could be, and they might just be able to push forward here.
Oh, they've got a TP back, in fact. They're not going to bother trying for that sort of play. They've got to get back to the base, back to the high ground. It's too risky out on the map.
Oh, TI13's under a ward. Run, my friend. You will. But the buildings, they can't run.
TI13's gone.
They die so fast. The death zone,
the final
AC,
set
that's
of
why I wanted the death zone.
And Ramsey just jumps in and immediately DeCarlos is dead. Pure, he's able to kill him off. Urina's dropped. They've caught TI2000. He's out of the game without buyback. Triple kill for Pure. Malik to fall. He's a dieback on the Underlord. Tundra, they'll just clean them all up. They'll look over towards Noob. He'll have some survivability here with the BKB and the Siphons. Pure, he gets the Ultra. He's looking for a rampage. Give him a rampage on the way to TI. GG is called. Topson, that's rude, steals the rampage. But Pure will forgive him because they've just made it through. Who TI? Tundra. They're the ones to qualify here today as they defeat Quest 2-1.
And they can wipe a little of that maybe small sweat that they had on their brow from that second draft, of course. They come back in with a really
That never happened, folks.
What second draft? Yeah, you're right.
So Tundra's like, yeah, nice one, guys. We won 2-0. Well done, everybody.
True. Fair enough. I mean, this one was a shellacking from start to finish. Topson in particular, bringing it to Noob in the mid lane, taking his tower. He played super well. And Quest, they went for a bit of an all-in draft with tempo, and they didn't catch that tempo ever. They never actually got an advantage in this game. It was Tundra just having it from start to mid-game to finish. They never let go of anything at all.
No, they really didn't. This was, the Tundra show through and through. Very much, close to the level that we're seeing from them in Game 1. Well, actually, I'd say even more, higher of a level than what we saw from their play in Game 1. Very, very impressive stuff across the board from them. And a rough loss. Unfortunate for PSG Quest that they won't be making it through to TI. They had a good run. And again, just proving that they're always at that level where they absolutely can take games off, as we saw most of the teams here in the qualifiers. And if they were to have made it, they would have taken potential games off a lot of the teams on the international level. But still, sometimes they have these games, they have these drafts where things don't fall into place. Or as you say, they've got ideas, they've got things that they want to play that they feel are strong, but in practice, they're just, like some of these heroes, they're just not at the level of other heroes in this meta right now.
No, I agree. I think DP can work. I just think that if you're gonna pick this, you have to smash the lane. And it just didn't happen. So the game got really, really awkward, really, really fast. Also, bottom, like Malik, I'd have to rewatch exactly what went down in the laning phase and stuff like that. But this bottom lane went pretty disastrous. Malik had 30 CS in 10 minutes or something, while CK's just absolute free farm. So yeah, the lanes probably didn't go in the favor that they wanted it to. But also Tundra just played exceptionally well and executed their heroes really nicely. Honestly, the burst combos that they did were pretty perfect. And I have to give a lot of credit to the supports on Tundra in particular. I think Whitemon today, for me, these cores, they really make it hard for these supports to get looked at as these, incredible players and plays. But honestly, Whitemon, for me, might have been that secondary MVP next to Pure. He did so much. He set up that lanes for success multiple times. Great ways to protect the buddy and stuff. For Tundra, this was a pretty solid 2 games that they won. As you said, we forgot about the second ones.
Yeah, 2-0. Well done. That's what they'll be saying. That's what they'll be thinking. On a serious, or maybe also non-serious matter, I hope that we get some of that crazy Tundra at TI. You know what I mean? I want to see those drafts come up again. Because you never know. Now when you're at TI, watching Tundra play, watching them draft, you never know, folks, if they might try and slip something like that in again. Hey, in a group stage or something, when they... Oh, there you go. So a good old bit of table slapping there.
He always pops off.
Pure. Yeah, indeed. And he did pop off today. At least in Game 1 and Game 3 on his CK.
True.
Definitely something to be feared. The Pure Chaos Knight. As we can see on the KDA, top stuff across the board. You'd actually say, even though Topson was the one to go 9-0-15, maybe give this standout to Whitemon. We'll see who we gave it to. We actually... Okay, they gave it to Pure.
They gave it to Pure. I mean, it's tough to give it to Whitemon because it's like... he's just playing this ET, and these other guys are doing all this flashy stuff. But I think there's a lot that these supports do that people don't always give credit to. The warding and stuff, too. I think Tundra, for me, I didn't actually get to talk about it too much in these games because there's a lot of stuff going on. But some of these wards, too, for Tundra, I think they might be one of my favorite teams to watch how they deward and also how they ward. Whitemon is super good at finding obs wards. I don't know how he does it sometimes. he gets like the first 3 D wards, which is crazy. So yeah, it's very well deserved win from them across the board. All their players definitely deserve it. And now we're lucky that we hopefully get to ask them a little bit about that second draft.
Absolutely. I can't wait. I think that's all we're going to talk about, in fact. Anyway, do we have Topson on the line? We do. We're ready with an interview. Ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing in Topson. Here he is. Congratulations, Topson, going to TI.
Thank you very much.
Very familiar with going to internationals. You go into them again. It's got to feel good, I imagine. But as I said, we'll screw all the celebrations. What happened in Game 2, Topson? Give us a breakdown.
I mean, we ended up with this kind of weird draft with no stunts. And this Primal was kind of just running around doing a lot of problems for us. But I think our lanes were supposed to go a bit better, and then we were kind of expecting to kind of slow the game down with my level 6 timing, but we never got to like really use my hero. I think we needed to use my first few ultis like much better. We needed to get some kills, maybe kill this Primal once or twice, and yeah. But in hindsight, probably having Darkseid lineup with some Arc DB supports is not ideal.
Yeah, well, we enjoyed watching it. I don't know if like, maybe the game got a little bit depressing and stuff for you guys quick, but either way, you guys did come away with the W in Game 3. I just want to ask, I usually tend to ask this, just how's the feel with the team, and you know, how do you guys mesh together and stuff like that with Moon, you know, being your coach and all that? You know, how did he have words for you guys as well in that second game? Was he not too happy about you guys recommending, or, you know, just...
I mean, I think we just took whatever there was to take from the game, honestly, and just went for the next. I think we all kind of agreed that it's really hard to play after the laning stage, and we didn't really think about it too much and just, you know, go next. I think right now everything is going pretty well in our team. Like, I think everybody is playing really well, and everybody is very chill, and it's very nice work environment.
Oh, it's good. Good to hear. I mean, Topson, as well, I've got to ask, you know, when it comes to the heroes we see you play, obviously you're a man, you're an innovator that brings in a lot of original stuff to the game, and approach-wise in the mid lane in particular. In this patch, is there a lot of stuff that you have been kind of testing out that you didn't actually get to play here that you're looking forward to bring into professional games? Like how much Topson stuff is there still to see?
I mean, there's the up-and-coming Morphling, Strength Morphling, that's hopefully coming to officials also one of these days, but we'll see about that.
No, yeah, because Fog, you were going on about that. I mean, yeah, what happened? Was there some of these drafts where you were kind of maybe seeing an opportunity to get that in, or is it just not tested enough yet? Is it not quite ready for officials?
I mean, I think there was a lot of opportunities, even this game, but I think just drafting in general, like, this game we decided to go for the Storm. Like their players are not like, they don't really play good counters to Storm. Like Noob doesn't really play like the hard counters also. Like, I mean, this DB is something, but I think we think DB is like pretty bad hero also, so we don't really care about it. But I think I was just too scared to even suggest it. Like too much pressure to play a Strength Morphling, like be the first guy to play it.
Well, I'm sure we'll see it. I hope we see it. Maybe even at TI then, maybe even. Fog?
Yeah, hopefully. No, just wanted to ask also just, I asked Noah as well too, because we haven't gotten to talk to everybody just about the new patch and everything. And I figured you're one of the best people to ask about this. I know he asked you what you have hidden up your sleeve and stuff like that. But the only thing I have to say is, or ask is just, how do you feel about the adding of all these facets and innates for everybody else, and just for the overall, like, you know, change up of Dota?
I'm enjoying it. I think there's still a lot of balancing to do. I think some of them are just straight up like nerfs to the hero or something, like, or useless, something like that. So then you don't really have like an option even to go for. But I think they're really cool. I think if some of them are changed or some of them are like buffed a bit, so there's more of an option. Like you have to kind of think which one is better for which game. But for now, I think a lot of like most of them are just like insta pick. Like this is just straight up much better than the other one.
So that kind of leads me to my secondary question, because I'm glad you said it. So how did you guys talk about this, or was this a decision made by pure, I'm going to go back to yesterday, is the lifestealer thing, the unfettering? How did you guys all feel about that one? Because we all had a bit of a question marks and everything. So
I mean, I thought about it also on the draft, like before Pierre even mentioned it, because of their heroes. I mean, I think it could have been a good game for it, but I don't know. I guess it's just way too rough. Like you are losing on like a lot of HP because you take this. Like I think if you have the corpse eater and that, then it's like you could actually some games go for it. But for now, I guess it's really rough when your Nakes has no HP at all.
That's fair. That's fair. Anyway, Topson, we won't keep you any longer. We'll let you celebrate with the rest of the lads. It's been amazing watching you guys play, and you've given us a lot of entertainment today for sure with this series, with its ups and downs. But glad to see that at the end of the day, it worked out for you guys. You're going to TI. We can't wait to see you there. So, yeah, we'll see you at TI, Topson.
See you there, man.
See you there, man.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Topson, of course, from Tundra. And as you see, obviously on boot camp, ready to enjoy the rest of his evening with the rest of the team after their victory here today. And yeah, as I said, there's something about this lad and the heroes he plays and the way he plays. A tournament without Topson, is it really a tournament, Fold?
No, I mean, it's always fun to watch him, of course. You know, either you love him, you hate him. Either way, you're going to get delivered with something, because some of these games, you know, he says it himself. Topson or Flopson, Topson or Dogson, whatever you want to say. There's always the meme potential, but it's good to see. I always like talking about, like, some of these. He's not really an older player, but talking about some of these, like, older kind of mid guys, still bringing it to some of these younger guns and stuff like that. So, yeah, fun to watch him. And he's very serious, you know. I know I've chatted with him a bit, like, at tournaments and stuff. He's very serious when he's on the camera.
No, I mean he's a serious man. It's and you kind of have to be. I feel even if when you're picking the crazy stuff, you do it because you're serious about it. You know what I mean? He's not going, haha, I'm going to play this.
True.
I'm playing this because I think it's good, and a lot of the times he certainly is able to prove that it is. We see the brackets, of course, of what's gone down over the last few days, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to this closing of the Western European qualifiers for the international. Entity make it through from the upper bracket, and as we saw today, Tundra, they make it through from the lower. And I guess to sort of take a step back, going back to the beginning of it all, well, we'll actually see, of course, a beautiful shot here of everyone that made it. Because, yeah, Fog, these were the last two teams we were waiting on.
It is. We've decided everybody. And
there we go.
I mean, it looks pretty strong. I mean, there's certainly some names missing for some people. You know, of course, like the big one, Shopify, that everybody was all looking at, but now they brought it to them. They demolished them. So
oh no!
I'm saying
no
they're not
Shopify.
there. Yeah,
there's
exactly.
no secret. No, it's just a new age of Dota 2. We're moving on, Fog, and we've got a lot of exciting squads coming in, and a lot of newer, younger talent that are going to be incredible on LAN. This tournament, this international, it's going to be one to watch, and I can't wait. We are going to have to, though, because, of course, it's quite a while away. We've got a couple of months until the international, so hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to wait. But when it comes in, it's going to be great. We know the teams, they've got a lot of time to prepare, get ready for it, and it's going to be a beautiful tournament, folks.
It is, and I think this might. I'd have to look at stuff and everything too. But when you're looking at all these teams and everything, and as you're saying, the new guns, the new players, we always like to look at who are the new ones coming to TI. Who is it?
Like the first time TIs.
This might be the one with the most new people at TI. I think so. Most new players, new faces. So
absolutely, someone get that stat up. Yeah, someone will work that out.
The other really cool thing that I always want to mention is also we have a TI in Europe. So it's going to be packed. It's going to be insane. We have this insane tournament that's coming out there. So looking forward to hopefully see everybody there and, see all these new faces as well at the tournament.
Yeah. I hope to see all of you lads and ladies there as well. Or, of course, if you're not able to make it, I hope we see you in the chat. I'm sure we will. So looking forward to hearing and reading what you guys are going to be spamming during those games when TI comes around in a few months' time. You've all been amazing during these qualifiers. Thank you very much to all of you tuning in from home. And, of course, here to our beautiful observers and production team for allowing us to get through some fantastic games and making sure we don't miss any of the action. You've been fantastic. We've had a great time. We will see you very shortly in the future for more Dota 2 around the world. But as for now, good night, have a lovely evening, and congratulations once more to Entity and Tundra for making it to TI.